cash flow continues to increase well ahead of the street's expectations. $281 million they're holding. The street was looking for 136, so not bad there. Let's talk about their core business, rides. 218 million rides, 16% increase year over year. Active riders, 24.2 million. That's an 11% bump year over year. And gross bookings, $4.16 billion ahead of expectations and a 13% increase year over year. And Brendo, 16 straight quarters of double-digit growth for gross bookings. So you can't really complain with that, and the guide doesn't look all that bad either.
Yeah, we're about to take out the highs here, guys. What do we do with Lyft?
Like the number I have written down on my iPad is a dollar lower. It's a $15 stock. So yeah, that's literally the question. Like, do you want to chase this move all the way up top? The short float's actually 10% on Lyft, so it's decent enough. And obviously with this kind of move, this is exactly the kind of move you want to look for extension. It really did seem like we were trending back. We were trending back down. I thought we'd catch a little bit of a bid at 13.65. Now, I mentioned if Uber were to get to that 80 again, 78 and 80, anywhere there, we like to buy. With Lyft's report, I'm not sure we're going to get any kind of a chance of that. So I'm not going to move away. If you break out the highs, it'd be like a trend follow because I think it could easily squeeze. But I don't want to just throw out the levels because at 9.15 we're breaking out the top. On the list today, like for sure, I want to be watching Bitcoins in play. We'll talk about NVIDIA and big tech, and then I want to get the HIMs at some point. I do like them, and then this Palantir, I guess, falls into big tech as well. So Lyft, that's more of a back burner, and I don't see us getting to that 13.65 anymore. And if we do, well, a lot of things have gone wrong at that point. So yeah, I'll strike that one. Not off the list because I never want to throw away a level, but now that you're $1 away, it would take a lot to get down there.
Yeah, I was. I don't know. I think you could fall into that level, but my level is also 1350. So if we can get into 1350 right there, if you're looking at again, if you go and use the 50-period moving average, you can look to go log around 14-ish or so right into here for Lyft. But yeah, it was again a good quarter. What I was saying also was that now that we've come across a profitability, you could now think about Lyft as starting to go. A company that finally turns a profit. And like I said, I don't know, it's just a zero. It was -1 versus +1. So they just beat by 2 cents, I guess. So it is a good beat, but I like the fact that they're profitable, and that's a nice turn of events. Plus the $750 million buyback. I like the stock, and I think we can get it a little bit lower, but the 200 period right now on the 1 minute is at 14. So yeah, dip buy opportunities down there for $14 for Lyft. It's up and away, which is really nice. And then, looking at Uber, we looked at this yesterday and it hadn't had much movement at all. And if anything, it's turning around. And using that example, the same example that I've been using this whole time is like, once again, we come right up to that top right there for Uber that we saw in October, and that signaled the demise. I mean, obviously there's other things happening in the market, but Uber got up there again and turned around exactly at that level. I think we're in a little bit of a risk here if we break back down below $80 on Uber. So let's be careful with this one. I thought it would have been up a little bit more on this, but they're a little bit of a different beast. Look how choppy Uber was yesterday. That's tough to trade for sure, unless you literally are at the bottoms and hoping not to get wicked out. So, or the tops, but trend, like, see, higher, lower, lower high, lower high, lower high, lower high. So this looks perfect right there. They want to sell Uber for sure. So I'm going to be looking for a similar pattern to this. And if we can get anything like that, that's pretty, pretty definitive right now. And that brings us all the way into where we are right now. So this line right here, 82.7, 82.8, maybe you start to fade it around 83, but this is looking pretty good here for Uber on a downward, and I'm long the name, but it's a nice downward spiral. And it's not even spiral, but stair stepping down there for Uber. So let's keep that there and see what winds up happening there. I'm a little bit more interested in that trade rather than Lyft.
All right, let's talk about big tech here. I just pulled up Google down 0.25%, not a lot, but coming back into some interesting levels here from the past couple of days, back below 154 for Google. DOJ telling them to basically sell their ad business as a part of this verdict. There's also another lawsuit coming out of Italy this morning on the same side of things, but shopping specifically. talking about monopolistic acts from Google in Italy specifically for shopping. So red here for Apple. There's a couple of different headlines. I mean, Apple's a little bit better, 0.5% to the upside. India in the news as well.
They are, Brendo. They're looking to strike a deal here with the United States. So let's talk about I mean, obviously not big tech specific, but, big tech adjacent. So India in advanced talks, Brendo, with the U.S. for a trade agreement following that U.S.-UK deal we heard about yesterday. New Delhi has now offered to slash its average tariff differential with the U.S. down from 13%, guys, to under 4%, which is a potential 9-point drop, one of the largest global tariff reductions by a major economy. So we'll keep an eye on that. Here's what India's proposing. They're proposing zero duties on about 60% of tariff lines in phase one. Then they'll give preferential access to about 90% of U.S. goods. The exemptions from Trump's current and upcoming tariffs include a pause on those 26% reciprocal tariffs that they slapped on the U.S. And India's seeking here to preserve, though, Brendo, after all this is said and done, that $45.5 billion trade deficit with the United States, with $129 billion total trade between the two countries in 2024. Now, here's the actual areas where they're looking to make concessions. So India wants preferential market access for these key export industries: gems, jewelry, leathers, textiles and apparel, plastic, chemicals and shrimp. Bananas, grapes, and oilseeds are what they're looking at getting from the United States. And here's what they're willing to give back. They're willing to ease the export rules on aircraft, luxury and electronic vehicles, medical devices, Brendo, telecom equipment, hydrocarbons, wines and whiskey, very important, and animal feed.
Shrimp?
Shrimp, Brendo. They got a lot of ocean access over
Very
there.
specific. Huh? Okay. We'll keep an eye out. NVIDIA as well. Keep in mind, or remember, another China-specific version of the H20 going to come from NVIDIA, guys, to get back into that market. 118 here, kind of a thing.
Yeah, I just finished my banana. You picked up yours. Why not look
tariffs on these? I better eat them ASAP.
Exactly. Look, any deal's a good deal for everybody because it just creates more certainty, right? So once you have a more certain environment, markets are going to like that. Big caps are going to like that. Apple. Look, for Apple, nothing this week has changed for Apple. If it can break out above 201 quarter, I think it's a long, and then it's just been a short at that 200 spot, or at least 200 into the 201 area has been a short. And yeah, we break out that top, still like that to the long side. You mentioned NVIDIA there. I'm going to keep it simple. Since we broke that 115, I want to favor long. It's actually flat today. That said, TSN actually had some good numbers that they reported. But I think if you can fill that gap in all the way, then obviously you bounce off the 115. Yesterday it came close, but then didn't quite get there at the last minute. I think look for any kind of mean reversion in front of the 115 level on NVIDIA. But Apple's been pretty consistent, that 200 to 201 area. I don't want to get too far away from that either.
All right. Yeah, look, I wrote down, on this, which is now out, I have AMD written down here at 101. I mean, I like that level. I think if we could dip back into here, I'll take that. And again, against 100. So it's like started at 101, try it at 100, see what's going on there. That's going to be my play for AMD. For NVIDIA, it's exactly the same play, but it's 115. So yesterday, I mean, we're going to start it at 116, but we want to look at 115. So I wrote down NVIDIA. No, I wrote down 115 long. I'm actually bidding 115.50. Yeah. So I'm actually looking for even lower. So I might have made a mistake there. Maybe it is 116 for NVIDIA. I'm more confident on the AMD play, but because we're not going to talk too much about this is for the whole NASDAQ. This is, I had an order that popped in from yesterday. It was just a part fill, so I covered it. So that mark there has nothing to do with anything. I'm thinking about this low where we closed yesterday, $59. So I'm going to start the bidding rate here around 59.50 and watch to see if the NASDAQ can hold 59 yesterday's close. I just think that coming into today, we should be up. I mean, we're up right now. We're trending higher. The NASDAQ overall above VWAP, above the 50-period moving average, looking to go long to close out the week. I mean, we've sort of mentioned to you guys, how well the NASDAQ's been trading. forget about, this is just a NASDAQ. The TQs are just a triple levered, but you're bumping up against a 200 period moving average. What a great buy that was when it was here, we thought. Then it gave you another 20%. Do you know that the NASDAQ's in a bull market right now? The NASDAQ is up 20% from its lows. So right now we are in a bull market. That's 410. You're now at 490. So that's up more than 20% from its lows in a month. So bull market. So if we're in a bull market, we're going to go long. And we're thinking long, and the market seems to be agreeing with that move. So here we go. I'm already bidding the TQQs right now at 59.50, hoping to get that move down. So all good, man. It should be a good one, and we'll figure this all out. But yeah, so far so good here for 59.50.
Go Tesla.
Yeah, Tesla at 3
Tesla just broke that 290 level from like yesterday. You had like a double top up there. Well, actually, a triple top because it made it in the afternoon as well. So a bit of a triple top, the breakout here at 290 on Tesla. Obviously, that's in big tech as well. Remember 295? Just actually going to post this one out. Like look at this 295 level. It has yet to actually hold above this 200 period moving average since making this range. The challenge comes today. Now, obviously, if this gets through 295, you got to only be looking for the long, maybe even a 300 break. A 300 break is going to be like the most busy trade ever. Like there'll be so many shares on the offer, it'll take it in the blink of an eye. Your quotes will go all ham. All that good stuff happens at 300. But it is a Friday. That's the one thing you have to consider. I prefer, I would much prefer we broke 300 any other day except a Friday. It's that simple. The breakout trades to me aren't as good off major levels like that when you have options expiration.
You think it's going to get to 300?
No, I'm just talking about the level in general. Because that's a breakout we've been waiting for, because if you look at that daily chart on Tesla, it's just been trying so badly to do this. The second it does, yeah, that's going to be a long that you want to take a shot on because it could absolutely fly. But on a Friday, I think you get there, you run into some obvious overhead resistance.
Name of the website. Affirm, downside right now, 6.5%, trying to roll over actually after their earnings last night. Comes down to the guidance, really. The overall report, not horrible, but this, I think, could have been a lot worse.
This is exactly accurate, Brendo. The actual report was really good. The guide, a little light. Let's talk about it. EPS of $0.01. The street was looking for a loss of 3, so a beat there on revenue of $783 million, in line with the 783 expected by the street. Net income, though, this was the first positive net income they've had in years, guys. $2.8 million they printed. Compare that to last year on the quarter when they lost $144 million. Gross merchandise value also beat expectations, $8.6 billion. The street was looking for 8.2. That's a 36% bump year over year. Operating margins as well higher. But this is kind of where it all falls apart. Q4 revenue forecast, 815 to 845. The midpoint there is 830. That's below the street's expectations of 841, so a miss there. And I'm assuming that's why we're down 7%, because there's not lot else to talk about. Some good areas, though, some key business drivers that they have. Active consumers now 22 million. That's a 2 million bump year over year. Then they've got the Affirm card and the gross merchandise value being spent on the Affirm card up 115% year over year, with active card holders doubled. That's a major growth driver. 0% interest loans. And as I was telling Neil, this was a big surprise to me. So these 0% APRs, it's not like Affirm's borrowing at 0% and passing it to you, Brendo. The merchant is actually subsidizing that 0% APR instead of giving you a sale. So it all ends up balancing out. Not a bad look, though, because I wouldn't mind having the opportunity to finance something rather than have a discount initially.
Yeah, something like the shopping channel does the same thing. Yeah. We're testing 50, guys. Do we hold?
Well, if Tesla was riding the 200 period moving average underneath, Affirm's been doing the opposite of that. So go figure. Like I kind of feel like on a bad report, if you look at the daily chart here, you lose that 200 period today, you look short. The same way I feel like when Tesla finally gains it, you're looking for the long. That's sitting pretty much smack dab at that 50 level, at least for today. So it's been big time support. You've already bounced off it arguably a couple of times here, but if you close the opening range under 50, Affirm is a short. I mean, obviously favoring some longs today, looking at some of the big tech names out there that are looking really good. You saw Tesla go, but you can't ignore that. I think if you lose that $50, it's going to be favoring the short side of the trade. I'm not buying in front of that level, but yeah, you have to close the open range underneath, because there's another stock at 50 that I wanted to be playing, and that was HIMS, that double top on HIMS at 54.70 or so, and then a little bit of a rollover here. That's one. If it comes in, we get a shot at that 50 area. Don't mind taking a couple of shots at it, but if it starts breaking away, HIMS can squeeze. But yeah, that's the reversal short that I was more keen on today.
Yeah, we're coming in just a little bit here. I'm just going to go over the imbalances real quickly. We do have NVIDIA was a sell. I saw it on here, and it did just drip into 117. I don't know. It must be gone now. It wasn't huge. It's a couple 100,000 shares. It looks like this GNLN, that's nothing.
Penny stock.
QBTS, what a huge... We had a 30% winner on this yesterday, man. We were long $8 and we got out near the top. So I think that we can look at this again as well. With less than or roughly 1 minute left before the bell goes right now. Hopefully I'll be able to feel my hands, because right now I really can't. So that would be something that would be nice to have happen. Bumble yesterday, we had some news on them. I'm not sure. There's your I just saw TSLL, so let's just go over and see if TSLA, okay, so still holding that 290 area. But yeah, look, I mean, I'm still bidding. So I'm still bidding NVIDIA. I double checked it. I'm going to sit at 115 for now, especially with that move down. We just moved down $1 off 118. So let's just wait to see if that can get going. Did AMD do anything? I'm not sure. 30 seconds until U.S. market opens. AMD 101. Our good friend and my good friend, because yesterday this was a very good friend of mine, Palantir, flat on the day, which kind of bothers me because the NASDAQ is now up. So there he comes Adara right now. So good, we're almost ready to go with only now 10 seconds, watching out for Palantir off the open as well. But we could get the TQQs. So that's what I'm looking at first. 59.50 is coming in right now. So, all right, there it is. What's up, Brendo? 3, 2, and 1, let's go. All right, so now we are now open. So welcome to the, hopefully not a clown show today, as we have the road show coming with the Fed Speak. So once that all happens, man, we'll be covering that. We have Adara in our ear as well. So you're in the right spot for now, waiting for some news. But all right, so the NASDAQ right now opened up. I'm going to zoom in a little bit just to watch the chart just a little bit better. There's the move up now, breaking through 60. We said the NASDAQ today, good bull market. Let's see if it can hold some of these levels. I'm assuming also NVIDIA held, which it did, but this is all early days. And then let's just see what happens with Tesla. Yeah, that was my next look, was just that Tesla right now starting to get excited to the upside. I think that was 294, right? Was that level that we had looked at there for Tesla trying to break. So I think it's the weekly high. Okay, we're already over. It's this level right there. Wow. So that goes all the way back, to May 4th or 5th there over the weekend. I don't know what day this was exactly, but there it is. 294 might be in play here for Tesla early.
Yeah, May the 4th be with everybody.
Oh, that's right. May the 4th was a Sunday, right?
Yeah, it ended up being on Sunday, which is a disappointment. But like Tesla's super strong. I just looked over. Oh yeah, you had mentioned Palantir. Palantir dropping a little bit. 115 and 117 look like good spots on Palantir. Oh goodness, why is NVIDIA going?
Tesla is really going.
Tesla's going. NVIDIA is actually dropping down here. So that's looking weak, just like it did at the open. So open yesterday, it dropped, but it's going to cancel the 115 for now and see if there isn't something a little bit better. Well, Tesla's at 95.
Yep, it's ridiculous.
So about that 300, I guess we could see 300 right away.
Okay, I just tried, maybe. I tried to bid that, but we need a little bit of a dip down. So I just tried a Palantir at 118 and got out as fast as I got in. So a really quick move there. Thank you, Randy.
Thank you.
I don't know. You must be. You're not in shorts. I was gonna say you must be freezing. I don't know. Yeah, it is freezing in here too. Thank you for the reload. I asked for another coffee there because we're getting a little bit insane right now. Okay, DraftKings drops down, so we have that one right now. Long right now, DraftKings, the first trade. I don't know if it's going to be money. I'm not sure why I hit that. We're long DraftKings right now. See if we can get a little bit of a better bid here. Long at 36, which is as we wrote down. So right now, DraftKings, a nice little dip buy opportunity, fell right into our lap. Let's see if this market holds. There it is. So we get a nice little takeout there on DKNG. Next up, maybe Palantir, but it's making that move. 117.50 looks like we just bounced off of.
Yeah, it's making a heck of a move, but I'm staring down Apple because that also absolutely, why is it still HIMS? There we go. That's just smoking it through that 200 level. So I guess, is today the day that we're breaking out that 201 quarter?
Ooh.
I mean, it could finally be happening here on Apple. Look, if it holds over $200, like back under 200, I still think is a bit of a short, but this looks like it's going to be the long breakout. Bitcoin's doing absolutely nothing right now, but Mara is at least moving around here. That's spiking like crazy, and along with it, the other way, Coinbase is tanking. So like there's this weird Mara spiking higher, Coinbase going to the downside. Going to have to let things settle down. I wanted IBIT, and IBIT's doing absolutely nothing. Like Bitcoin hasn't moved at the open, so I got to let it make the first move and then just try to react to it. I'm not going to just, you could get in the long and give it like 10 cents. But for what? At this point, Bitcoin, a bit of a sleeper. Kind of crazy. Oh, HIMS also. HIMS broke that 50 right away, so doesn't look like it wants to do that fade. I wanted to see it rejecting that 50 level. I'll keep it up. If we get a curl trade, fair enough, but I'm not going to stand in front of it. I hate standing in front of a freight train and letting it run you over.
Yeah, we're able to pick a little bit back up there on Palantir and get a little bit back out, man. We got some outs in the 30s right there off of, I just wanted to see if it was going to make a bottom. Now it looks like we might have an idea of 117.50. So again, like if that comes in, great for us, but I'm not 100% sure that this is the long that it was yesterday. I mean, hopefully it is with the market starting to bump back up again. DraftKings is at 36. We're going to wait for 35.50 if it breaks 35.50. Oh, we just got more on Palantir. Look at this, man. That's why I was asking you about three bills, man. I mean, here comes 300 right now. Like it will be there in just a matter of seconds.
It's such a trap.
And it is it a trap? I don't know, man. I think this name could run, but I mean, it seems like it. I don't think there's anything wrong
with how do you not take a 300 break?
Well, exactly. And I don't think there's anything wrong with how do you not maybe even go short when it gets up there. That was my initial thought was, why not take a 299 short, punch the, I'm not going short. I'm just thinking like, if you're going to think about a strategy here, you take a 299 short, punch out if it breaks 300, and possibly even get into that long. All right, so my other play here is DraftKings. I'm going to take another piece out here at 25. It's bounced off at 25 a couple times right now and started to do this as well. So we're going to watch out for 35.50. The two longs that I'm in right now have given me some kind of a bottom.
Holy
so
Tesla.
We'll figure that out right now if we can get in and out of this name. But Palantir is just doing its Palantir things. We're able to get something out there at 118 off of a reload, but obviously not enough. Let's see if we can continue to go a little bit higher here on PLTR and watch out for Tesla. I mean, I think that's a definite watch, right?
No, I mean, Tesla is a must watch for that 300. Whether it was part of your plan or not, it's definitely something that you got to pay attention to. The other thing I wanted to look at here is this NVIDIA 118, it looks like. It's holding the line, 118 for a potential breakout here in NVIDIA. If we're not going to get the dip buy where we want it, and that was down at the 115 level, then I think playing a break at the 118 is going to be the play for me. And I don't know, like it's entirely possible Tesla's going to get there, and it's like a simultaneous type of thing. Whoops, I didn't want to punch in there. Okay, whatever, I'll just take 5 cents. I just accidentally punched in instead of setting that stop order. Make sure we get it in here. I want this breakout. We'll see what happens. I think 118 is going to go. And Tesla, we'll cross that bridge when we get there, which might be very, very quickly. It's at 299 on Tesla, but I also wanted NVIDIA long. So we'll see. I mean, Tesla's now at 98.6, 98.7 incoming. I'm taking the breakout on NVIDIA. This was just a keystroke error. I didn't want it. I wanted to take the break at 118. We just got in and out very, very quickly. It wasn't a loss or anything, but it wasn't the trade that I wanted, so we'll wait around for it. And Tesla, you know what? You could have actually just gone short on Tesla.
Or short Google.
That would have worked.
Yeah, well, I was talking about that a little bit, but I mean, it didn't get quite. I don't know how high. How high did it wind up getting there? I don't know.
98.9. Oh, sorry, 98.82 is the high.
Okay. Well, we said go short 299, but okay.
Well, that's 299.
Yeah, it's 299. That's what I'm saying. So if you did like that trade, so you might have heard me. I mean, it would have only been 50 cents. We'll see if it continues to go. All right, so you might have heard me say like this Palantir is probably no good. I think there's a lot of people running over to Tesla and leaving this name alone. I think it will be fine eventually, but we were able to get out. It's going to be a loss. There's no doubt about that right now, but Palantir, we're going to get out of it until the tides change on that because the market is straight fired in the booth upside. upside right now. But we got some fire right now with Google. So Google came in, printing our levels. So we got 155. So I'm going to bid 154.75. See if we can get, there it is. See if we can get 25 cents quickly on that one. So, you know, as it goes, it's going to be a nice play here. We only have about 1 unit. I mean, it is a little bit early for me. I actually wrote down that we wanted Google. It was my top play, 155 to 156. So again, that's kind of what I was waiting for, was that 155 to 156. It's great to have a 155 on right now, but there it is. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We're making it back now on Google, baby. So Palantir, a small little ding on the account right there, but now Google just printed 154.60s. So we do wind up getting that, and we'll watch out for DraftKings. DraftKings now trying to go as well. So we're going to go 2 for 3 early. If you want to cash out, that's fine. I'm going to get some more out on DraftKings right now. That's 50 cents in the money. And again, another sticky note name. We don't even have Palantir written on here, by the way, so what the hell am I doing even in it? But Google right there, 155 short, and DraftKings 36 long. And right there, now 60 cents in the money, starting to print a little bit more on DKNG. So here we go. Can we get 65 cents right off the bump? And yes, we can. Nice move there. As quick as you like, Sharif. That's one of his sayings over there. So there it goes, man. 70 cents in the money, bang, right there for DraftKings. Now let's just wait to see if Google has similar luck to it, but I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah, definitely. So I just got NVIDIA 118.30. Load back up, load back up. I have to show you the black chart here, everybody. There we go. So we just got 30s on NVIDIA. It is trying to punch through this 118.5. That was a high from yesterday. So a little bit of a pullback happening. The other thing that just happened was Apple rejected the 200 level. So there it is. Oh, goodness. Look at that dip in Apple. Apple all the way at VWAP now. Yeah, I tried to grab it as it was coming right back through. So big rejection of that 200 level on Apple. Hopefully we get some kind of a bounce.
299.40, dude.
Hopefully we get some kind of a bounce and I can fade. But as you just said and we just heard in our ear, we just saw 299.5 on Tesla. Like it's breaking this. At this point, it's probably breaking this $300 level. So it might be a trap. I'll take it. You know, we'll give it like 50 pennies or so on that breakout trade. And if it goes right away, fantastic. If it doesn't work right away, it's probably dropping like $10 or, well, at least $5.
I mean, there's $1 on DraftKings. So DraftKings up to 137. It breaks through 137, gets to 137.05. And we take that fill right there. So that's a face slapper to start the day right there on DKNG. Nice move, man. I mean, I'm not just trading Mag 7. You know, I mean, we talked about that yesterday with QBTS. We're in it today with DraftKings. So there it goes, man. An earnings play. So we're in that one. And then, by the way, here we go again. A nice move downside right now for Google. So we just take that bid as it's down now at VWAP. So, hey, man, so far so good today. It's been a good day again. Like, the only thing was this, Palantir, but I'm happy to get out of this one, man. We identified that this was not working the way it was yesterday where we had bought the bottom and then it just ripped for us. So bye-bye Palantir. Hello, new trades, including, again, DraftKings. So just for DraftKings, I'm out of 70% of this because I think this is a decent move. Let me put some more offers there. So we just take another 37.03. Good trade. We can let this one cook, but I'm getting lighter and lighter on that trade. Now down to 25% of that. And Google, let's go Google. We still have 2/3 of this one as it's getting to the downside. I'm bidding 42s, and then we'll see if we can, what was that bottom? 43s, okay. And then we'll see if we can get the 200 period, which is 30s. So hopefully a little bit of a downside play there for Google. And then also I am punching long on Tesla. So yeah,
about to go.
That's what we're doing, man. We're waiting for 3 bills, and I'll see it just pop in, you know, once it comes through.
Yeah, that's what's going to happen. It seems like it's almost an inevitability. Coinbase also just broke out. But NVIDIA just came out flat, so it didn't make that press to 118.5. Unfortunately, the 11 level I'm talking about is Coinbase. It just went. It might hold on to VWAP, but if we trend down, I'm waiting for the 115 on NVIDIA. Hopefully, we can get a break of that high. Look, Tesla's going to do any second now. Tesla's breaking this.
Is it? Okay, I better get over
Let's
there.
be real. So let's see what happens here on TSLA. It's going to be a biggie. For sure. I haven't seen what the size is on the level yet, But
That doesn't matter.
it does, like I'm saying, it doesn't matter. It's probably going to be a few million shares or something really gigantic, but let's see what happens on it. The other thing, while I wait for that, is Coinbase is trying to hold above that high, so it's giving you a consolidation. If you consolidate here and take out that top, it just failed the 211 level. We do like some Coinbase to the long side, but Tesla, I mean, I feel like Tesla's going to resolve itself first. That'll be the next thing that happens here, almost 100%.
Yeah, so I'm, definitely aware and waiting for all of that. So I'm just gonna, Google. We just got our 42 print as we talked about that. So let's just watch Tesla together because I'm gonna get involved. We also got another great fill on DraftKings, man. DraftKings is now $1.25 now in the money for DKNG as we just celebrate that. Thank you, Joseph, for hitting the bang about 1,000 times. That was kind of cool. So here we go, man. Nice little downside play for Google and for Tesla upside. There's Google. We now have $2 in the money in these two trades, right? I mean, it's $1.30 in DraftKings and Google 70 cents at that bottom. What am I bidding on Google? I'm not bidding anything right now, okay, because we just got filled. So I'll put another bid here in the 30s, then we'll wait in the teens and see if we can get something. But let's go over to Tesla because it's going right now, TSLA. So watch out now. I'm going long through 300. It probably will fail. Just telling you what I think is going to happen, and if it does,
it's either going to be gigantic right away, or it's going to be.
I think it could go $1 then fail. Like I just think that there's always a pullback. Is sort of what I was getting at. Not that I think it's going to be a failed trade. Just see, like even right now, right?
Oh,
I mean, look at the futures right now. The futures are absolutely tank city, and your boy is right now going nuts on Google. I mean, look what we wrote down. We wrote down DraftKings 36. That's $1 in the money. We wrote down Google 155. That's $1 in the money, or 70 cents in the money, 80 cents in the money. How much lower can we go right now for the market? And this is just meaning that Tesla, there's DraftKings, by the way, good out for us now. We only have about 15% or so left. This Tesla, where are we dip buying is, I guess, the question, because it's giving us that move right now, 298 maybe, trying to hold that little dip buy. We've already had 297 right now. Feds Goolsby next on deck. You, Feds Goolsby, are the man of the hour. Let's see what he has planned right now. Looks like 297 coming into play here.
Yeah, unfortunately, Tesla's not going to go anytime soon. But we did take a shot at that I guess, breakout on Coinbase, but it is holding that 210 level. But I don't like that rejection. Like, it's too much of a rejection of that high. It got all the way to 213 from like a 211.5, and now you're absolutely losing it. HIMS is back at the $50 level, so we're taking a shot at that one. And my eyes are not going to go too far away from Tesla at this point. I just feel like at any moment, like I don't want it spiking up, and then you'll see the fill just sort of come right in. It's going to move very, very quickly. But HIMS back underneath that 50. Obviously, there's a big turn going on in that name. And I got to respect, whoops. Let me just cancel that order. I don't want to leave that missed order out there on Apple. If Apple gets back to 200, it probably means it's breaking out at that point.
So I went long.
So, Tesla?
Yeah, so I'm long Tesla. We're already in the money $1. So there it is, man. $1 on Tesla right now, $1 on Google, $1 on DraftKings, and here comes Tesla right now. So we're already long. We don't have too much to worry about right here. If it does break it, it breaks it. I'm getting some pieces out now at this level. So there it is. Like, we'll make $1.50 the other damn way. That's a hot dog trade right there. We told you we're going over to Tesla, looking for some dip buy opportunities, and there it is right now. Man, are we cruising right now? And you've got HIMS. That's going to be a really active stock as well. Let's get some more out right now at $299.70. That's $2, Joe, right there on Tesla. So let's now see if we can get through this 300 level. I'm adding to this trade, so I might as well get a little bit out now, as we've been doing on this move higher, just in case we do fail one more time. I mean, we want to reward ourselves a little bit, but so far so good there. We just messed up on Palantir, but we're fine. We're really fine now. Let's just wait to see what winds up happening there. And we did exit out of some DraftKings, so looks like a good out there, at least for now, on Tesla. If it moves and we get hit on this, fine. We've already taken out half of that trade up there in the mid 299s. So far so good here. If this breaks 297, we're out. And then we'll just be like, okay, we tried. I think that was a good one, right? I mean, you can't win without trying. So, but also sitting on your hands and waiting for that 300, that's initially what the plan was.
Well, the 95 was the level I like for a dip because that was the prior high.
Yeah.
Oh, there goes Bitcoin. Wow.
Oh, yeah.
Missing a little date. Bitcoin just took out the high of the day, where my VWAP's going to be off by a little bit. It's a little early for that chart problem. 58.7 it looks like. I don't want to sit here thinking that I'm just going to punch any highs. We played dip buys almost exclusively on IBIT yesterday, and I think that's what I want to stick with here on IBIT. So still could have a little bit of a Tesla breakout. We're in at the 50 level on HIMS. It's pretty much at 50 as well. And Apple's still holding down these lows. Obviously, I want it to come back up, maybe retest the 20 level, see if we can't pick up the short where we got it before. Like that's the idea, was to be shorting it off the 200 level, not necessarily 199 down there at the volume weighted average price. So still tracking Tesla. I do prefer, I like prior high at 95 and VWAP if we can get it. I haven't canceled my order. I'm still looking to take the short here. The long here if we do make the breakout, but 95 is going to be the level that I'm waiting out for on that dip buy on Tesla. Nvidia was the other name we liked to the long side. It's still putting in lower highs and higher lows and a bit of a wedge pattern. So either it breaks the wedge to the upside or I wait for it to make some kind of a distinct move. And I see everyone talking about Mara. Mara is going absolutely ham. 8% on Mara.
Up, right? Yeah.
Yeah, it was 8% up. It was down on earnings. Well, it's up now. But I want BTC for my dip buy. That's going to be the one for me. It's what we traded yesterday actively. So I want to stick with Bitcoin here. Someone saying Tesla's going back to 290. Well, probably not. It's not going without testing 300 first, one way or another. It's at 299.5 again.
All right, man. Yeah, we're right back into it right now. There goes Tesla. Good out for us right there, $2. It's starting to go now. Here comes 299.60. And by the way, Google, we've already taken some out there. This was the #1 talk on the sticky note right up. That's not today's sticky note. Where's today's sticky note? There it is right there. Anyways, it's gone. There it is right there. Google 155.56 right there. 155 short. There's the 155. There's the 155. There's the short. There's 154. So that's $1 and trying to go. But here goes Tesla. So we're already in the money now, $2 on Tesla, and we've been getting out. I'm going to get another piece right now in the 80s if we can for Tesla. We may get a fade. We may not. But here it goes, trying to break through 300. Let's hope that is what happens right now. I'm going to punch out a little bit there. We offered 60s. I don't even need to be doing this, to be honest with you. We don't even have that many shares left on Tesla, but we'll get it out just in case it does not break. Put the money in our pocket. We have about a third left on this trade. That's it. So hopefully it will continue to go up, and if it doesn't, we have our out there. Well, let's let it ride, as we say.
Every time I get the hands on the keys for the Tesla break, it pulls back. Well, my hands are freezing, but every single time I'm like, okay, let's focus. It's about to make that breakout. I go over to it, and then nothing happens. There it goes again. It just went to the $0.50 again. HIMS just pulled back under VWAP. I'm shorting the lower highs on HIMS and then covering underneath the volume weighted average price is the plan of action on HIMS and hers. And I know a lot of people are like, yeah, you look at this, look at that. When Tesla breaks, it's going to be the front of the story. QBTS, which was a huge runner and a great winner yesterday, is tracking towards that top. So a double top at 1080, it's just pulled back now, and it's on trend going into that level. So there's a heck of a lot going on here, and it's not just Tesla and Palantir and Apple and all those good things. You are seeing QBTS continue its big run from yesterday's trade.
Yeah, Joe likes that DraftKings pop over there. We're long 36. I mean, we got some out there at 37, 20s, and we just got another out right there. So it did come back in. We're just getting out of small. My focus is really all just on Tesla, but we just noticed that we were back to VWAP. So we were only holding 15%, and we talked about that when it went to the high side. So now we're only in 10% left of our DraftKings, waiting for that one. We have been getting out. Yeah, Tesla's going to go right now. So we just got another piece out. There's our 90 out. So here goes Tesla, man. We are going to punch into this. We'll probably give some back, right? I mean, we'll wait to see what happens here. There it is. So now we are long. No, we are not. I missed that. So there goes Tesla. I'll buy up a little bit now, but I did miss the initial break long there. Good job. Neil got 20s there, so that's going to be a good one. We're going to average into this and see where we can go on that. I'm not even sure. I'm not even sure my Tesla broke higher there. So all right, here it goes, Tesla. Let's wait to see. We're now in that position as it does fade back out a little bit. You got 20s. I crossed 25 and missed it, but here comes Tesla right now, back through 3 bills, and let's see if it does hold it. We're long TSLA.
Yeah, Tesla, an absolute rocket ship right now, but it's losing that 299. Sorry, it's losing that 300 area. It got to 70. No, check that. It got to 84. I got 77. It was the best fill up there, but it got to 384. So the first dollar, it doesn't seem to want to take yet. The scaling, well, you see the size of the move. The scaling's not going to be the best on this chart today, but Tesla holding the trend line to the upside. And I think about kind of looking at this, I don't have my drawing tool up, like this is your steep upward trend from the pullback. If you lose that, like you're under 299.5 right now, and I still like 295 a little bit better. So if we lose that, I'm buying the dips into 295 and then just going somewhere else. So that's what just happened. I was able to get a bunch of fills there in front of the first dollar, but that to me has to fly right away when you're chasing a $10 move. So it didn't. Oh, by the way, HIMS did pull back in. I was able to get like 49.5 on that one. So it did give like that 1% move down, but it hasn't done too much more than that yet. I still like the short in HIMS, but I'm willing to jump out of Tesla if it breaks trend, get 95, or if it breaks a second time up at the 300, just keep on taking it on the 300 break until we get something bigger than the like 70, 80 cents it just moved.
All right, so we have multiple dollar clubs. You want to do it for Google because there's a dollar for Google right now, as we just got a 154 print. We could also do it for DraftKings. There's a dollar on DraftKings as well. But yeah, right now, we're still just going to wait for this Tesla, man. I mean, we're now down about 70 cents on this trade, just waiting to see what happens. I mean, we've already taken profit, and that's why we did that. We basically got flat. We took $2 there. We're just going to wait to see if it breaks 297. I mean, VWAP is 296.50, so I think that kind of a break, and we'll step out of Tesla. But for right now, this is par for the course, man. We were expecting this move. So here it comes right back in. That's why we're not really panicking too much, but we are going to wait for 296.50 to wind up breaking and then we'll get out of Tesla, because honestly, man, like we just reloaded that there at, not reloaded, we averaged in to it at 299. So now our average price is 299.97. So right now we're out of Tesla. We're out Tesla about $1, give or take. I mean, you could blink and this thing's right back upside. So here it goes right now. So let's wait to see. There it is, a nice little reload for Tesla. Let's see if we can get upside now. $300.50 maybe. It can get me to sell some of my shares at. So here it comes right now. Let's go Tesla. Nice little dip buy opportunity. We're back to flat now on that, but it doesn't mean it's going to go. But let's see if it does now. Take that next level through 3 bills, baby. There it goes. Yeah, let's go, man. The hands of diamond might not be the right play, but there it goes. It's going to the upside right now. Let's go, Joe. Joe likes it. Now we're getting up to the upside. There it goes, man. Tesla, that's what we're talking about, man. Staying with that trend. There goes Tesla again, but we're still not getting too many highs, man. So hopefully we can get up there. We did not get our $300.50. We got $300.30. So we took a 40-cent winner, wow, on Tesla. Can you believe that? Let's wait to see what winds up happening. We already took $2 once. Let's see if we could take multiples of that right now as Tesla's starting to go. So is DraftKings, man. DraftKings is really starting to go as well. Although we don't have too much left of that, we might as well clear this out now as we get going on DraftKings. And oh boy, Neil, bang, there it is, man. It's that trade that we all wanted to take. It is Tesla. Nice upside, man. Just got our 50 print. So let's see if we can get going just a little bit more now on TSLA as we step up and in on this name. So there goes Tesla. Let's just keep on flying, man. $1 now on TSLA on shares. Trust me when we're telling you that. So there goes Tesla. Nice move there through 3 bills and ripping. It's Tesla, and it is a good one.
Yeah, it just got to 301 actually. Yeah. Just now. I retook it back through the 300 level. We said we'll take multiple cracks at this one, and it is back through that 300, so we're back into the long. I want to make sure we get over to NVIDIA here, because NVIDIA still challenging. We did have that long. It's a flat trade for us because we were able to get some out for wins a couple of times, but we're trending down on NVIDIA, and it needs to break this trend. So unfortunately, nothing yet, but I want to see a trend break on NVDA, and then we're going to join into that long trade.
boy.
Apple as well going to be in play for us for the short if it gets back to that $200 level. But right now, Tesla, it's Tesla's party, and it's just trying to get past that 301. It's a squeeze play, everybody. Anybody that was short, anybody that was short this thing on the death cross, anybody that was short in front of 290, this is Liberation Day, I suppose, for them. Yeah, going to be pretty nasty when Tesla gets to 305 for a lot of those short trades. Oh, Bitcoin, by the way, Bitcoin still hasn't pulled back. It's like Bitcoin is holding these highs. You're at 103.6. I'm buying the next available dip on IBIT, and then we're just going to be in.
I mean, I didn't think we could do any better than we have done the last couple of days, and then all of a sudden today happened. So I don't, I have to talk, we have to be somewhat humble, but we also have to tell you about the wins and the trades that we have on board. I mean, this DraftKings trade is now $1.50 in the money. This Google trade is $1 in the money short. This Tesla trade is now, we've now taken out of this trade like $6, $7. Like we were long down here at 297, 298, right? And now we reloaded it, and now it is absolutely ripping. So right there, daily goal met, correct? But we did lose on Palantir, so we'll have to wait to see if that one can get going. And we just heard that Palantir was also trying to break out a little bit as well. So there goes Palantir trying to get going. But oh boy, man, oh boy, this is the real winner here today is Tesla. We waited for it. We traded, I think I traded it pretty perfect. Like long there, long on the break. I'm taking that all day. Then long on the reload. Oh, geez, man. Now we are starting to go. Like this is what trading's all about, man. Just keep this going. Let's go Tesla on shares. Like when we're putting on shares, we're putting on shares. There goes Tesla. Let's go, man. 304 right now. You can hear the boys behind us are getting excited, and for good reason. Also, my boy Joey Money over there hops on Mini-Me. I'm calling this guy Mini-Me. Hops on the bandwagon here with DraftKings as well. So good trade there, Joey Money. Good trade, Neil. I'm glad you got that as well. Let's hope that NVIDIA can follow. But oh boy, we having one today on Tesla.
Yeah, Tesla just did a nice topping tail. Look, we took it multiple times. We'll be in Tesla all day, I think, the way it's trending. But I remember the last time this happened. At the end of the day, we're chasing a $15 move here. So I'm taking it step by step. And the next step was going to be anywhere in front of that 304. So go out to the daily chart. Right in here, there's your 304. That's the most local high. And then the next available dip that we can get. If it's 300, great. If it's 301, great. The other thing that happened there, of course, was NVIDIA did break the trend line. So there's the break of the trend line. I'm giving it to the prior bar low. It's only 117.5. But I feel like if the market's going to go screaming, then I want NVIDIA to participate. Apple, we'll see about Apple. But at this point, like I don't know if I need to rush into that Apple short. It is pressing to that $200 level on Apple. I am looking for the continuation short on Apple, but we'll be very patient with it. I want to get the next available dip here on Tesla, hopefully back into this prior high 301. Let's go to Adara. It's already 10 o'clock. What's happening now?
What's happening is obviously quite a lot of excitement. I don't think anything I can say in this segment is going to overpower the wonder of seeing Tesla break that $300 level, but we'll do what we can here. S&P 500 relatively flat. NASDAQ also up about 0.5%. NASDAQ looking slightly better here. Tons of Fed comments, though not as many as you might expect. During the day, we're only getting 4 Fed speakers. And one of them is starting right now, Fed's Goolsbee. However, 1 p.m., we're getting comments from a press briefing from White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt. And then 4 p.m. after the close, Trump signing even more executive orders than 3 more Fed speakers after the close. So a lot of this action is actually going to be happening not during market hours. Regardless, Fed Kugler commenting this morning that Q1 data apparently showing some front loading ahead of the tariffs, and there could be a slowdown in the economy on the near term. Here's Cloudflare, NET. We've talked about a lot of these earnings plays. I want to talk about some we haven't discussed as much. Cloudflare, numbers more or less flat, pretty close to estimates on both EPS and sales. And then their guidance also pretty much in line with estimates. So in line, pretty much summarizing these earnings for Cloudflare. Then we have Boeing trying to stay positive here. Pretty blue skies here for BA after getting some positive commentary about the company from the Trump administration, notably Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick and trade advisor Peter Navarro. We also have Coinbase, Mara, CleanSpark on watch. Bitcoin, a lot of these crypto names giving some back, but these names also reported earnings, so they're on watch here too. Coinbase actually trying to push higher after a pretty weak initial earnings reaction. Let's send you back to the guys in that Tesla 300.
Yeah, when you meant 300, that was a great break, of course. But now, Neil, it's at 304. So there goes Tesla, man. The money machine is not stopping right now. Print, baby, print right now on Tesla. I'm just taking more out here at 304 and then just going to hold. I still have more than half of this position still on. So, I mean, this is what, like, once you get that confidence, and especially coming off of what was yesterday where we were 5 for 5, and then coming through today, and we're going to be hot fire again today, including like this Palantir was the one that we dropped out. And I feel real good about not taking a big L on this one. But there it is, man. You mentioned that 305 area. So, wow, there goes, I don't even know. Let's just do this. I don't know what to do. Congratulations to everybody that's out there right now, man. Tesla is on one. Congratulations to DraftKings traders as well. DraftKings is on one there today now. But wow, man, 304, 305. I'll just take out another piece there at 50s. And then now let's just see what happens at 305. Tesla is gone. There's no point in me really doing anything anymore. We've already taken out a huge trade. This will be P&L 1. It's absolutely Rip City right now for Tesla. It's going hard right now, and we're still in this name. More than half. We've just been getting a little bit out, so I'd say we have about 45% left. But there goes Tesla, man, to the moon. And I mean, we could just talk about other names if you want to. I'm only in 3 of them right now. DraftKings, as it was written on the list, 306. Google, as it was written on the list, 155. The TQs, we're not in that. That was 59.50 we wrote down long. That got pretty close down to 60, but we're not in that. And there's Tesla bouncing a little bit off. So we got some outs. I'm going to take another piece right now at 4s. Our best out looks like 04.50. And here we go. Let's just break 05, and then we'll go from there. I don't know. Hopefully your NVIDIA and HIMS is working, but this Tesla is...
They're both in the money. I missed by about 3
ridiculous.
cents on I was muted for a sneeze, sorry. I missed by about 30 cents on that dip buy, and Tesla's flying that way. It was coming right back in and was going to go long off the 01 level. Let me just quickly go over, where's my bid on HIMS? 49. Okay, that's starting to come back in. I did miss a bit of a reload opportunity at HIMS above VWAP, but I'm going to try and respect the support that's been on the stock at the 49 level. It gets down there. The market's absolutely flying to the upside. It's trying to break out the highs right now, being dragged by Tesla, being dragged by actually Apple as well, trying to go topside. So if we bounce off 49, I want to make sure we take that out. HIMS is a name that can definitely go squeezing on us for sure. Bitcoin is pulling back into VWAP. So Bitcoin got to about 103.6, not quite 104, but first shot at the volume weighted average price incoming for BTC. That was actually front of the plan. Tesla wasn't until it was breaking 300, but Bitcoin in front of VWAP is going to be one. We're going to buy that dip and continue in the trend, and I'm still going to take the next available dip in Tesla. I just missed it by 30 cents.
All right, guys, what do you want to talk about? We're now $6 in on a position here, so that's a couple times now we've been speechless over the last couple days. But this is what trading is, right? I mean, you got to have these plays on board. You got to look for them. So we did that, and now we are in those names. All right, so I'm just going to go back over the work here. So DraftKings 36 long, you know, we have that one. Let's look at something else. Let's see what's going on with the firm. Now that DraftKings is sort of pulling back a little bit, let me just exit one more piece now. We'll punch out there a little bit, and then we have a very, very small piece left of that. Tesla is having a little bit of a problem, maybe at 305. All right, I'll get out of another piece now at 84. All right, we just took another piece out. There's so much volume now, you just hit offer enter and you get your price. So that's what's happening on Tesla. The other names that we want to look at, you just talked about Bitcoin a little bit. Let's have a quick look at IBIT. Now $58. Wow, I mean, I'm long this name at like 31 or $2 or something like that on IBIT. Basically when it IPO'd, when it came out. So we can find out what that price is. Yeah, so might even be better than that. Yeah, I think it is. Is it 21? I don't know. We're long IBIT really early because I switched over
From
some of my coins into
whatever it
IBIT.
is.
Wow. I mean, guys, I don't even know. I might have to go for a walk here. Tesla is just absolutely moonwalking right now to that upside. Now $6 just took out 306 right now, Joseph. This is a banger 100p right now, man. I mean, this is life is good. That's for sure. But when you got this trade on, it makes things feel just that much better. What's up, KK and everybody there in the chat, man? I hope you guys are printing today. This is, again, like I said, yesterday was a monster day because of Palantir. And today it's like, oh boy, Neil, there it goes again. Man, now we're $7 right now on this one, man. The chef is cooking. Chef Curry might not be playing for the Warriors, but I'm playing for you guys right now. There it goes, man. 307s right now on Tesla. And remember, when this broke lower, we don't have any outs down here, man. I was like, it's calm and cool as a pickle when we said that we're getting stopped out if it breaks 297. That stop is still in there. So obviously, we don't need to worry about that right now, as there it goes, right? I mean, when you're going to hold something, again, long 299, 299.50, 300, $3, it's nice to get 7. So there it is, man. It's a nice move now to the upside. Let's just keep on going, man. Best trading week of your career, COPC. Congratulations, man. And I'm just glad that you have found us. I mean, that's, for me, that's what it's all about. Because, hey, man, we're doing this every day. So, again, guys, thank you so much for watching. Let's just keep on making highs here on Tesla. And there it goes, man, 307. Okay, I'll put another offer. I mean, every dollar up, let's just get some more out here. It just bounced down 50 cents off 307. But I mean, I can't believe like a reload on that is 50 cents. But here it goes, man. Maybe 307 is the top.
There's nothing on the daily that suggests anything. After the 304 level, I mean, look, you can look at these all you want. It's just after the 304 level, there's 310, and then there's like 325. So that's pretty much it. IBIT for now cannot seem to break through the high of the day. So we got VWAP. That's great. Step one, bounce off VWAP. We're happy about it. But we go back into the high. We can't break 103.7, unfortunately, on IBIT. So right now it's holding trend. I like that. I'm going to continue with the long. HIMS is still in the money, so really don't care about that one at this particular point. It's NVIDIA that's not going. Like Tesla gone, IBIT's on trend, NVIDIA broke the trend line and cannot seem to get off VWAP. So like at this point, I'm not going to add to this position. I'm not offering until we get to the 118 level and do something. But if we break down under VWAP, I'm getting out of this thing. I don't know why it's so weak, relatively speaking, but it is. Bitcoin strong, Tesla strong. Apple's still doing the same thing it was before. Lower highs, higher lows. I still think Apple's a breakout at 201. So if we get that 201, 201 quarter, I still want to be going into the breakout long on Apple, but it's starting to run out of steam a little bit. And shout out to Tariff Trump Slump, the TTS. D-Wave hopefully ramps above 12. Lots of great trading. Traders keep trading. D-Wave, we were mentioning that one was holding that trend line really nicely on QBTS. Let's see if it's, oh my goodness, yeah, it absolutely held that like a rock. So it's through yesterday's highs, but it's not through the triple top on the daily chart. That doesn't happen until $12 and change. But D-Wave, if anything can, I guess it would be this. And remember, they're the ones that had the earnings. Like I know there's like Rigetti and I forget the other one off the top of my head. But these guys had the earnings, they had the big numbers. That's why you want to follow the QBTS wave if you're in those names. It might be time to...
maybe IonQ maybe is what you're looking for, yeah.
That's the one. It was IonQ is the one that I was thinking about. They also reported.
Yeah.
But what I have to respect, hey, we got our reload off the lower high trend on HIMS, but it's starting to hold the volume weighted average price. So at this point, with the market trying to break highs, if it breaks above VWAP here, I'm just going to jump out of it. I still want that low of the day. But the only short that I was looking at that wasn't Apple was this. And it's got a nice range, but it's not extending through like you'd expect HIMS to. Yeah,
we're watching this. Tesla is pulling back a little bit. We just took so many outs, though, at 306, that once it broke 305, we take another piece out again. So just looking back, I think I still have about a quarter of the positions that we had in this initially. So yeah, I mean, it is falling down. Not every trade is going to continuously move higher. So if we're going to take some out every dollar on the way up, then we should also probably do that on the way down so we don't get caught like, with whatever in our hands. So hopefully that doesn't continue to trend this way, but I'm taking out another piece right there right now at 304 and we just got filled on it. So it's still $5 in the money, but we did pull off of that 306. And so just looking at this trade again, downside, right? If we break back down through 300, I still have that 299 set up. 297 as of now, but I don't want this to go red.
Bye-bye Apple.
Bye-bye Apple. Yeah, it's bye-bye Google too. Google's still $1 in the money, and that's even trying to go lower. But yeah, 299, 300 break, 299.50. If we break that, and I know that's going to be my out. 299.50 of what we have left. I do now have 20% left. So it's easy to calculate. So maybe you can guess how many shares I had. But so far so good. You see the background happening right there. We do have Studio 8 right now being worked on. So as you can see, the brains of the operation there behind us. What's up, Juan, Mark, everybody else right there. There it is. Studio 8 coming into play there. And what that is, if you didn't know, well, welcome to the club. It's just a big renovation. There we go, right there. Hey, Michael, how's it going, Michael? Good to see you, Michael. Hi, Michael.
Juan in the house.
There's Michael. He doesn't know what to find. Hi, Michael. Hi, Juan. Okay, Juan understands the game. Hey, Juan, how's it going, guys? We're just talking about the renovation. So we're very, very excited. Hey, Randy, how's it going, Randy and Mark? And there's the crew right now. So thank you guys for that. But yeah, we are doing this big studio reno. And if you do hear us sneezing every once in a while, there might be some dust.
It's killing my
allergies. Around a little bit here. But we want to be a big thank you to everybody for watching. We are going to be going through some changes here in the studio, and it's for the bigger and the better. I mean, we just don't.
The feel's going to be so much better.
You can see the way, exactly. You can see the way sort of the trading for me has evolved. The show's evolving. We're evolving with you. We want to thank everybody for your patience and for the support, right? Because it's the super chats, it's the watching us, it's everything. The YouTube revenue, like we're putting it back into work here and giving you guys more of hopefully what you want, including all four of us
and more fritters
trading at once. That's like I can sit over here and talk to Joe, he's bigging up all these trades. We're doing it together. We're doing it live. But in a few months, we're all doing it live. And that should be a lot of fun. You'll see Sharif lose his mind on some of these small caps. You see Mr. Moneyman over there, Joe coming into play as well. I mean, this guy's wearing he's
blazer every day.
The blazer,
now.
yeah, and also the patch. This guy, the pocket square, this guy's ready to rock and roll every single day. So we're excited for that. We're excited for you guys, man. It's been a long time coming, in my opinion. So we're really happy to have this.
He's giving Raheem
should be fun.
a run for his money. I have to admit, Joey Options is looking rather legit up there. And shout out to
Mabu.
Mabu.
This guy's turning Italian every day.
Shout out to Mabu in the chat. You had your biggest train day as well. It's absolutely, look, this market. What's crazy about it is this market's not doing anything. You don't have to worry about it. Like just being the names that are trying to go. Like Tesla might be pulling back now, but I think if it gives us VWAP, that's probably going to be a gift here today. But that's the NASDAQ. But there's plenty that's rallying. Like just have a quick look at Mara. Look at that. Look at this sucker.
Let me take a look at that.
Like, are you kidding me? 12% on Mara? I bet you, whatever. I bet you I bet you MSTR is flying, but I haven't looked at it today, so don't at me. Yeah, somehow I knew that I was going to do that, and it was going to be disappointing on MSTR. So Mara, they reported it wasn't that great. I decided to stick with Bitcoin because it was on plan. We pulled into VWAP once and bounced, but I need us to break that high, which it happens to be $59 on BTC, but I think it's like 103.7 if you're following in. Oh, I did get out of HIMS. HIMS, remember, like the short was working, it was grinding lower, and like it's making this compression pattern. If it holds VWAP, let's just get out of it and make sure that we're not down on the stock. It's like, look, it's trending up. So if you can get away with it and be up on it when it's trending up against you, then just get out of the trade. Like the market, not really doing much. I don't want to sit here when this can squeeze. We know what HIMS can do. Like I wanted it breaking down and following through under 50. It never happened. So if we break 51, maybe we challenge that double top and this turns into a squeeze again on HIM to the S. You say, City Boy says good entry for MSTR. Maybe it plays a little bit of catch up. But I think Bitcoin's going to have to break that high. If Bitcoin breaks a high, MSTR should go flying. But see, it's making a lower high. I think you play the dips and just be patient with it.
We're getting out some more Tesla. Let's go over to Palantir. First of all, Google's still that dollar in the money. Oh, Canada. Because why not? All right, so that's that. So Google, huge move down. DraftKings, huge move up. Tesla, back to highs of day. What? Okay, here. What? I mean, what are we even doing? All right, that's 320. That high we've already broken through. That little wick high right there is 308, 310. I mean, it's just bombs away. The market's not even doing anything, and Tesla is ripping up 8% today. I don't even know. This is like, I really love trading Tesla and Palantir, like two completely like meme crazy cult stocks that if you're not looking, like the amount of money on Palantir and Tesla just like in this last little while, you know, it's really like those kind of stocks. And that's why I kind of went over to Rivian to see if that was kind of going, because yesterday Rivian had its day. It's pulling back a little bit right now, but that could be, I mean, we looked at Lucid also. I'm just trying to look at some other names. Okay, that's still 250. All right, Lyft, today we talked about a 14 or so bid. That never came in, man. Lyft, it just keeps on going, 22% now to the upside. This is what I mean, like, sure, you know, I'm up, having another good day, and there's so many other names to look at. Like there's Lyft, there's ASST as well. So shout out to anybody trading this name today as well. This is made a move down.
QBTS.
Yeah, QBTS. Like not everything's going to be all Mag 7, which is why I'm looking at and why we hit DraftKings today as well on earnings. I mean, if things hit, things hit. Let's just look at the NASDAQ quickly because I was going to look at TQQs. Coming back into 5950. I'm still there. I'm at 59.50. So if that can come in, let's just see if that can play a little bit. The market, though,
it's about to break trend.
Yeah, it's about to break trend. That's the question that I'm trying to deal with right now because it's 10:20. Now remember, we talked about what's written down on here. Sure, it's 3 for 3 today, but that's early, right? Like I'm not making plays based on like when I write that down. That's my early look. Basically, as the market is opened up, now you have a bunch of different fields. We didn't even have Tesla on the board. So we'll still try it down there because it looks like it was a good level, but we got to be careful now. Not all of the levels that I'm posting up on here are going to be ones that we keep on reloading on or keep looking at. Palantir, that's a name that we like to look at. I just talked about Lyft a little bit. We talked about Boeing trying to get that name as well. So that did have a breakout. I think the level was, what was it, 194? Like there was a level here that it's right there.
I thought it already broke it.
That's exactly right.
Yeah,
so
it's
right here, right now, right here, right now.
Right.
But yeah, right here, right now. 193, I think. You could look for now because we've broken higher. Now it's just doing this. But like this is not exciting me the same way that some of these other plays are, right? So we got to wait to see if Boeing does come back into the level that we were thinking about. The next one that's going to execute is going to be TQQs. We have less than 2% left of DraftKings. So we got a gift when that just made a move all the way up. We told you we only had 15% here. So then 2.5% all the way up, leaving us with 2.5% now. So we'll have to wait to see where DraftKings is going, and it looks like right now, unfortunately, it's going to the downside. So
the market just
look at Google.
Like the second support broke, this is why you trade with stops, because this is the one that wasn't working. It was NVIDIA, right? Like NVIDIA, okay, early on it worked on the initial breakout, but I meant like this. Since we bought it off VWAP, it wasn't working, is what I mean. The second you break that floor, we just absolutely flushed back in here. So we're getting a big dip. We're going to go to a dare for the small cap recap.
Wow.
I feel like I should have held on to that. No, HIMS is still presenting me with a short opportunity. I might try to get back into HIMS off that high as the market clearly is making a turn. But let's see how the small cappers are doing here with Adara.
The unofficial theme of this small cap recap is day 2 earnings plays. We're going to get to that in a second. Here's IWM. Still green on the day, but giving up some of its early strength. We've got a pretty nasty red candle forming right now in the 15-minute chart. Then we have Sunrun, RUN. This is the first of 2 day 2 earnings plays, small caps here. RUN beating on EPS and sales when they reported, I believe it was Wednesday night. but they do also have a 28% short float to be aware of. Nice push to the upside. Then we have NVVE Nuvve Holdings. This is a great look. Apparently engaging multiple digital asset advisory consultants to accelerate one of its subsidiaries. So good look here for NVVE, under 3 million share float, I believe about 2.88 million shares. QBTS is the last one. This is D-Wave Quantum. They reported earnings on yesterday morning. They're also at day's highs, so great look here for QBTS. IONQ is another day two quantum earnings play if you're on the lookout for those. Back to the guys.
Yeah, obviously the quantum names all going to be in play. That NVVE has been incredibly impressive. I mean, the volume really good here at 100 million. For everyone that's asking, the current tap on the halt is flat. So 294 into a 294 tap. So it's high of the day right now. Should be a 5-minute halt. When you saw the market just pull back in, Bitcoin just got back to VWAP, so we reloaded at the volume weighted average price on BTC. That's about it. And where did you go, Apple? Apple didn't really lose VWAP. It's breaking trend down, but it hasn't really flushed through VWAP yet. So if I'm not going to get the short off the high, the trend break under the volume weighted average price might be the only way to go. I'm not back into the him short, didn't really set up. And Scott, we can absolutely look at Mara. Clearly, with Bitcoin trending up, that's a piece of the story. The other piece is it's squeezing. You know, the miners haven't been the biggest game in town. It is broken through this 15 level, and I guess the shorts are deciding, yeah, let's give up on this one for the short term. I do forget offhand what the short float is on this, but I do believe it's over double digits. So a bit of a squeeze play. It's at the next resistance right now. I wouldn't be chasing the tops though on Mara, but good look for you. I like Bitcoin better.
Now Google's now $2 and still going downside right now. So we talked about getting out of some of this in our own account. We didn't do it, but there goes Google, man. And it is the number one. And I'm going to keep talking about it's 10:30 right now. We've made lots of trades today, to be honest with you. But thank you for I got to get to, maybe I need a new one of these. How many subscribers do we have? I want to hit everyone, hit the like and the subscribe. 500,000 subscribers right now. But if you're going to look here, this is the Google trade, 155 to 156 short. Like we have 155 short right now, as we've written down on there, as well as the DraftKings. And then now we have TQs that just came into position. But there it is right there. Look at this name just continue to bleed down. Like, I guess I don't have that much faith in this because we're getting out of this name to the point now where unfortunately we only have 10% left of this trade. So, all right, so the TQs we talked about, I'm out of 40% of this one, but it hasn't really done too much there. So it does go back up into 65. We're able to get that. Remember I told you early, like this does not look like a healthy environment right now. So we were a little worried about, oh crap, that's right, sorry, my bad. We were a little bit, I did get out some more Tesla there as well at 304. I'll talk about that in a minute, but the TQs, I'm still gonna try to respect the levels that I wrote down here, and that was between 59 and 59.50 long. I'm actually going to wait. My next bid on this is 59.15. So that's what I'm gonna wait for right now for the move on the TQs. But you know, if you're interested in trading the way potentially I'm trading or any of us around here, then Trade the Pool might be the one for you. Traders funded by Trade the Pool have been cashing out. We're talking 5,300, 15,000, 36,000, 29,000. Here's how it works. You pay a one-time evaluation fee starting at just $47, and that's it. That's your total risk. You trade real shares, not CFDs, and you can gain up to $200,000 in company capital. You keep 70% of the profits. A pretty good deal there. There's no margin calls. There's no big account blowups. Scan that QR code right now and even grab your 10% off of that price. So get that and start your journey today with Trade the Pool. And of course, we are here at Real Trading, and I'm putting on some real trades today and the last couple of days as I just hope that you guys are also enjoying the show, trading what you want to, putting those names into the chat so we can find them and help you look for different opportunities. I mean, we've been talking a little bit about QBTS. We looked at some Boeing there. We looked at Lyft, which is taking off there today. But, you know, the bangers in my account have been well
obviously, Mara's going absolutely ham as well, but position board just went. Doesn't matter anyway because we just lost the pre-market low on Bitcoin. So the first time off VWAP was clean. The second time it loses the bottom here on BTC. Second I saw that, the first thing, that's why the first thing I thought was Mars about to flush into VWAP, but it happened too fast. By the time we're getting out of Bitcoin, there was no chance to get that trend break on Mar. It already dropped 2 points, like as quick as you like. It was like out of Bitcoin, call up Mara. You can try to get short, but just not quite fast enough. Apple is continuing to get crushed. I am trying to get back into HIMS, but I want this to break its trend, which is now very, very distinct. Like there's your higher lows from the pre-market, like trend down, there's your higher lows. If it breaks trend, we jump back in, which we've already been into this thing one time. So we'll see what happens next.
Oh my God.
I got to catch a little bit of a bid here, hopefully on iBit, or we're going to break this trend on HIMS. And Tesla, look, if Tesla comes back, the volume weighted average price is still very much in play. That's lining up at almost exactly 300. I shouldn't say exactly when it's like 299.30, but almost exactly 300 would be that volume weighted average price. And even underneath that, 295 is a go zone for sure, because that's the prior high from that daily chart. So I'm still looking dip buy in Tesla.
Yeah, I mean, we've been getting out a little bit on Tesla there. I mean, this Google is an absolute, I'm pretty sad, honestly, because, you know, I have Google in the account and I don't want it in the account. And I talked about getting out of it earlier today. I talked about getting out of it yesterday. I was like taking advantage of that bump up in Google. Should have been taken out yesterday in and around 155. And now today I feel like there's a lot of traders with that FOMO kind of thinking as well, that, hey man, we've missed the opportunity to get out. And that's why Google was the #1 trade idea, not on the watch list today, nor to be found except for on your sticky notes. So good trade there. But yeah, okay, so we'll just give back. Look, okay, what we're making on Google is double this, but we'll give back a little bit there. So we'll slap a fail on the TQs, breaking back now below 59. I mean, we tried it there. We talked about 59.15s. That's where we bid it. So we're not just, that's not a trade. The trade was right here. We were able to take a little bit out and then thankfully getting out of the rest as we do come back in right there for the TQQs. So not a great movement right now in the NASDAQ. Like I'm hearing nothing at all from the news story. I mean, I don't even know the last time we even heard from Adara as a news story. So the market is really just giving it up and heading back down. So yeah, man, some of the profits are coming back out. We did talk a little bit more about Tesla. And again, good outs, man. 304, 305. Like we're not too heavy in this anymore. We have we talked about having 20%. We now have about 14% or so left on this one. But yeah, it is coming back. Watch out for VWAP. We said that would be our out, and that's 300. So that's coming in right now. So hey, man, we played this pretty well today. I'm pretty happy with our performance. So I'm not going to be sad about it. Just going to watch and see what winds up happening now. Possible reload coming up for Tesla. But we do have Adara on the desk here with our crypto update. Are we going to do that now? It's a little bit early, but
I thought she had news.
Okay, she wants to go now. So all right, so let's go over to Adara and hear what she's up to.
We're about 30 seconds early here for these crypto update, but I did want to go early because I wanted to talk about some things I'm seeing down the wire. I want to clarify, I'm not seeing any huge news about any specific stock, nor am I seeing anything about the market as a whole. There are some comments that came out a couple of minutes ago here, probably around 10:25, from Swiss officials ahead of this China-U.S. meeting in Switzerland. Basically what they said here, apparently the Chinese delegation is going to be coming for a second round of trade talks through in July, and they basically said the U.S. should refrain from new increase in customs tariffs, and the pause in tariffs should not be lifted here during negotiations. They also said they have the impression that the U.S. is seeking tailor-made solutions with individual countries. None of this is new. It's really just, I guess, what the Swiss officials are feeling out here ahead of this meeting between the U.S. and China, which is going to take place in Switzerland. I just wanted to kind of read through those so that people are made updated. But in terms of specific news for any specific stocks, I'm honestly really not seeing anything. Here is the market. Bitcoin having a little bit of an issue getting above that, decisively above that 104,000 level. MSCR high of days here, $430, currently trying to hold on to 415, actually below 415. Bitcoin basically looking pretty similar to the market. We have a strong push, and then we drop to the downside. But we're at a pretty key level here for Bitcoin because we're coming into recent support here on this 3-minute chart. If I go to like a shorter term chart here, that 102.5. Right now, we just kind of bounce off of that 102.6 level. So let's see if that bounce can hold. But basically, key levels here and lots of action on any entity you look at, Bitcoin especially of note. Let's take a look here at Binance to see what other crypto names are doing. Ethereum, talking about this one off camera, Ethereum's been incredibly strong lately, up 17% today and above 2,300. We were well below 2,000 just a couple weeks ago, it feels like. XRP up 7%, Solana 8.5%, Cardano 8%, Dogecoin almost 10%. So lots of strength in these crypto names continues. Bitcoin actually moving a lot less than some of these other names are to the upside today. Back to you.
Tesla's a really nice rebound. Google's a nice rebound. We are back into TQs because it broke through 59 again to the upside. So we just scalped a bunch out again for 10s, 12s, 13s, I think was the highest spot we got. We did revenge trade it a little bit, like we used some bigger shares there. Not revenge trading, but it broke back through the level that we liked. So we do put on our biggest position of the TQ, so that's why we did empty it out. I'm actually out of half right now, just for 15 cents, or even less than that. 10 to 15 cents, because I'm going to use that bottom, which is 20 cents away, as my out. So I do want to be somewhat responsible here, as we've talked about it, man. Fed speak, plus really nothing happening, which is making me a little bit nervous. So I don't know, man. We'll ride this. And then we got really lucky. I said Tesla was at a reload spot, but I was too busy looking at the TQs. But whatever, man. We'll take $4 off that as well. That was right there, 301. We just got out 304.12s on that bump back up. So what goes bump in the night? Tesla today, that's for sure. So that's a huge move, man. $7 we took on that. But there goes the TQs. Hopefully that can hold this level. The market just turned red. So it was a good morning and not so much anymore. Crypto still holding out at 103. So that's nice to see.
It's trying.
It's trying, yeah. So all is well over on this.
Well, my guess is Bitcoin's holding, but I would question what the altcoins are doing right now. So Tesla didn't get to VWAP, which is a strong sign for it, the way the market is dropping, but NVIDIA did a big-time bottoming tail through 116, but look how quickly it's retesting down that 116 level. I'm trying to zoom out so you can see. There you go. So double bottom from yesterday, and I want this to play back into the volume-weighted average price. You would have seen me slip in and out because of HIM's flat. So on the way back up, this retested VWAP, I was like, VWAP's at 50, my over-under's at 50, and I think I put it in there at like 70-something instead of a 90-something, but the second it came in, I just got out of it flat. No, I wanted to see it reverse off VWAP or hold the 50 level, so no need to fight that one in there. So NVIDIA is the only thing that we are still in, and we just got into this mean inversion play, but if it takes out that prior bar, like this bar low 116, I'm jumping out. The market got real heavy. And if we can't do a better bounce than this, then forget about it. I have gangster movies in my head because of something Sean said this morning, and I can't get Bronx Tale out of my head either, which is a fantastic movie. But shout out to anyone that managed to take a profit on those longs, because this is looking really heavy on the NASDAQ. This is not even, unless we get a higher low, I'm not even thinking reload on this. Like you break 116, just jump out of it. My first thought is, well, what are the other chips doing? Are they any better right now? AMD's holding what is, I think, a better low because it never broke the bottom, so it's a little bit stronger. It's got a nice range-bound trade, and that's the difference. NVIDIA broke the low and flushed. AMD seems like it's holding up at least a little bit better. And then the other name that I called up, look, I own shares of ARM. We were trading it yesterday to see if it could have held range. No, ARM breaks the low as well. So NVIDIA looking relatively weak. That means I'm not going to be reloading it off this 116 level until it shows me higher lows. If it can put in some higher lows, really round this bottom off fair, then we'll add to it and play it into VWAP. For now, it just looks like a very, very weak market. Apple continues to break lower. Should have had more short ideas, but that was really, outside of Apple and HIMS, I was really not looking short, to be honest with you.
Yeah, no, it's, we were looking, we have a huge short here, but we just got stopped out, and we're fine with getting this stop out. We even got some more profits or more outs before this happened. But yeah, man, the market is now breaking big time. And we're able to even get more out on Tesla on that bump up, as Neil was talking. That was 2 minutes ago we got that. But yeah, here we go. It's Fade City right now. That is for sure as we come back in now. So Google 250 in the money, Tesla 250 in the money. DraftKings, we reloaded over here on DKNG at that bottom. So I'm going to take an opportunity to get out right now. Oh, no, I thought I was hearing something.
happened?
No, it's all good.
What is that?
An alarm is going off over there. That's okay. Just, I don't need anything happening with the computers around here. But there it is, man.
I
It's a
thought
nice,
it was like a battery backup. I was freaking.
Exactly, yeah. So nice move there on DraftKings, taking a little bit of profit. I'm going to drop this out if it breaks 90s there to the downside. But here comes Tesla right back into 300 at VWAP again. So bye-bye Tesla to the downside. And we have less than 10% left, so it's so far so good. But we got to watch out for this move coming back in now on Tesla.
Yeah, I saw one in the chat just went at the liquidation alarm. No, the fear was that it was some kind of a battery backup, because when I hear a beeping sound, and Sean knows this is true from when we owned our own office, my first thought is, oh, we're about to lose power.
Yep, we could lose power.
And we're not. We're okay. But I wish I could tell you I was in some shorts. But I can tell you right now that traders funded by Whoops, I got the wrong one. That's on me. Traders looking for opportunities to find shorts should be using e-signal, because maybe I would have found one if I was paying closer attention to my trade rate, which was popping off on a whole host of names that I can show you guys a little bit later. So traders, listen up, everybody. It's still 1 month free. So you have the ability to try a new charting platform out there, which is a fantastic way to backtest, forward test, use any indicator you want, hook up to multiple brokers so you can trade directly through it, level 2 access so you can see the actual book and not just the charting. It's intuitive, it's reliable, it is the best charting platform out there, and you can try it for 1 month for free. So all in one spot, step up your game. Trade smarter, not harder. 1 month free. Scan the QR code you see right there in front of you. Check the link in the description and try e-signal. Yeah, I don't think when it's free, it's hard to regret taking a shot. And if you do, then, well, I mean, I don't know what to tell you. That's the right price, as far as I'm concerned. I'm gonna get back into HIMS. I know I was in and out flat at this price, but it was more, I wanted this on the way down testing, not just sitting there on the offer on the way back into the upside. So I'm going to play this into 50 or 50-10 or so. Just realized I didn't have my stop order because I canceled it when I got out of the other one. So I'll get my stop back in there, and we're going to short this one underneath the volume-weighted average price. Apple's a little bit too far gone. NVIDIA.
Look at Google. Oh, my God.
Yeah, like NVIDIA 116, remember, like I'm not reloading NVIDIA. I don't know why we're so bearish on this. Well, the market's so bearish. That's a quick, tight stop, and now you're flushing. 115 is the prior high on the daily on NVIDIA. That's pretty much all you got left. Like this 115 level that it looks like we want to test. Okay. Why does that wick underneath 115? Oh, dark pool wick. So yeah, 115 is the big level. Looks like we're about to test it now. I'll get rid of that dark pool wick a little bit later, but we're getting to 115 rather quickly here, everybody.
Yeah, that's my level written down right there, NVIDIA for 115. So yeah, man, we're going to try to take that for sure. If that was in there, now it's coming right back in. Watch out for Tesla, man. We did get a reload there, and we got a couple outs in and around 301, but we're watching out for 299. If that dips out, we are gone on that one. Google, just the trade of the day turning out to be, man, just to the downside. Like, we're happy to obviously rake what we did on Tesla, but this Google is like the undercover brother right now, man. This is making a huge move downside. We're $3. Like, we were celebrating $8 on Tesla, but this $3 move is only a $155 name. So that is a nice move downside for sure, right there on our friend Google, which is no longer a friend of mine. All right, and then if we're going to stick to our sticky notes, then we got to watch out for this play right there. So there's NVIDIA. We are long right now. We like that 115. It's what we wrote down earlier. So we're going to take it, and we're going to see what winds up happening right now for us on Google. But
NVIDIA,
yeah,
you mean?
Sorry, on NVIDIA. Google's already, yeah, good call there. Google's already doing what it needs to do for me. But DraftKings out of that again. Nice reload right there. This one we can officially say is a reload, so that's so far so good there. Okay, there goes Tesla. It just broke. It's over with. Yeah, it's over with. So we'll fire off the hot dog cannon.
There's still 95, remember.
Yeah. But it did break 99 there, so we'll wait to see. Maybe that could have been that might have been a bad trade, bad out there. It does break and we get out. Now it's up $1 from there. But you know what, man? No Tesla, no cry, because your boy is right here again. Our net is even higher than it was before because there is NVIDIA. Man, these trades are falling into our damn lap. Like, all we needed to do was not have gotten stopped out at Tesla, and we'd be right back to where we need to be. But there's NVIDIA, man. It just gives that gift right there. So of 115, all we need to do is follow our rules, man. Follow the yellow brick road, and we should be okay today. That road, of course, shout out to Donald, orange today. So there it goes, man. Yeah, wow. We're having quite the day. I mean, Tesla's bouncing off of 3 bills again, so we'll have to wait to see if that works. I'm happy as a pig in mud right now with this NVIDIA trade, man. There's another 30-cent banger one more time there for NVIDIA. So, hey, man, it's good. Yeah, you could short Tesla, love to trade. I don't know. I mean, that might be a good play in your book, and it might be the right one, too. So, Tesla, I don't even know what was going on, up 7 or 8%. A big trade alert for Tesla, bigger trade alert for NVIDIA right now, though, as it's my newest position. So, you want to say anything before you go over?
No, I mean, the top of my list was actually NVIDIA 115 in the note this morning, but I traded it several times above because I was looking for that long trade. And remember, when it broke that trend, this is the thing about having a bias. If I'm biased long, I often am not taking the trend break, which I did not take that. And look at the trend break on this name. But you have to have yourself an out. And thankfully, when it broke that wedge to the downside, we took it out. The last time it bounced, this is about what you got. You got about like a 50-cent initial move, and it didn't follow through. So I'm thinking the same thing. 50-cent initial move, scalp, and if it doesn't follow through, then we're jumping out. If it holds on the next couple of 3-minute candles, then we look to add to this and see if we can't get into VWAP. Is the market still unusually weak? I mean, we're supposed to be getting deal talk this weekend. We're not supposed to like that? But let's go see what's going on. What sectors are maybe holding up in this pullback with Adara?
Again, I want to specify, I'm not seeing any news for this move because I understand there's a lot of confusion. Believe me, I am also trying to find out what happens, and if I find anything, I'll let you know. But Donald Trump, I haven't even seen any comments from him beyond his flurry of social media posts well before the market opened. Let's talk about these sectors. Something that's not holding up here, Neil and Sean, is technology. Electronic tech and tech services both have some names that are lightly red, not too crazy here. Finance, basically flat. Retail trade, a little bit of red here in Amazon, or Walmart and Costco, but Amazon here relatively flat. Health technology, kind of mixed here. AbbVie, though, pretty strong. Energy minerals, strong. Communications, strong. Utilities does have some strength as well. And consumer durables, Tesla still at 5% after that push above 300. So interesting, really mixed picture here across the board for this market as it tries to find its way with a nice pop, a nice drop, and no news in between. Back to you.
Yeah, it's been an oddly quiet morning in terms of news. We were expecting, you never know. There were literally 3 truths this morning before we even opened the show, and there's been absolutely radio silence since. So the market not liking it. I want to get to at least, look, I know there's a lot of things that we're running heavily that we may have even covered on the way back. Mara's holding VWAP as we speak, and then QBTS, D-Wave, which was the other big runner, is not even close. So if you want relative strength right now, it's in D-Wave as it holds the prior day high on that pullback and now trying to go again. So this stands out to me. I mean, Mara good off VWAP, but if you're holding the high, like the bull flag, that's even better. So D-Wave holds $11, 1080 would be the prior day high. This looks like it's going to make another run at the top as well. Dan McIsaac saying Rumble is strong as well. Not aware of any catalyst for Rumble, but that's what you want to do. When the market's pulling back, sometimes finding that relative strength, it'll really show itself when you get a move like that in the NASDAQ.
Okay. All right. So just like we got stopped out by, maybe we made the bottom wick. I'm not sure. It looks like we did. We get stopped out there at 298.70. Now in the money, $2 off of that price. So that kind of sucks because we did reload Tesla right there. Like we have the bottom long, but then we also have the bottom out. So not much I can do there. That's going to happen. Tesla's still infinitely, but Google's right there as well. We actually wind up making about 3 times as much on Tesla than we do the next best stock there, Google. NVIDIA's trying to say something about that. Let's see how far that can go back upside. And then DraftKings right now. Look, I gotta get some water, but okay, DraftKings, well, maybe not. The show's almost over. Let's put some offers right there at 36.19, but we can't forget Joe's favorite segment and mine. This was for lunch today. Joe hoping for chicken, the complete oppo of what I'm hoping for
I'm
here
hoping
today.
I'd take tuna again.
Yeah, well, today, everyone I think should be somewhat happy. Today should be fun. I mean, I don't know what's going to be on our salad, but we've got blackened tilapia today. So I think that should be pretty good. Blackened means Cajun, though, Adair. I don't know if you want to be too happy about that one there. Roasted baby potatoes, seasoned veg, and chef salad. Sounds great to me. I got to go get some of that blackened tilapia before the animals in the back get it. That's what's for lunch.
It's not going to last.
Good one, man. Great way to end the day there, the week on the lunch menu. So we want to thank our caterers for coming through on that one. Google does make that load just a couple seconds ago, man, and we got it $152.20, $3 almost there, $2.70 to be exact, as we clean that. So see what I'm saying about Tesla? We have the low of the day on Tesla, but this was a full position, like not a full position, but it was a full fill that we had got right there, and then we, hit this. So, we could feel bad about I'm not feeling bad at all about our Tesla trade. This is P&L wise one of the biggest ones of the week, so it's fine. But we just gave up a couple bucks there by getting stopped out. I'm going to try it again as it's pouring in right now, so we'll see if this can go. I'm going to try the $2.99 one more time against that low, and if I get it again, fine. I'm using less shares, so hoping that can work out for us. NVIDIA's pulling back, but you know how I trade, man. I get out when we have these plays. So there it is. We'll get some more out then at 58. Let's just do that. There's another out for us at 58 again. Using good shares, so trying to get out there for a little bit of a profit and keep it in the pocket here today. So yeah, man, Google's an absolute disaster. I'll probably be exiting some of this in my own account right after the show because we should have already done it. Last thing I want to do is be mad when it hits 150. So, all right, so that's Google right now, downside. I don't know.
Remember that story you had on CrowdStrike?
Yep.
In the pre-market? I got to double check as I don't remember exactly what it was, but we absolutely rolled off a cliff here on CrowdStrike, now down 5%. It's trying to get a little bit of a bid. This is one that doesn't look very good when I look at the daily chart. Could be really headed back in for a real retest of like the high 300s. Yeah, not looking very healthy on CrowdStrike. I'll double check this, or maybe Adari will have it. But I didn't think, on first read, I was like, oh, it doesn't seem like it's all that bad. And then it does look like it's getting bad. You're finally trying to hold a higher low here in NVIDIA. So it's looking a little bit more constructive and a potential there's a trend break and then a hold of the support. So looking a little bit better here in NVIDIA for an ad play. And by the way, you're about to break out the high on QBTS. Let's go to Adara.
So I'm going to talk here about the US dollar, but first I want to talk about this CrowdStrike story, and I'd like to make it pretty clear. This is not a new story. It started in October of 2024, and the headlines since then have more or less been the same, just updates of the same general investigation. Basically, CrowdStrike made a deal to sell cybersecurity to the IRS via Carasoft technology. Now, however, Carasoft's been paying CrowdStrike, but the IRS doesn't show that they've been paying for any of this tech. So there's basically a little bit of confusion, of suspicion with regards to what's happening here with CrowdStrike. Why have they not, why is the IRS not showing getting this software, paying for the software, but Carasoft's still making payments to CrowdStrike? So now the newest update from today was that apparently the DOJ is looking into the role that CrowdStrike's bosses or management may have played in this deal. That's the latest update. Again, it's more or less been the same story unfolding very slowly over a series of headlines, over a series of now almost half a year, like several months. Let's talk about the DXY now, because the DXY is higher highs, higher lows on this 3-minute chart, though we're actually still above 100. Let's take a look at the daily for a little bit more clarity here. And as I've been talking a lot about this daily uptrend near that bottom that we made, going back to late April, and we're still seeing it higher highs, higher lows, back above 100,000. Next level of resistance here could be this previous support that we had at 101.20, going back here to early April, April 2nd, April 3rd. So could be on watch, but generally DXY trying to trend back upwards after having an incredible end of 2024, struggling so far for 2025, guys. Back to you.
All right. Thank you, Adara, for all of that. Here goes NVIDIA, man, right back up to 116. It is going to be hard to get this smile off right now. I'm just scalping out, man, all the way to the upside right here. Again, you guys know what my thoughts are here and what we're doing. So good trade here for NVIDIA as we continue to go higher and higher and higher. Let's go, man. This is a big one. Again, another 70-cent winner right now on board for NVIDIA today. So yeah, man, all is good. We did lose out a little bit on the TQs there today, but other than that, man, it's been nothing but cash. So yeah, nice upside move today. I'm hoping the guys on the midday are ready to get locked and loaded because it's been a monster day here, and it's about to get even more monstrous with my two animals over there. All right, what's up, everybody? Looking for unbeatable odds on the biggest games? Switch over to ProfitX's peer-to-peer platform where you set the price. No more one-size-fits-all lines. It's like crafting your own picking strategy with real-time trading tools. Secure the best odds, track the action, and watch your plays come alive. Experience total control at every step. It's ProfitX Sports Playing Reimagined. Use code TraderTV to get your 2% cash back up to $3 But yeah, okay, there they go, the TQs. Now taking out 59. And there it is right now. It's another dollar winner right there for your boy on NVDA. So let's just keep on getting it out. When you take in this position, try to scalp some out, man. I mean, this is what we're trying to do. I mentioned that to Joe the other day. I was like, great trades. He took some off. I think that's a great idea for him to do that. We're taking some off of NVIDIA here as well as we just get some 22s and start climbing higher and higher, baby. So NVIDIA really making this day even more special. A Tesla's still at $3.
Yeah, Tesla's holding pretty nicely at $3, but look, pull back in a prior high, that's how it's going to be, or pull back in a prior low. So when we get the 115 in, we were in this one off that 116 level, and we saw what happened last time at 116.5. It did make a nice higher low on NVIDIA, and the next time it makes a higher low, we'll probably jump right back into it. The other thing I'm going to keep in mind is that downward trend that we broke right now lines into VWAP, so that could be a nice little reversal spot for NVDA. Tesla, one of the concerns I have is Tesla was the strongest stock in the market, not named like a Mara or, you know, percentage-wise Mara or something else. But Tesla was the strongest name in the market, and it's losing VWAP again. So I feel like if we lose VWAP on Tesla, I think we're headed back down into retest the lows. And if that happens, I go back over to what was one of the initial plans, was try to trade Apple to the short side of 200. Fine, Tesla's been good today, but I haven't had a single execution on Apple, and this could give me a chance in the volume-weighted average price to join the trend to the south side on AAPL. So I've scalped out of NVIDIA because it got back into that prior resistance. Good bounce off the 115, but I'm starting to think we lose VWAP on Tesla. That'll be the shot to get into a short that you like. And I got my eyeballs on Apple back into the volume-weighted average price. We only have about 7 minutes to go, and QBTS has a long way to go. Oops, that should have been 11 I wanted to be bidding. I'm still bidding out in front of the 11 area. I thought for some reason, I know I was bidding in the 20s. I want to be bidding in front of 11, play back into VWAP for QBTS. This is one I want to stay long. When the market fell off a cliff, QBTS held the upward trend. I'd rather try to play dips into that high than buy highs into a triple top on the daily. Still favoring the long for now on QBTS, but it does seem like Tesla is losing VWAP as we speak. Yeah, I'm trying to remember, there was that mean crazy day that Tesla had, this was like months and months ago, and I remember it losing VWAP at this time of day and still making a fresh high later on in the day, so you just had to be like really patient with it. I think above 95, you're still good to go on Tesla because 95 was that brick wall on the daily. So you should at least be able to pull back into that and still have some longs. VWAP's just a line on a chart.
Yeah, exactly. There's not much going on there. 297.50 maybe for a reload there on Tesla with only 5 minutes left. Thank you, everybody, for, again, watching. We can just look over. Let's see what Affirm is doing right now. I'm still trying to look at Palantir. That NVIDIA is, we are getting some more out. I mean, if it falls back to 115, we will reload that for sure. Oh, that's too bad because we did have some Tesla in and around 299 and then it dropped out. So we'll try it again right now around that 299. Look at Affirm, man. Completely bonkers right now to that downside. So Affirm, which thought it was going to have maybe a positive day there today, it never thought positive, but breaking through some of those levels, it actually comes right up into the 5150 area, which was the pre-market high. So we did try that. We didn't try it, but that's the market did, the stock did, and then it fell off from there. So now you're right back into some of those lows on earnings. So, you know, a firm could get going there back to the upside. All right, I'm going to take a piece out now of this because that's going to be a good reload. Oh, we just offered 69, or maybe we can get it. Oh, there it goes. Nice move there. So we do get a 69 fill. Now let's put an 85 fill. We do get that as well. It's a little bit of a face slapper. Hopefully back there now to the upside for a little bit. We've tried a couple times down here, so it's not going to be a profitable over and over reload. But maybe if it goes, we can get something here again. So here it goes. A nice little 50 cents in the money one more time here for Tesla. What's up to Bart Simpson? You're asking like how many? Look, we all trade with different share sizes. Most of the time I'll trade with, you know, X amounts. So it's like I'm just taking it out. I don't really have a plan like 10%, 20%. I kind of just play for, try to see the feeling. But I do, when we do get to key levels, I will look at, you know, support and resistance. So like right here at 301, I look down to see how many I have left. And I say, okay, based on what I have left, this level is probably like half out or so. But I'm always scalping the initial move, you know, because that helps me sort of preserve some of the capital on that one. So yeah, that's kind of what I'm doing. You can see with that NVIDIA here, the same thing, right? All the way up. Like when we take these longs at 115 and it comes back into there and we're not feeling that great about the market, we do scalp it out. But now that it's reloaded itself, it's given us a little bit of a buffer now. Now we can try to hold for that moon. So let's wait to see if that does happen. I mean, the market could go positive again, right? And if that happens, then yeah, NVIDIA probably gets at least back to VWAP. That's why we have VWAP here and 50 period moving averages, is to give me an idea of where potential turnaround spots are, right? So even as Tesla, it's underneath right now, but see, it's at VWAP, so I'm starting to get more and more out. Okay, well, there it is again. Let's see if we can get $1 on this move upside now for Tesla again, bouncing off of 299. We took it a couple times. Smaller hits, bigger wins. That's the that's hopefully the recipe for success right there. So yeah, man, so far so good. We're loaded back up here, and we'll see. Long NVIDIA, long Tesla, short Google. So we have $4 in the money right now total.
Yeah, great look. I mean, obviously right now, I'm just waiting to see what the next move is going to be. I like IBIT trying to hold back above VWAP. Didn't want any part of this when it was breaking that low, but now you got a rounded bottom on IBIT. We're about to close above the volume weighted average price, and then we're good to go to jump back into this thing. Rivian, and a lot of people have been messaging about Rivian Molfar. Rivian absolutely on a tear. It's almost like the second I look over and looking at QBTS, Rivian starts to go even crazier. So Randy should be happy. Big time level already broken at this well, when it breaks 14.5, it's at 14.5 now on the daily. So squeeze happening. It already broke that 14 on RIVN. Good look out there. It wasn't part of the trade plan for me at all on Rivian. So I can't tell you that I'm going to sit here and jump in and play that top when it's literally sitting at resistance. Now, I want back into IBIT and I want into QBTS. We'll see if we get the dip back into that 11. I'm still sitting there looking for the pullback into that prior high. This is a day 2 runner. They reported up like 50-something% today. So you're not going to see that kind of a move here today, but it can still hold the trend. When the market got weak, this sucker stayed strong, and that's enough for me. So we'll play back into that to the downside. I see Robinhood apparently going as well. And City Boy, I'm not aware of what the news is on WBUY, but I also believe that's on the OTC. So I'm not even sure if we have that one in our platform. But I'm not really sure what the news is on that. Maybe I'll ask Adara and we can get that in the midday. I'll message you, Adara.
I think it's WB, whatever it was there. Yeah, look, man, only a couple more minutes left. We're in another huge one on Tesla, again, to the upside. We're in a big one on NVIDIA. Thank you so much for watching, man. You're about to go over to the midday show in just a couple seconds. So, yeah, there it is again. Another great morning. Hope you all were trading some of the names that we were. It's a profitable one, and we're happy to have that. We're going to hopefully enjoy our lunch, which should be blackened tilapia, which got Adair excited and then not. Hopefully it's not too spicy.
Fine.
It's fine for us.
Yeah, I think
that jerk chicken is not even spicy, and it's off her board, right? So, all right, so there it is, man. We're about to go over to these guys right now. It's Joe. I'll give Joe a minute. He's got to get ready there. So, I don't know, what is that?
You're acting like it's not cold in here, Sharif.
Oh, it is cold in here.
It is cold in here.
It is freezing in here. The only thing that's cold is ice here. We have some pretty cold trades today coming through, that's for sure. Multiple dollars on Google, DraftKings, NVIDIA, Tesla all came through. Palantir, our only red stuff. Well, actually, we're red on Palantir and we're red on the futures as well, because we tried this move and it just did not work out. So, all right, man. Yeah, again, thank you so much to everybody. He's ready to rock and roll now. So it's 11:01 and good trading today. Good
You guys
job.
owe us a minute.
Yeah, you guys, or much more than that. But here we go. Back over there. Let's go. Tesla, $2. NVIDIA, $2. Google, $2. It's a fun day around here, and I hope you enjoyed yourselves. We're back at 2 p.m. Over to the dudes. Let's go.
Oh, greetings and salutations, beautiful people. Welcome to the Midday Show. That's your boy, Joey Options, and I'm Sharif. And what a morning it has been, baby. The boys were putting on bangers today. Let's wait for everyone to come on over from the other shot. Shout out to Tisha. Tisha, it's a stacked day today. I don't know how you feel, but it's a stacked day in small cap, gap reward. We're going to get to that in a second. The OG Gorev. HITM. I don't know how to say your name, but it looks good. Ayusha Sharma, Racer X9, and Daryl Finch. We got Rev Boost and Pitchbull. How about Joseph Schmo? Ooh. We got Gen AI Apps and Jones Hernandez. Hasham? Is that you? No, my bad. Bart Simpson, Anish, Micah, Mary, Elon Musk. Yes, Elon Musk has returned. We love him. Omega Zero, Map, Dino Abedini, and City Boy 3055. We got, who else, man? Let me get some new names in there. Belinda, Derek Thompson, Big Mike Shake Trading, PC Hoon and Emma, Sonny Littletree, Moonshot. Who else? Ginvesting. Tim is in, baby. We got Sadiq Satar, Marlon, Bob Curran, and JG. Yo, fam, what's back up to you, baby? Who else? The Bird. What do you mean? You giving us the Bird? Joseph, he's giving up the Bird, bro.
The Bird, man.
SJ.
The Bird is the word.
No.
Hey,
Smokey Love and Glass Guy. How about, who else is this, man? Keep going over here. Young Talent the Great. We got Yair Cristobal on the Rail TV. Shout out to Glass Guy and Alex Santana. Off and Beat with Clint Nelson. That's a whole lot of words there, man. Pete Rock. Who else, man? We got the world's greatest mod, The Piper. Haitham, Haisan, and we even have Joe joining his own show. Good morning to everybody. Happy Friday, TJIF. I hope everybody had a fantastic week. You guys got good weather. We got a hell of a weekend here in the Greater Toronto area that we're amped up for. Good morning, Joe.
Oh yeah, maybe we get some tanning in tomorrow too. 20 degrees. We'll
tarp off
it. Tarp off territory. Hey. That's what we like to call me. But I mean, guys are saying I'm swagging. That's what they call me, swagger, right? So that's what we do there, guys.
I love it.
I mean, hey.
What happened?
It's been a solid day this morning, sweeping LH. Man, we're locking in some profits today. It's Friday. I think it's a good time to do so. I mean, everybody's excited in the office as well, too. And I'm just talking with the boys. And when you see everybody kind of around you getting excited, it's time to lock in some money, guys. So go and check your boy out on X right there. I told you guys I closed in some positions. You can see last night there as well, too. We were doing that. A little something. We leave a little bit for a runner as well, too. Just locking in cash there, guys. On that swing position that I've been telling you guys about, that IBIT and NVDA swing. So go follow your boy there on X. Am I
Unity,
sending it to Adara?
Unity.
Okay,
no. You need your Unity. Yeah.
Okay, are we sending it to anybody?
I don't think so. I think we're good. Yeah.
All right, I'm tapped in now, guys. Just give me a little test on the earpiece. I'm logged into Unity. But there you go. Once again, add your boy there on X at Trader TV Joseph. I'm going to start posting my swings all the time. Again, they're not as frequent as day trades, but we'll post those up there regardless win or lose. So go check that out at Trader TV Joseph. But what did we trade today? Some DKNG, guys. Let's go. So I mean, here we start off a nice day. A nice indecision print right here on the 1 minute, add to the position. Once the thesis starts working, that's when we start to most definitely add into that. So we doubled up right there, pop, 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 pop. And then we added it right here, but then we got stopped out doing that free roll method that I referred to you guys as. So what happened is I just got stopped out break even, but then we had another 1 minute print that was really, really decisive, and I had to take the additional long, and I will display it here because it is slightly better on this front, Sharif.
Yep.
So this candle right here, boom, nice hammer candle. I told you we want to look for these hammer candles at extreme highs, lows, and just below the volume weighted average price on pullbacks, and we got it. And then we take that move all the way through there on DKNG, my guys.
All right, man, here is what we're looking at. There's a bunch of small cap gappers right now. I'm involved in one N, double VE, trying to hold $3 at the 10 exponential. This one's up 163%, so well extended. Started running right around, I would say, 9 a.m. It had a little bit of volume in the pre-market, not by much. No really definable pre-market high in the pre, but it's going now and been respectful of the 10. But this one is what I'm focusing on right now. PHAT, fatty girl, fatty girl. Neil, remember that one? There you go, baby. There we go. Neil, give me that. Give me the nod there. All right, 367, baby. Taking out the high there. We had a previous high of around 363, so a new area high. This one did breach the volume weighted average price. So it had a nice bull flag looking pattern, a V-shaped retracement, kind of went into no man's lane. It looks like it defended 3, but it actually got way lower than that. It actually hit in the mid 80s there, 285, 286. So I would have been stopped out of this one. I wouldn't have been DCAing below VWAP, but there it is. It's right back into high. So keeping my eye on this one. Definitely like PHAT right now. Let's see if this bad boy runs. W buy. Tisha, I was in the chat this morning when the big kahunas were on, and you were yelling about W buy, and rightfully so. Is this an IPO from yesterday? What? No, it's not. What the hell is this, Adara? How come I don't have data from before? Let me just flip. Okay, it's clearly not. I've got plenty of data. For whatever reason, this was missing some data over here. Okay. 2752. Good look here. We can just talk about W buy in a second after I'm done talking about this small cap gapper. So W buy 2752. It's got great higher highs and higher lows, mostly respectful of the volume weighted average price and that 10 EMA. So we'll keep an eye out on that one. Rum as well at the day high, taking out that 10 1/4 on its way to 10 1/3. This one also barely even touched the 10 EMA on the last pullback. It was a 2-candle retracement. Then all hell broke to the high side again, taking out 10. And then OUSD, very bull flaggish, respectful of VWAP. Bottom right of your screen, they're up 26%. SERV as well, looking very similar to SERV and OUST, very similar charts. And then you saw the boys already on Quantum this morning, QBTS, almost 9% in the green here. And the last but not least, CDE, up at 7 1/3. Not really my favorite, only up 5% on the day. Adara, what's up?
This is a weird one here. The story of WBUY. I looked it up. So as of yesterday, it sounds like they were, the way they put it is their listing was reinstated on the NASDAQ. But I'm still seeing on Benzinga updates from them. I'm not seeing they were ever officially delisted. I'm seeing they received a delisting notice back in February, but it looks like they tried to appeal it. I don't have a ton of clarity for you guys. I've been looking into trying to find the history of this, but yeah, only place I'm seeing any data on this, I can't find anything on TradingView, not TradingView, Trade Ideas. This is here on eSignal, it shows up. But yeah, interesting story here. I'm going to continue looking into this WBUY, but apparently they had a successful appeal before the NASDAQ hearings panel, and they've regained full compliance. So hope that helps. I understand it's a little bit confusing, just not a lot of details to be found on this one, guys. Back to you.
Thank you for that, Adara. Always good to add context there. W buy, guys, as Adara was giving us the information on this one, making new highs. 2860, Joseph. It's above that weird spike area that it had yesterday, right at 7:40 a.m. At least that's what I'm seeing on my chart. Taking out 27. It's $1.60 higher than that 27. It's obviously a bit more expensive of these small cap gapper style names. Let me give you the information on it super quick before we see what Joseph's doing over there. $22.5 million market cap with about 16 1/5 million shares traded on the day with a 5.8 million share float. And let's find out what Trade Ideas has to say about the short float. Nothing doing there, can't see it, but the float, the actual amount of shares, trade idea is fundamentally diverging from mine, saying 57 million, not 5.8. So a bit of a different look there, Joseph.
Yeah, good look there, guys. Tesla, Katina Man's back in some Tesla, I believe, here for that long side, and I really like that trade here, guys, just off of these specific candles right there. So I mentioned it's identical to what we just seen here on DraftKings, but you can see the multiple holds. I mean, that would be attempt one. You get stopped out at the break of it, or if you gave it a wider stop, which would be more ideal, then you're still sitting in that trade. But this indecision print on the 1 minute right there, if I seen that slightly earlier, I would have looked to get involved on that front. But a really nice move here on Tesla. Shout out Brankles printing on that as well too. But yeah, really good stuff there. I like this move here. But we need NVDA to continue to climb. We are rejecting. What is it, around 117 roughly? And I just got out, right? I posted on X just the amount of open interest through that 119, 120. So I'm happy with locking in some profits and closing some contracts on that front. So good stuff there. Go check out that post there on X. But Sharif,
yes, sir.
I know you've been waiting for this.
Okay.
Been waiting for this for a long time.
Hold on. You can just bring it in like that, man. We got to preface it, man.
Okay, what do you want?
We got to preface it.
How are we doing that?
I don't know. You caught me off guard.
Yeah, exactly. That's the whole thing, man. That's the thing. Never let them know your next
Boom.
Never let them
show them the video,
Never
baby.
let them know your next
Show them the
move,
video,
guys.
Joseph.
If you want to see...
You got to show them both videos at the same time.
If you want to see the hottest TikTok out right now, this is it right there. Never let them know your next move.
By the way.
Even Sharif didn't even know where I was getting at this one.
I had no idea.
We'll play it back.
He's going to write on an orange,
We're going to start it up
He's
one
on
more
an
time.
orange.
We're going to fire it back here one more time. Bang. Never let them know your next move.
I wouldn't have guessed.
Ever. And Sharif didn't even know what I was getting at.
I have no idea. He puts it in the microwave. He goes onto the desk. I had no idea what was going to happen here. That orange very much surprised me. I had no idea it was going to feature in the video.
Never let them know your next move, my guy. That's just how we roll, right? You don't know what's coming next. Unpredictability is what we are aiming for, and we're having a good time. So go check that one out on TikTok. Ramin and I had a good time shooting it yesterday.
Man, interesting stuff there. Yes, I see you guys talking about better than Netflix. Absolutely. Yeah. We got more information about the. Speaking of TikToks, that's why I'm kind of bringing this up. More information about what is being said at the Meta trial. This time it has a lot to do with TikTok. We'll be getting to that once we do the news, once things settle down a little bit, guys. So make sure to look out for that. More in the saga of the FTC versus Meta. We need like a segment for that because it's going to be on for a while. All right, guys, I'm involved in NVE right now. NVE, excuse me, wet the beak there at 10s, layering the orders all the way up into 20s. It's holding 3. It's got a bunch of bottoming tail candles that break the 10 EMA and also break 3, but they're always closing above it. And for the most part, we've got some higher lows. Alas, we're not really blowing through that 3 level. We're kind of hanging out at it. So I'm really unsure what to make of this. I've layered my orders and put in my stops. So come what may, and we'll keep an eye out it. I'm obviously trying to get into Fatty Girl over here, but it's not, it's at the high of the day, 378. We're not really getting much of a retracement. If I was to punch in, I'm literally punching in at the high of the day on a small cap gapper. It doesn't feel right to me. So I'm looking for a pullback into 3.5. Possibly into about 3 1/3 where VWAP is right now. But here comes yet another attempt at the high of the day right now on 378. What a move by Fatty Girl, up into 63% now. That's not the only one running though. So let's talk about W buy because I'm interested in this one as well. Another stock, more expensive, as I mentioned early on, that's been very respectful of the 10 EMA. It's got, wow, man, it's got the 10 EMA here is at 25.40. It's trading at 26.70. So this thing needs to lose $1 for me to get printed. So we're going to go and give this one the old community college try. We're going to wait over here. I'm going to try to get the money fill maybe at 25.69. We'll throw that out there. That shadows the 10 EMA. It's a little bit actually higher than the 10 EMA. So I'm looking at that. Rum as well. Rumble. Good day for Rumble. Again, another one that's been very respectful of the 10 EMA. It had a kind of a 2-candle, 3-candle pullback right around 10:30, and we're getting a 2-candle pullback right now. into about 10 bucks. The 10 EMA on this one is about 9.93. So maybe the money fills on rum are a little south of 10. Let's give that one the old community college try. I'm going to sit at 96s because the op is 69, and we'll see exactly what we get there. So a couple of dip trades right now. One on W buy, one on rum, and then we're involved in NVVE. So let's see how these trades all go. Joseph Wilson.
Yeah, good look there, brother. So yeah, DLV asked me about DKNG. Yeah, I'm looking to get back into this, but I don't want to buy the top of the range. One thing that is looking relatively well here is that's Palantir. Just want to stick with the strongest names, and I think this is one of the strongest stocks in the market right now. So there you go. We're breaking above the volume-weighted average price. Wait for this pullback in any form of indecision. I have it up on my secondary screen here as well, too, just to see what's going on. Just in case it's one of those days where we're rejecting VWAP and we want to keep price below it. What we want to see is that volume obviously start to pick up here, guys, and hold it. But the tape really weak. You can, well, not really. I shouldn't say really weak, but you can see some weakness displayed within that tape. But yeah, just back to this DKNG. It was just essentially a tape play. And just using the options chain as potential targets here. So I stepped away from my desk, but at 38, I knew 38 was probably going to be our ceiling roughly around today on DKNG, just from the option, what the options chain was displaying me. 38, we had, I think it was like 30,000 open contracts or something along those lines relative to what else was that size along different other strikes. It was the highest level. So I'm like, all right, and anything above 37, and then you get into that mid 37 level, look to start piecing some more out, and that's exactly what we had going on. So a really nice look. And then we also were referring to that NVDA, those call walls there at 119, 120. Now that all these contracts expire this week, let's see where they roll over to, all right? So we're going to document this here, guys. You can see 119, 120, 92, and 92. This was actually significantly higher yesterday. It was around 103. So you can see some positions being closed on that front and a lot of volume between these two strike prices right there. So the objective is here, guys, is that now that we notice that we have these high levels of OI at 119, 120, we want to wait until that rollover until next weekend, and we want to see if these strikes are going to be slightly lifted, right? So if we go 121 or 122, or anything like that, that's where we want to focus on those high levels of those concentrations of open interest. And that's what happened before. I mentioned we had it through the teens. 16, 17 were the highest levels of OI a week ago, 2 weeks ago, and then now they've been lifted. So that's a positive sign. But it just makes it the stock more grindy, right? So you can see we're up one day, we're down the next day, we're sideways the next. But then you get these gaps up, that positive catalyst comes out, you squeeze through some key levels, and that's what happens. But yeah, that's why I think that can justify why we're seeing a little bit of overhead resistance here in NVDA, and look what our high is as well too. So right at that 119, 120, 118, 21 roughly, and then you can see we reject relatively strong. So that's through the whole post market right there. I'll pull up my the 5-minute time frame, and then yeah, so throughout this whole week, right, just 119.51, we couldn't really break through those levels, and you can see it being highly respected. So keep an eye out on those. I'm posting them on an X, and yeah, thank you guys all for the followers. I'm going to continue to just post the chain and whatever else we're cooking up here, Sharif.
All right, just throwing in some orders on our friend Serve. It just got into the volume weighted average price, so I'm giving this one an attempt here with a tight stop below the break of 70. Simple as that. So we'll see how this one ends up acting. All right, so we're involved in that one. Involved in rum now, looking for a hold of around that $0.25. So I'm involved in that. Let's see if we can get a move back above 10. W buy, we just got the fill. Okay, so where did we get the fill on W buy? We got it at 25.69. So we're well in the money already. And I knew this was going to be the case because this one, you could tell the money fills. We're going to be in and around that area. There we go. Already a 25 penny banger. Let's see if we can get some more on W buy right now as it's dropping down a little bit here. So let's see if we can extract the profits while they're still around. So I'm going to layer my orders for a pop back up through the key levels over here on W buy. It's more expensive, guys, so be careful with this one. You know, they're around for a good time, not a long time. I always talk about that. There we go. It just took out all my orders. It just literally took out all my orders in one single move, bro. 272%. What a move here on W freaking buy. Thank you, Adair. I appreciate that. Where are we long, Joseph? We're long 69s, as I've mentioned, and we just got the beak wet there at 45. So not a bad look. Now it's back into the 30s. So let's go ahead and wait right around that dollar area. We're going to wait around here. We'll see if we can get something in and around mid-60s on WBY. Now, simultaneously, let's talk about the good ones. This is a good one. Let's also talk about the bad ones. Full disclosure up in this, you know what? NWVE lost the 10 EMA. That was my out. We get stopped out. That's a loss for me. I was able to get the beak wet quickly there for 1 out, but the majority of the position, an L. Simple as that. So now we're keeping an eye on NVVE for a pullback into around 255. That's where the volume weighted average price is. I'm going to set up an order to front run that by a couple of shekels. Let's go ahead and wait here. So we're going to give that one the old community college try as well. How's my friend Rum doing? All right, so WBY is okay. Rum, we're kind of break even on at the moment. In fact, we're exactly break even. Looking for a move above 10 here. Rum is this trade is based on a hold of the general area of 10 or the 10 EMA, the $10 area or the 10 exponential moving average. They're essentially overlapping, separated by a couple of pennies. So I like when that happens typically because it doesn't make me try to guess, oh, should I be looking at the psychological area of support at the $10 area, or should I be looking at the technical moving average for support? So when they overlap, it makes my job a little bit easier there. So, and then now the other bad one, because we had a couple of bad ones, a couple of good ones. SERV got into this one at the volume weighted average price. It lost VWAP. I got stopped out for 7 pennies. Simple as that. We're going to keep it tight. We're going to look to the trades that are making the moves, and we're not going to dollar cost average into an oblivion. So continuing to hold WBY. I've moved up my stop now to break even. In fact, I lied. I didn't. Let's go ahead and move it into break even. There we go. So now we're up into break even, and there it goes. It already lost a bit. So we get stopped out, break even for the last little amount there on WBY. Still interested on this one. If it loses the 10, I'm looking deeper to about $21. That's where VWAP is for WBY. If it holds up there, I'm a buyer. Joseph.
Nice, good look there. Rum looking neat there. Sharif, hey, you get that one down. We got that one neat. Yeah, you drink, I guess I like to drink my spirits neat, to be honest with you.
Likewise, when I drink, which is not much these days.
Or you can throw a rock or two in there, and I'm okay with it, yeah. Just to kind of...
not a bad idea. I just don't like it dilutes it.
Yeah, but that's the reason why I like it, because you can just...
There you go.
Right?
Neat, whiskey neat, room temperature.
Room temperature,
right?
Room temperature, yeah.
Okay.
That's how we rock. That's how you gotta get the room temperature stuff there. But yeah, I mean, let's go, guys. I mean, market is starting to pull back in here. I was looking for that long on Palantir, but I'm glad I didn't just punch right in. You can see that I have a specific trend line drawn on it, and it kind of rejected that, so that's a positive sign. Oh, actually, not really a positive sign for the longs, but it might be a choppy day. I mean, look at this move that Palantir has been putting in, guys, and I was thinking, I was just doing some basic TA, and I'm like, did we double top on Palantir for now? It's been a nice rally back. I like what Katina Man was saying this morning as well, too. I mean, we're 20% off of those lows, so if you want to call it back into bull market, I just don't think the overall effect of these tariffs are still looming. It's a nice cover rally. Can we continue to climb higher? Absolutely, and that's why we leave things for runners. But as for my swing, guys, go check it out. Locked in a bunch of profits here this morning and last night as well too. So yeah, we're happy with that, and we'll just leave it. If this market does want to continue to rally, then we're going to be positioned relatively well on those swings. So we like that. But here you can see, guys, on Palantir, that steady downtrend, and now we rejected almost to a T, heading back towards the low of the day. But we got some key support levels that we want to crack through before we run into those levels. But here, let's take a look at the chain too to see. Okay, it's like why at 120 are we continuously rejecting on Palantir? So that's what we look for. We look for supply zones, and you can see that we have we have a small supply zone right there at 120. So it's relatively or I guess it's significantly larger than everything other than that next highest strike, which is 130, and I don't think we're going to get to there by the end of the day. Anything can happen, but you can see just the size difference from where we're sitting at and that 120 strike, and that's what you want to aim out for. Like if all these contracts are like 3,000, 4,000, whatever, and then you have an outlying strike with 25,000, 30,000, then look for that for potential overhead resistance, and then you can base a short, or if it's on the opposite side, if it's on the put side, you can just base a long off of that as well too. Just wait for the price action to tell you to get in, and then you'll be able to cook up from that using that definitive strike as your stop loss too. So, all right, guys, yeah, Palantir really starting to come in here. Bitcoin as well. What a monstrous run. I was walking my dog last night, and I just pulled out my phone, and I'm like 104. You and I said 100 by the end of the week, and we got that.
Oh, yeah.
Where's Pizza Rat?
yeah.
Pizza Rat's not in the
Who
chat.
said
I got to
that?
add that.
What did he say?
No, it's my guy. I'm like, hey, dude. He's like, do you think we can get to 100,000? He's like, I think we get there by June. I'm like, my God, we can get there by the end of the day. We're only that was when it was trading at 97,000. Sure. We were only 3,000 from that target, and now we put a little bit more in, trading it with a high of 104. And I mentioned multiple times, it's nothing for Bitcoin to put in those $7,000, $8,000 sessions, and that's exactly what we seen displayed yesterday. Sure.
Yes, absolutely, man. All right, shout out to my man Bovin. Dip buy on Darwin, you're trading small caps? What's going on over there, Darwin, bro? Yeah, Adair says, get it, Darwin. All right, so Darwin was just about to talk about the one I was going to talk about, STYA. Shout out to my man Bovin for pointing this one out. But Bovin, as I mentioned to you in the chat, you know how I feel about these ones. That's what that yellow line is right on the top right of your screen, or the top of your screen, my chart there, is the alert for the possible taking of that pre-market high. So this one really had its best trade, I would submit to you guys, in the pre-market right around 8:30. That's when you got the big boy breakout. There's the bull flag. Alas, it did not hold. And it's now zigging and zagging with VWAP a little higher, a little lower. My situation with this one is that it's got lower highs. So there's many things wrong with this one. The lower highs displeases me greatly. The descending wedge also displeases me. The fact that we're not above the pre-market high, the fact that the volume weighted average price on the chart looks like a line of best fit rather than an area support or resistance. So needless to say, I'm very displeased here with many components of this chart. I'm exaggerating for effect. I hope everybody gets that. Let's throw in the ticker over here so we can follow along. So long story short, Bovin, I'm waiting for that area to trigger. The high I see there, $2.27. It's a great looking chart. It's up big on the day, about 81 some odd percent. So we'll keep an eye on it, Bovin. All right, we're doing it live here on RUM. We wet the beak. Let's wet the beak again because we took a bit more shares here. So a couple of ads into that level. Boom. All right, let's set up some more. Thank you guys. All right, get it, Adara. Adara had a banger on MSTR today. Adara, are you going to show that banger on Happening Now? Hey. Get ready for a very, very good trade there. Yeah, it is what it is, Adara. So, all right, we're taking out some levels over here on RUM as it zigs and zags south of 10. Here it is again. We just got printed, Joseph. Let's set up. That was like the most disinterested let's go ever.
But did you see what I was doing?
Bro. I know you were yawning, my boy.
That's me
I'm
just
chuckling,
cheering, man.
you know,
Like, yeah, let's go, man. Let's go, bang.
All right, so we're setting up north of 10 now. Here it is. Let's do it live right now. We're setting up north of 10, and we're going to do 10:08 as well. Uh-oh. Fatty girl just came into VWAP. Where's my fatty girl trade? All right, there we go. So let's get some into fatty girl right now. We're going to boom into 33s. All right, what's the deal here?
What is it?
The deal is, Joseph, it's got to hold 320. All right? So the situation is this holds 320, we stay in it. Doesn't, we're out. Simple as that. Let's set up some orders now for some possible beak wetters on the way up, and then we'll set up in the mid 40s as well. So keeping an eye on all these trades, baby. Let's go. We're moving up into 36s. Can we get 37s? We're at 37 right now. It's got to cross to get the fill. We know what the situation is with the spread. Boom. No boom there. Not yet. Ozan is back. Stop the show. Where is the e-signal ad? You got the e-signal ad?
Just read it. Just read it. Yeah, you should read it.
Can't do that.
They can't do that?
No. They only pay
e-signal. Trade smarter, not harder. You know what I mean?
Love it. All right, guys. So that's the situation we're involved in right now.
That's my twin right there.
Who?
Raheem.
Chile Nightmare? Oh, Raheem, my man, Raheem, bro.
Dressed up.
Oh, yeah. You guys are dressed up to these. Do you think he's Mr. Shivers as well?
I bet you he gets cold, man.
Let's ask him.
Ask him.
Yeah. Raheem, brother, do you find it cold in here? It's a little chilly. Oh,
my guy.
Come on, Raheem.
My guy.
Raheem Alani, everybody.
I was born here, but I'm African by blood.
Yeah.
He's African by blood, so he's naturally cold.
Insane, man.
Uganda or Tanzania?
Tanzania.
Boom.
Tanzania.
Bang. Here we go.
I just know, right? I just know.
So,
Yep.
with that in mind, I'm just generally. I'm not built for this.
No, Sam.
He says, if you can't hear what he's saying, he says he's generally cold. He's not built for this weather. Joseph loves it right now because
I'm a heat guy.
he wears a jacket and like a suit jacket, and as you can see over here, into work. So I'm like, Joseph, what's going on? It's kind of like a casual thing. He's like, I get cold. Yeah. So I had to give him the name Mr. Shivers, Raheem. Mr.
Shivers, man.
Right?
I got a lot of friends now.
Shiver on the sell button.
Yeah, exactly. Well, that's what we were doing this morning. Shivering
Exactly, right? As long as you're not.
Yeah.
He doesn't do that. That's my specialty right there, the fat
man,
figure.
It is what it is.
How's everything going?
All good.
Everything's good?
Everyone's good.
Everybody's good, man. Friday.
Chaotic.
It always is, man. It's going to get more chaotic once the construction starts. You see the boys in the back working?
Looking forward to the new studio.
Likewise.
Make sure everyone tunes in when we're all set up.
There you go.
There you go. Raheem Alani, baby.
It as well too.
I'm a Habs fan.
Oh my!
He's a Montreal fan.
Oh my God!
Oh boy!
What happened?
Oh boy!
What
For the
happened?
city of Toronto, it's good. For
What happened?
So go Leafs, go. We need the money to come in here.
Yeah,
right?
we need the money. There we go.
There you go.
There we go.
I love it, Raheem.
That's crazy.
And I missed the Derby preview last week, so I apologize, everybody.
That's okay.
But I'll be back on Wednesday, and I'll do a Preakness update. Get you guys ready for the big race.
Pumped about it.
Again, the big race.
I hope everyone is able to hear him. He said he missed the Derby, but now he's going to come back. He's going to get us ready, for the big race. Shout out to him, Raheem Alani, making a cameo Friday appearance. Thursday's his day, but you know,
appearance.
Raheem's always welcome anytime he's around here, baby. All right, Mr. Shivers is a low-key fire name. They're loving it, Joseph. They're loving it. What is that?
I don't know. Someone Bora said, "Where's the orange note?"
Oh, don't let them know your next move, Joseph.
Oh yeah, I can't.
Don't let them know your next move. There you go, my man. Bro, you're a sick actor, bro, and you go with it. You're sick like that. I love it. I love it. Joseph Wilson. All right, man, we're doing it live here. We're taking prints on all three of these trades, guys. NVVE, we're exacting some revenge to the high side over now on this one now, looking good. Rum, we're taking out all these levels on RUM, still sell to 10, but we got a nice one on this one. And while Raheem was dropping said hotlines, we took a whole bunch of prints here on Fatty Girl right up into the upside, still holding a piece, still waiting for that mid 40 and that 50 print. Alas, we'll pack our patience, see what we get. Joseph.
Yeah, good look there. Charles Zhang, yeah, I agree with you, man. That's why I closed some positions. I'm going to ride some IBIT calls, to be honest with you. But as for NVDA calls, got out of those. Happy with that move. I have the 110s out of money. So just lock that in. But I'm going to ride this Bitcoin wave, and I do believe that we're going to continue to move higher. Unless this is going to be a total fake out. I know Michael Noss was talking about this earlier in the morning, guys, if you were paying attention. And he was just talking about this consolidation phase. I know this is IBIT, but essentially what I was looking at, he was looking at this breakout here. But I was focused on the break of this channel, and then that's when I started to just slowly start to allocate some shares, and then I bought some contracts as well too, waiting for those dip buys, and then we got that extended move. But I mentioned, I think this is going to be the move where we go and test those all-time highs. I mean, from what we're seeing today is a solid breath. We're not going to get too worried about this just yet. We might even come back in and test this 54 range, but I do believe that this is going to be that breakout move, considering the consolidation phases that we've been through. And Michael also touched on that as well too, saying, okay, yeah, we go like 8 months consolidating, and then we out of nowhere, out of the blue, we essentially almost double in price. I get 33%, 40%. And then we consolidate once again, pull back, and then it's like boom. Once we crack that downtrend, we're starting to put in those $6,000-$7,000 days that I obviously talk about quite often. So that's a good look. If we reject this 61 here, that's going to be the all-time high there on Bitcoin, around 109, 108, whatever you would like to call it. Then we might have to be alarmed. But until that point, we can obviously take some profits up there, see how everything's worked. But the all-time high break, I think, is a solid strategy, especially when you see something break out like this here, Sharif, and that momentum and the volume stepping in. That is a totally healthy breakout, and I'm glad to see that here in Bitcoin.
Well said, Joseph. All right, Fatty. Fatty girl, here we're still waiting, man. It's got two bottoming tail candles off a predictable area of support. I'm talking about that volume weighted average price. That's the only reason I punched into Fatty or PHAT at that level. Now what I'm waiting for is the first 5-minute candle to make a new high, and we are not getting that, okay? So those prints over here at 45 and 48 or 49, excuse me, going unfilled for now. So I'm keeping my eye on this one, cautiously optimistic that these hammer candles may mean that we're encountering some buying at the volume weighted average price sufficient enough to make this one print a new 5-minute candle to make a new high. Simultaneously, we're taking more prints here on rum as I am getting concerned that that $10 level will not be breached. So yeah, rum right here. I'm going to take another beak wetter there just to de-risk. And then W buy is really losing the bid. It broke the 20, it broke the 10, but we've been out of that for a while. Back to NVVE over here, looking for a break of 3. So you're getting some weakness now in these small cap gappers. They're not making the higher highs and higher lows that they were making before. So these retracements off key technical levels could be just momentary bounces, and then we could lose them. That's what I feel is happening right now on NWVE, RUM, and PHAT. That's why I'm taking some more out, despite the fact that I don't really want to, right? So NVE, I only have one beak wetter left on this one. So this one either triggers a profit taker or I get stopped out of that one. Rum, we're going to have to take this one out here if it goes down anymore because it rejected 10, and on rum, we still have some shares, quite frankly. So anything below the 70 penny area, we will lose about 9 pennies per share on the remaining amount there. I don't mind punching back into Rumble, though, at the volume weighted average price, which is around 56, okay, give or take. That level. So keeping my eye on RUM, looking for it to hold up here, but if it doesn't, that's fine with me. We'll look to do a little bit better on the next trade. Keeping my eye on PHAT as well. It's got a 5 candle red setup. So printed the high day of 378, and since that time, it has had 5 red candles. Now, mind you, 2 of those 5 red candles are bottoming tail candles, which means buyers were picking it up off that key predictable area of the volume weighted average price, but that's, yeah, that's okay, but I am still a little bit concerned about it. Keeping my eye here on RUM. If it breaches that 69 level, we're going to have to get out, Joseph. So keeping an eye on that one. And then back to NVVE. It's moving right back above into 3. So we'll see if we can get that 298 print that I've been waiting for there. So that's what I'm looking at. Those are the 3 positions that I'm in. How's Donkey Kong?
Yeah, you seen? Oh, yeah, I just tapped into that
my
there,
bad.
my guy. Yeah, no.
I didn't even know.
I thought, yeah, I'm like, how'd you know? I thought you seen the screen there. DKNG.
Yeah, I did. Yeah.
Oh, is that what you
didn't know
seen?
you just got into
Oh, yeah,
it.
I just got right back into it. Yeah, I mean, we were trading this earlier on the day, guys. We're looking for these lows to hold. If we crack that, we're going to start obviously really small, and then you see that I just add into the positions once they start working. So here we go. What is that? We're risking about 20 cents. We'll call it on that front, 30 cents on this low. If it cracks that, then maybe we'll look for a re-entry. So Gaurav, just to answer your question, I'm back into something that's been working for me. You want to stick to your guns, and if the trades worked before, take another stab at it to see if it's going to work again. I do like this 5-minute print on Tesla here, though. That's a pretty nice indecision print. Your risk profile is defined on that front, so I might hop in there via TSLA and see what's cooking up here with Tesla because it's been on an absolute monster run. I mean, with this big move here, let's zoom in here and see what we got going on. Sorry, zoom out and see what we got going on. And I forget who it was. Someone had either some shares or some Tesla calls, and I said, look where we're sitting, right? Like, we want to be patient, and if we crack this, then start to take some profit as you break through some of these key resistance zones. So that individual, I think it was earlier in the week or last week when we were talking about it, I said, if you reject it, then take some profit off. But again, we're at that key resistance. We broke through it. It's a technical breakout on the day. So look to take some profit. I think this is a good opportunity to do so. Can Tesla continue to climb higher? Absolutely, but there's nothing wrong within this current market to start locking in some cash, right? You want to have that cash. Full disclosure as well, too. I actually liquidated my second largest holding in my long-term portfolio, and that's Google. Yeah, Google, I am completely out. Tina Man might have convinced me a little bit, but I also, like, now I'm sitting on some nicely cash, and I'm happy to
It feels
be so
good, though,
Yeah,
no?
exactly, because
Feels good.
I believe there's going to be plenty of opportunities to buy some more good quality stocks here, especially in this current market environment. So,
Joseph, can you talk a little bit as to why you got out of Google? Just some of your thinking.
Yeah.
Because I
So,
think that's probably what people are, you know.
Okay.
Yeah.
So one, that Apple deal, right? That everything
said.
that's going on with Apple, it just added some more.
That's 50 billion right off the bat.
Boom,
That's
right
all.
off the boom, 50 billion right off the bat. But I mean, that's not a good look.
No.
I mean, there's still a lot going for the company, but I've also been sitting in the position for over a year, and I've seen it go from almost like 100% return to almost break even. So that's just, again, just kind of portfolio management along with what's going on with that. So I don't know if that was the word that you were looking for, but that's essentially what I'm doing on is portfolio management. And I think there's going to be opportunity. I think there's some good chances that we can find some nice growing stocks that have great fundamentals. I mean, I'm looking for those names. I'm not a value investor whatsoever. I want quality companies that are at discounts. Right? Is Google one of them? Maybe, possibly, but I've been sitting in this trade for a significant amount of time. It goes from a 23 PE to an 18 PE, right? Yeah. Continuing to decay there on the forward outlook there. So that's kind of just my thesis, but I also want to grab some more Bitcoin. Why? Because we're going on this move. I'm just following the likes of Michael Saylor. This guy's happy. Of Michael Saylor, BlackRock, Grayscale, Cathie Woods, all these massive investors. That's who I'm just following. I'm following the money, and a lot of it seems to be going into this new asset. Well, I shouldn't call it new, but this developing. What is it? The funds are the larger funds are still going are looking to get involved. Institutional money is the exact word I'm looking for.
Yes, sir.
So, and we still don't have mass adoption from an institutional standpoint. No. I think there's a lot of room for it to grow on.
Well said, man. Yeah. I happen to agree with that. And I told you today that, what's it called? Well, not today. We were talking about yesterday about my concern about the lack of service revenue that's going to be coming into Apple now. If it still hasn't happened, though, guys, if that contract between Google and Apple gets the kibosh put on it, that's 50 billion right there. That's not going to be included in the service revenue. That's about a quarter of their service revenue, a little bit more. It's an interesting look, one to definitely be aware of if you're invested or you're swinging these stocks. So keep that in mind. All right, let's talk about these stocks that I'm in right now. NVVE, we did it live here. We got some revenge. We started 0 for 1. On NVVE, we're now 1 for 1. So got back in, got break even on this name, most notably. So happy about that. Looking to do a little bit better, but I'm out because it is putting in lower highs. So it failed 3. It had an attempt at 3 there that was kind of ill-fated. So keeping my eye out on that. WBuy consolidative here at this 20. Why is it showing me weird decimal places on the side on a stock that is not south of $1? Look at this.
What's it doing?
Why is it showing me decimal places on the side? That's so weird. Look at over here, it doesn't do that. Here it does. Bizarre, huh?
Yeah, it is.
I'm gonna have to change that. Anyway, WBuy, very consolidative. South of 25 though, most notably. I'm waiting for this one to have a decided trend change to start curling back up into 26. If I start seeing those higher highs and higher lows, not just this consolidation, WBuy is of big interest to me. RUM, we got back into that, wetting the beak all the way up there. Alas, it is still putting in lower highs and lower lows. So there we go. I got back into this one because it did dip into VWAP, so I had a resting order there, and we printed 3 out of the 5 prints. We still have a couple of more on this one that are going unprinted. I'm going to take it out here, and then I'll only have 1 left. And now I'm going to move up my stop to 9.59. And it'll have to hold the 6 penny level, otherwise I want no smoke. So simple as that. Fat continues to do really good, man. Fatty girl, I knew you were going to be the one. This one, we ended up taking yet another print to the high side there at 46. The only one that's still gone unprinted is that 48 print on Fatty girl. So I've moved up my stop to break even on this one. So if it does come and breach the volume weighted average price, sorry guys, I can talk, I swear, I will be out of this one. Shout out to my man, Skull NXXT. Skull, NX double T. That's why I loaded up the wrong one, brother. And I was like, what is this guy looking at? All right, let's load it up now. Good call out, Skull. South of $1 is NX double T, but it's got a big boy breakout, as you can see there. Look at this parabolic movement. I'm not seeing a reason why it's moving, so I have no idea. Nothing to report on there, but it is moving nonetheless, so it's a technical break at least. Okay, let me just throw in the ticker over there for you guys. 75 pennies as it works its way closer to that dollar area. We know it's different north and south of $1. So NX double T has earned its way onto the side chart. It's just going to be about who we take off right now. And the SERV has just lost its spot. So we're going to go ahead and put that one, and we're going to insert over here so we can keep an eye on it. NXTT. There it is. Uh-oh, there's a super chat. Man, I didn't even see that. The snapper. Sharif, remind us about the B-Day bet. Did you win? Well, no. Not yet. My birthday is on the 25th, right, of May. So, what's today? The 9th. We got 16 days. 16 days. Look, Joseph, I got to tell you the truth. A couple of months ago,
it wasn't looking good for you.
It wasn't looking good at all. We're dropping into 75, right? We're hanging out at 80s. I'm like, all right, well, this bet's done. We got into 80. We got into the high 80s. All of a sudden, we're the low 90s. We're mid 90s. We're 100.
Like, dude, you know what I mean? That's what I'm saying. I told you. I think it's going to be significantly closer than what we think.
No, I think you were right on that one.
Right?
I thought, maybe we take a little bit of a hiatus while the whole tariff thing gets figured out. Once the tariffs are, and then he's got some deals under his belt, then we could start accumulating it. Didn't even wait for the tariff.
Didn't even wait.
Deals, bro. The market front runs everything.
Exactly. So I think the next week or so is going to be really important for this specific bet between you and I, Sharif. If we have the ability within a week or so to crack that all-time highs, I think you're looking pretty good. And I think that at that point, the odds may change and slightly might go in your favor.
That's what I'm looking at. Yeah. Like, do you think we hit a triple top, at least initially?
No, I don't. No. I could be totally wrong. I don't, just because I'll go back to just I'm just sticking to the same thing, right?
Yeah.
I guess I'll die with this. We got a good quote up here from somebody as well too.
Go ahead.
But I'm sticking to the thesis that the accumulation phases were long. We get that move. We go back into another kind of consolidation phase, pull back, and then now going back for that move. That's just going off a basic TA. I don't think we double top or triple top there, as we're referring to. We may, but I don't think it's going to be continued. Like, I think it's either we might get that retest of the level and then break out of it, but we want to see that momentum and everything.
Let me show you why I'm even asking you that.
The ETH.
Let me just show you why I'm even asking you that. Assassino, look at this, brother.
Assassino.
Once, twice, Obi freaking thrice.
Yeah, but
I know it ain't the same. I'm not trying to compare them. I'm not trying to compare them.
For sure.
But it's happened. Now, when we used to do the lessons on these reversal patterns, Joseph, the triple top known as a very, very, very rare pattern.
Yeah, there you go. So if it triple tops, then I guess boom, it's just like, all right, start to take some profit up there if we even get up into that realm. But here's a really good quote from Mando Man. I don't know if it's directed at me or anything along those lines, but regardless, I liked it. We learn something new every day, but still die dumb. Stay humble and enjoy. I like that one.
Stay humble, bro.
Stay humble.
I like to pretend that I'm not that dumb, but I'd like to be able to stay humble in any circumstance, any time. So I have to agree with that. 100%,
is getting excited about something and something that you've kind of established and created, is that I guess being kind of egotistical, or I don't know, we get excited.
I see. I mean, it really depends on your look there. I mean, 1 second here. I just got into position.
Okay, so I'm going to continue on this conversation a little bit. I'm a hockey guy, right? So I use the word we. I don't use I a lot, right? When and hopefully if you guys notice that, I like to use the word we, right? Because work as a team, as a collective unit, and I'm not out here to be like I think it's just not me. But we like to do certain things, right? And again, if we get excited about trading and locking in profits, you just got to understand the nature of the beast, I think. Trading can be extremely difficult, mental taxing. So when, big respect there, Neil. So when we accomplish something, Yeah, we get excited, and I don't think there's anything necessarily wrong with it. You just don't want to be rubbing it in people's face. I think that's where you kind of lose that humility aspect, right? Like, again, we get excited, we're having fun, we're doing it here with you guys, but at the end of the day, we're not being like, haha, look what I've done, you suck, and all that stuff. No, that's not what we're here to do. We're here to enjoy ourselves, and then if we hit big trades, then we like to celebrate, and I kind of leave it at that.
All right, man, let's see what everybody else is talking about there in the chat. Jay Lee, Sharif, JBDI is squeezing. Time to get in, could easily see $2. Thoughts, please bring it up. You missed like 20 cents of this since I mentioned it. Sorry about that, Jay. You know how it is, man. Like, we've got a zillion things to do up on the big desk. I do apologize. Let's have a look at JBDI for the OG Jay Lee. All right. So first of all, the daily chart is what it is. Yeah, we don't hold these for a long time. We're into it for a day trade. All right, Jay, I like it. I like the pattern. I don't like the volume. Jay, what's the volume on this one? We've done about 1.2 million shares on a dollar name, Jay, but I do like that breakout. So your idea about that $1.25 money, and then look back. It comes back in. It tests that $1.25 money. So good look on you there, Jay. But I'm going to have to say that this one is a little bit light on volume for my liking. But I see your point. I could be interested at that $1.25 if it comes in again. That $1.25 was a pre-market high that got taken out. It was also an after-market high that we used yesterday, so that could be interesting. It also is kind of a little bit 1 penny or so above the volume-weighted average price, so could find some support there. I like it, Jay. I'm going to keep it up on the side chart. Let me know how you're trading it, what your move is, like what tactics you're looking to employ on this bad boy. I'm going to keep my eye out on that for everybody. I'm also keeping my eye out here on NXXT. Oh, NVVE is coming in, so I'm not even in this, but I'm interested for a VWAP trade. So just a second here while I set up a possible dip trade here on our friend NVVE at 256. So let's go ahead and wait there for a possible VWAP bounce. I'm thinking, yeah, let's go ahead and wait over here. So we're going to wait there at 259. Let's see if we can get some money fills at 259 for some shares over here. We'll see what we get, and we will not get upset. Let's go now over to NXXT. I'm just trying to see which one we're going to take off. There we go. NXTT. Excuse me, guys. I keep saying that incorrectly. We're double top here at about 78 pennies, technically 7775. VWAP on this bad boy is around 65, 66 pennies, with the previous bar low at around 67, 68 pennies or so. So I like the look of this one, but I think we may have topped out, seeing that we've got 3 topping tail candles now, with the candle that closed on the 5-minute chart at 11:45 being a candle of indecision. So I'm really unsure how to execute at these levels. I'll wait for a pullback before getting in, but it's on the trading screen now, so we'll certainly be interested in that. So that's what I'm looking at, guys. Still in rum, break even currently, but it's holding VWAP. Still in fat, looking for fat to take out that 3.5. It's holding VWAP quite well as well. I'm talking about PHAT. Where is my chart there? PHAT, there it is. And RUM over here. Still holding a smidgen of that. Looking for that one to move back up, Joseph.
Yeah, good luck there. Excuse me, guys. Okay, so Jedi, 500 Dominican pesos.
Wow.
Thank you for that one, my friend. What's your opinion in the most anticipated NVIDIA earnings and the market buzz variable? It has been punished in the last 3 earnings. Nonetheless, the market has pulled it down. I like this. We all know what's going on with the H20, how that may affect the earnings. I think it was like a $4 billion haircut they might possibly see on that. But I still think with the CapEx from some of these large from these hyperscalers, Sharif, it's just so large that NVIDIA is going to be one of the primary beneficiaries of that. So again, we just have to be patient, wait and see. And I'm going to be honest with you. I'm going to be taking a look at the options chain to see what those calls are telling me. Where are the highest levels of open interest? And I'm going to keep it that simple. I'm not going to dive deep into the fundamentals because I necessarily don't know that much about them. I know the company's still growing at a fantastic rate. Now we have that new that news that we heard the other night about the chips as well. And then the H20 thing might be the largest concern possibly for NVIDIA. But other than that, I'm going to be patient and just follow the technicals and see what it tells us come that report, because it is very much anticipated. And we will most definitely be bringing it to you guys live. I'm sure Sharif is going to be covering that one, and I'm going to be definitely trading it throughout that day as well. So what I was thinking full disclosures that we just continue this rally into the earnings report, and then after that, it's just you got to wait until that volatility steps in and to see where that brings you guys. But yeah, here we go. Let's get into some of these trades here. Still 10K open interest on TQs at 60. Sports and stocks. All right, I'll take a look at that there. Good look there. So we're still sitting in this DKNG trade. Grabbing off these bottoms. My target is the volume weighted average price, but you can see that we're just running into some overhead resistance, and we just can't crack and hold it just yet. So we'll have to be patient. If it's going to be a slow grind and the market continues to move higher and higher, and we have the ability to sit on top of VWAP in the SPY, Qs, and some of these other big names, I think eventually DKNG is going to start to participate on that front. We're still positive about 2.5% here on the session, but we're not going to piece any out until we hit that VWAP level or just slightly below it. So we do have another 30 cents to go before we start to look to take some profits. Really small in this run. I don't think I'm going to add to this because it is more of a slow grinder. I want to look for that momentum style trade, and I'm just not getting that right now in DKNG, Sharif.
All right, we just punched into NXXT as it's on the breakout right now, guys. But you know how these ones are, they're thickly traded. We're taking shares here. Okay, so there we go. We're breaking out. Nice look here on NXTT. Let's set up at 88s as well. There we go. We're going to set up there. And we're looking for a continuation. So the high of the day right now, 87, 88. I've got 82s on, showing me 85s. We'll wet the beak there. Let's go NXTT. Sorry, guys. I don't know why I'm insistent on saying NXX, but yeah, it's just my brain is farting today. It's like fart coin, bro. Here we go. Let's go. Take out some more. Shout out to Michael Noss, baby. We love the Noss boss around these parts, and we love. What's that guy's name? Skull. Shout out to Skull, man.
Skull.
Thank you for bringing out that, telling me about NXTT. Still waiting for 88s to get taken out. We still got, we still got some shares on here, man. So we're going to take out some more as this one weasels up into 86. Good look here. I'm also back into W buy, and I got some nice prints there. It's hard to see on the 5, guys, but it did squeeze up above 5. Got a bunch of prints to the high side there, so keeping my eye on that one. Back to NXTT. Here's the deal. We got 2 pennies on 82. So, right, what we're going to do is we're going to set up at 79 for a stop, right? And that's going to be the situation. So this one drops below 79. We're Gonzino. There's 87. Ooh. There's 88. Freaking bang, bro. Let's go. All right. These penny stocks, baby, they be doing things. There it is, Joseph, into the high of the day. Again, we still got a couple of outs on this one. So let's set up mid-90s. What's going on back there? What are they doing? They're destroying the place, aren't they?
Yeah, a lot of going on.
You just know they're going to be destroying this. So apparently, I was talking to your friend Randy back there.
Yeah, my guy.
And,
that's your guy, too.
Yeah. Well,
Our
of
guy,
course,
our
right?
guy,
Our guy. You know what I mean, though.
Yeah.
And everything is going to get crazy on the 20th. Apparently, the contractors are all going to be here. They're going to rip up the flooring, and they're going to be sanding down the concrete. Madness.
Hit the Studio 8 button. There we go.
Oh,
hey, look at that. I didn't even have to say anything.
This is what's going to happen. Obi's head's going to get crushed. Neil's going to fall into 2 pieces. Play it one more time. Play it one more time. Can we do that one more time? There it is. Watch your friend Neil. Neil just collapses there, bro.
He's gone.
Poor guy. Everyone else's fight says Neil, except him. The most damage onto your friend Neil there.
Neil took the most damage.
Your friend Neil got destroyed there.
Later.
Emotional damage.
Yeah,
all right, here we go. We're doing it live here, Joseph. Here comes 95. Boom! There goes 95. Where are my 98s at? Let's go, baby. We're 96.5 now. Can we pass 97? We're waiting for 97. We'll wait, no problem. Up into the mid 96s. Good look here for NX double freaking T into 98s.
And
bang.
Oh.
Yeah, subdued.
Right,
not a bad one there. That's a big boy breakout. Shout out to your friend Skull. Single-handedly, the reason I even got into this one. Took 20 pennies on a dollar name. Not too bad right now, guys. Didn't have the biggest share size ever, but not bad look in any event. Thank you, Adair. I do appreciate you. I think everybody's waiting for that MSTR trade. Make sure to pay attention as Adara will be showing you her strategy trade during happening now, but in about a couple of minutes. So make sure you are paying attention. Joseph.
Strategy. I want to know the strategy on that one too, for sure. So, bang. But that's all right, guys. Yeah, let's continue to sit in this DKNG until we crack that this specific base that I was referring to. I think this trade can continue to work, and that's what we want to see if this market continue to climb. But we're going to need these big boys to start participating. I haven't looked at Meta or anything today, Sharif, so I want to pull that up and see what Meta's been up to. I have that Ethereum ETF up on my far screen, but that thing is not very liquid whatsoever.
No, it's not.
So, yeah, it's not liquid at all. And I mean, Meta's not overly liquid either, Sharif. Like, look at this 1 minute chart. This is horrible, if you ask me. And then look at the pre-market here. Like,
Yeah, it's nasty.
for one of the best trading, like, I don't know.
Joseph,
Yeah.
look at this.
What?
So the oil like makes new lows, right? The barrel, I guess it's above 60 today, but you know where it's been.
Yeah.
55, 56, 57. It would make sense that we're at multi-year lows and then gas prices to be going up all over Canada.
Yeah,
it makes
well,
sense, right?
What else?
I mean, I wouldn't
What
expect
isn't
any
going up?
different. I think oil prices go low, gas prices go high. Any other reasonable person would think the exact same thing. I can't wait to put gas this weekend.
I'm my tank's already full. Bang.
Oh,
Let's go.
this guy's just dunking on me, bro.
Don't worry, my
Dunking
tank's
on
already-
me.
My tank's already full, brother. So there we go. I took the train actually.
Did you?
All this week,
that's
right?
good look,
But
good
I mean, it takes me a little bit longer on the train, but you kind of get you get dialed in, right?
You
I
get chilled, though.
You get chilled, right? You know what I
Don't
mean? I
fight
don't have
people on the
to. You
street.
don't have to. Yeah, you just gotta
Brake
watch out
check
for
people.
Yeah, you don't gotta
right?
do that.
No,
You
none
call
of
them
that.
out
none
at
of
the
that.
red light, and then they run. Right? You don't got it.
There's
You know what I
nothing.
mean?
There's no story to this, by the way.
no story.
Don't ask any questions.
Don't ask.
Right,
That's all we know. We don't want anybody knowing too much here. Never ask
Derek
anybody.
says, never ask
ask.
questions. Just take
Yeah.
it at face value, guys.
Speak and don't speak.
Oh,
unless
boy.
spoken to. But
Oh,
all right, guys.
boy.
Yeah, let's get into this DKNG. This consolidation phase, I like this. If we slowly start to curl over in these 3620s, maybe we can add. I know I just finished saying I won't add to this position, but there is an opportunity. I believe that can happen, especially if we get this curl over around these key support levels. That can be a good add up into the weighted average price. But guys, we're going to see a Dara's hot trade here momentarily. It's happening now, and then Neil's lesson of the day.
Sorry about that. My mic just having a little bit of a war with my shirt. But you know what's also having a war right now is the S&P 500. And that war is, do we go green or do we go red? Right now, we're basically flat. If you look back here, though, in the 15-minute chart, starting yesterday, some slightly lower highs to be had here on that S&P 500. So many names to talk about. We had a lot of earnings plays, but understandably, some of these earnings plays got forgotten in the great Tesla battle with 300. Here is TTD, though. TTD had a really strong look here initially off of earnings. Decent guidance, too, if I remember correctly. Here is Tesla now making lower highs, lower lows. But this morning, this one was the belle of the ball as it broke above 300 for the first time since late February 2025. So great look here for TSLA. Also, just want to take a moment here to plug. This is a new post here on X at TTV Research. Because we have so many Fed speakers today, I want to take a look at how many times we've really gotten each of the Fed governors this year. I didn't include the Fed presidents because there's not really a clear database for them, and they also talk a lot more frequently. But for the Fed governors, these are the highest ranking levels of the Fed. And Fed Chair Jerome Powell, they do talk fairly frequently. Vice Chair of Supervision, if she gets confirmed here, Michelle Bowman tends to talk the most. And this is the MSCR trade. Now it doesn't look quite as good now, obviously dropped a lot more. But I got, of course, here with this double top and the prior bar break on the 3-minute. This is the short. This is actually fat finger here, this ad. But it worked out, didn't move anything, moved the stop here. Then we get this break below VWAP. We get one more ad. Still risking to this level of this 427. I think the average is probably around 427s at this point, early, because I had more shares here than either of these. 427s, mid 426. We get the drop, first piece of profit here on some of this, I guess, pre-market support. Arguably took this out too early. Another piece out around 420, 415, and then stopped out here on the prior bar high around 418. Obviously continued to drop, but this is the trade. Definitely left some on the table, but because it was asked for, I wanted to show off this chart here. And yeah, check out X at TTV Research if you want market-related infographics and fun content. But in the meantime, we have our friend Neil, and I think he may have his lesson of the day, potentially. So take it away, Neil, and Wayne, maybe. Back to you.
Oh, and he runs away. Obi doesn't mind sticking around. Wayne just took off. The second he realized he's about to be on camera, Wayne just absolutely bolts stage left, one of the floor managers here on the trading floor. Mostly remote traders now, but oh, there he is in the background. Yeah, shout out to Wayne. Look, lesson of the day today, and it's something that someone was asking me about levels. And we'll talk about QBTS because I think it was a good one. But think about it this way. One of the things that we like the most is pull back into prior resistance as a trader or support. And they like it too. And I know Obi likes this. And I know Wayne likes it as well. And a lot of momentum traders are going to like it. And it just comes down to what is the most simple thing you can ever find on a chart. And it's going to be a price significant area that is obvious and that you've already seen respected. And then you look for it in the other direction, right? So NVIDIA, like Y115, I had it on my note pre-market. Sean had it on his note as well at 115. Why? Because we all saw the Liberation Day bottom and then rejection of 115 and rejection of 115 over and over and over again at 115. So when it's pulling back in, like what's that spot? Well, by the way, I just trailed out of the long. Oh no, and I tried to get short and I didn't get it. That's not fair. Okay, well, there's a trend break on NVIDIA there. I just trailed out of the long and I didn't get that short. So it is what it is. But the pullback into 115 gives you your best up move into that prior resistance. And that's the kind of thing that you want to look for. Now, is it the sort of thing that works every single time? I'm not going to here to tell you it's going to work every single time. But when you fill in a gap, a prior area of liquidity is going to be a good place to look for. And we'll go to QBTS as well. It doesn't just come down to big levels on the daily chart. It could be something as simple as the day before, like QBTS. There's your high at 1080. It double topped that level. Go out to the daily chart. Yeah, there's some overhead resistance in here as well, some prior highs. But this is just about the next day. Like I wasn't long QBTS early. And we kind of talked about trying to join it off VWAP when it wasn't getting down there. But what does it give you? Pull back into prior day high, confluence it with VWAP, and you're good to go. Now, is it going to break out the high of the day? This market is suggesting that maybe they don't want to, the way that we're pulling back in here, but it gives you a level that you will like for more than one reason potentially. And on top of that, it gives you a level where if you have to stop out, there's always more likely to be liquidity at a level where there was big interest before than any random level out there, like a line on a chart. So we like those types of things to play off of. Now, is it guaranteed to work? I don't think so. But if you're going to wonder, like, why in the world would you be, look at this random price in Marworth trying to bounce off of at 14.8. So why am I long Mara there? It might stop out. Oh, looky. Look at that daily chart. Look at this top on Mara since late March. Right back into the prior high. So that's when I'm looking for a bounce, the second it bounced off there, went into the long in the 90s. I mean, ideally could have a price in the 80s instead of the 90s, but that's what we're looking for. Now, it might not work. This one's not looking that great, and the market is pulling back rather heavily. But if you get a setup like that works 2 out of 3, you should be happy with it. And it's a very simplistic one. All you have to do is zoom out, have an idea in mind the direction you want to go off it. I mean, I suppose too, when it loses this level, you can go short. But if you're thinking a continuation play long, or a stock is filling a gap in and you want the mean reversion, what better place than to find liquidity at a prior significant level? And multiple examples of that today. And you might even get one if Tesla goes to 295, that's going to be the same thing too. So I'll give you a bonus one. This prior high in Tesla, 295. It can't even get there on Tesla. And you know what kind of a wall that was when we were trying to get there, trying to break through it. So now it's broken through. I'm still looking for that bounce. I mean, as long as it holds that prior resistance turning into support, then you know the trend is unbroken, even if it's broken on your short-term chart. And that's the key. It'll look really bad sometimes at those levels on your 3-minute or your 1-minute, but when you zoom it out and you bounce off a level like this, when everyone else has been stopped out on their intraday, that's when you know you've got a good one. So prior support turning into resistance and vice versa. It's a very simple one and a few great examples here today that I wanted to share with you. There's your lesson of the day. Back to the Bash Brothers.
Good look there, Neil. Fantastic lesson as always, guys. Let's pull up my screen here momentarily just to see what we got going on. Ant in the chat was asking me about primary target. We took the majority of it off right here. Oh, he's going armchair. All right, there we go. So there we go. Right below the volume weighted average price. I told you that's where we're going to take it up. Up 3% here is DKNG. So solid trade on this frontier. What is that? 35.90 all the way up to 36.49. So there it is, DKNG, kind of just moving against the market, and that's a positive sign for a stock that had some decent earnings this year.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. All right, we're involved in a couple of names. NWVE just took some prints to the high side, just got stopped out for the remaining amount. We'll go negative on that one now after going break even. So this one doesn't hold a VWAP. That will be the end of the trade for me with that because it lost the volume weighted average price. Speaking of volume weighted average price, I got a dip trade here on WBuy for a VWAP bounce. So we've been scalping on WBuy at this level. Let's see where VWAP is, just a little bit ahead of that $21 area. In fact, it looks like it's like 21.05, something like that, waiting, I believe, at 15s to get filled. There we go. Now we are now filled at 25s, excuse me. Wow, that just lost the bid. So here we go. It has to hold 19 for me to hold on to this one. Wowzers. Okay, so we'll hold on for that. Let's see what we get there. So 21.25 is where I'm at. Let's go ahead and wait at 21.50. Let's see if this one wants to hold up at the volume weighted average price. It already wicked well below it, but this one moves dollars at a time. So anything below 20, we're going to take an L on this one. Break even on it now, but it's going to have to hold that $20 area. The other one that I'm involved in, where is that? PHAT. Shout out to my man or to my whatever, fatty girl over here. This one's still holding that 330 area, but the problem with this one is it is putting an umpteen amount of lower highs. So even though we're break even on it right now, I don't know how I feel about this one going forward. It's not really able to clear that bad pattern or that bearish pattern, I should say, of lower lows and not lower lows and lower highs. It's got the same area low, which is VWAP, right? But that lower high situation is very much in play with that 378 being the high of the day. And every single candle subsequent to that 378 kind of tilted down like this for the lower low situation. So I don't know really how much I'm going to hold on to that one. Back to WBuy into 21 we go. We're still 25 pennies out of the money on this one. I've given it as much as I can give it in terms of room. So this will have to be kind of the general area where it holds up at. Otherwise, we're going to take an L here on WBuy. So looking for that move back into that $0.50, so to speak. Let's see what we get here. Let's see if this one wants to catch a bid, possibly to the high side. Now showing me 28s on the level 2 on the ask side. So it's above VWAP again, but not exactly exploding to the high side. Maybe we should set up some more orders as well at that level. Let's go ahead and throw some more beak wetters there, and then we'll just layer all the beak wetters. If they print, they print. They don't, they don't. Simple as that. So let's go ahead and set some more. 22, 20, oops, there we go. So there we go. Are we getting anything over here? Not quite. So it's at 48. So now we're in the money on it, but I'm still not getting any prints because I'm not looking at scalping 25 pennies when I was out of the money by $1. So this one's going to have to really rock it back up to print all the beak wetters that we have set there. Still showing me 48s on the ask side of the level 2. Alas, it's not holding, dropping back down. There's 21.48 again. A whole bunch of buy orders. Now we're printing. Okay, so now we just took out some levels there. Just got the beak wet. Doing okay on WBuy right now. We've got size on as well. I don't usually take size, but we're going to take it here. So that's the situation. I'm waiting now at 69. It just showed me 60. Let's see exactly what we get here. But guys, this one, oh my God, I should have still been in this one. Bang! NX double T. It is halted to the high side here at $1.23. Breaking through that dollar like it doesn't even matter. Halted to the high side, guys. I don't know exactly what time the halt is. There it is. 12/11/28. That's the last print that came in there, 12/11/28. So keep your eye out on that if you're into these small cap gappers. Joseph, I'm just going to manage this position.
Do what you got to do there, guys. So there you go. So 5-minute inverted here on DKNG. This could be a potential out signal as the market looks like it wants to take an additional leg to the downside. So yeah, there we go. Nice inverted candle there. It might look like, so you just got to listen to what the PA is telling us. I'll take the break even stop out. I only have 10-15% remaining, but I was really 20%, sorry, of what I was essentially holding. So I'm okay with that. Looking for that bigger move here, but that is not a good signal for DKNG, just below the volume weighted average price. So we'll be patient and see if we can get a potential bounce here in the market. I mean, the Qs are closer to the low a day than the SPY. Tesla giving back a lot of those gains earlier in the day. I mean, I think it was a bit of a squeeze on that front, but a good technical breakout on Tesla regardless of what happened here. So there you go, low a day on the Qs right here. Guys, I know someone was talking about something on the TQs, asked for a potential wall or call wall or anything, so just kind of reiterate me on what you said, and I'll look into that. No doubt. So, but yeah, I mean, DKNG, there might be a potential add position here. But again, I want to follow the market, and if the market's going to the downside, I don't necessarily want to be going counter trend to what it's doing right now, even though this is an in-play stock. So they do move slightly different. But there we go. We're getting a nice move here on Bitcoin. Back to the top side, I seen someone in the chat mentioned, who was it, Sweeping? Yeah, Sweeping said,
What'd he say?
Sweeping said he bought some IBIT lows as well too. So good look on that front. 58.22 was the low, and now we're trading around 58.48. So 20 cents bang, just like that. So yeah, we'll be patient. I actually took, sorry, I forgot to mention this to you guys. I actually took one trade on IBIT this morning, and it worked out for us, but nothing crazy. I just eventually got stopped out break even, and then I was focusing on DKNG, and I'm like, no, it eventually went and did this move here. That would have been nice. 59 was kind of the peak on this IBIT trade. So 58.60, we were in it. I took some off here, and then as soon as I got stopped out break even, I'm like, ooh, I need to take this DKNG trade. Let me put this aside, even though it does continue to climb. But I want to pull up the actual underlying asset to see what we have going on from a technical standpoint, because I mean, I'm not going to say that we're overly extended right now, but we've been on a nice move over the past couple of weeks, right? So that's exactly why I decided to sell some shares last night in my IBIT swing. I'm not selling in the long term whatsoever, but in that swing, we're going to pull up Bitcoin right now to see what we got cooking up on this front. So again, like, so you can see leg up, nice consolidation, additional leg up. Now, I guess the third leg is kind of a hit and miss. Are you going to get that? But that's two solid legs to the top side. I wouldn't be surprised if we get a pullback into this 95 range. But if it's super strong, like it's displayed itself, just listen to the PA. And if it decides to break through that all-time high with momentum, then just go with the flow there, Sharif.
Yes, sir. Just took a couple of prints now on WBuy. Still waiting for that move here. I'm kind of concerned about this one. It's above VWAP, but it's kind of an anemic hold. You didn't get those aggressive buy orders that you typically see at a key area of technical support. Okay, now we're printing on it because we just took out 69s, so we're into 25s here. Took out that 69 level. That one north, though, of 22, still going unprinted. So positive on it right now, and quite happy about this because we had gone negative on the day as a result of that NVVE trade. But now we're positive on the... No, almost positive on the day, quite. I shouldn't jinx it, right?
Yeah.
I got to be careful with that. But you're positive on this stock at least, so we'll take that. The Piper brother, just send it to that same email, but you're going to have to tell me what the name of the individual is. Otherwise, I don't know who to look for, okay? Because I'm sure you can imagine, brother, we get lots of emails. All right, back to NX double T. Here we go. It's open and it's flying. Seller at 32, got taken out. Here we go, 34 is Joseph. There's a monster seller at 35. We're taking him out, baby. There he is. He's getting eaten up. He's getting clean. His clock is getting cleaned. All right, 137. There is literally big size at every level. That's all getting taken out. Now, do we wait for a dip trade into 130? What's the move here? Do we chase this? I don't want to chase it. Or do we wait for that big boy retracement into that buck or into that buck 30? The reason I say a buck 30, buck 25 is that halt level is $1.27. So oftentimes what we end up seeing is a test of that halt level gap and then a move back up. It doesn't always happen. It sometimes happens. Here we go. It looks like we might halt here at $1.47 if this continues to print in this way for a few more seconds. 10-second halt parameter here. We will halt if this holds. Is it a false halt? No, we are halted again to the high side. So we may have one in our hands here, ladies and gentlemen. NXT or NX double T. I'm killing myself with that. $1.47 high. Let's keep an eye out on that one, Joe.
Yeah, it's a tongue twister. All right, guys. Yeah, so we're holding up This is going to be a key moment here in DKNG. Are we going to break through this 5-minute potential pivot? And if we do and sit on top of the volume weighted average price, then we can probably slowly start to appreciate in price here. So that is a positive sign. But Palantir continuing to bleed. One thing, let's pull up Palantir's daily actually. And I just noted, I'm like, okay, yeah, when I start trading this, one of the strongest names, it decides to put in all these buffoonery days there, Shree. But here we go. See, 125.91. Look at that double top right there, guys, on Palantir. So let's be patient to see if we can break through that. We're going to want to see that momentum and that volume step in order for us to crack through that. 120, we have a lot of open interest. But let's pull up the chain and actually see what we and take a look at what we see here on at that 126 strike, just above where that all-time high is here on Palantir. On this week's expiration cycle, I don't think it's going to tell us too much, so I'll go next week to see what we got cooking up there. 126. Okay, so yeah, 125. There it is displayed, guys. 125. Some supply over there, 27,000, and then just above that at 126, we have about 7.5 thousand. So a good amount. The 27,000. Sorry, at 125 is the largest amount. So there you go. That's leading into next week. Let's see if we can test into that 125 level and how it reacts. And if not, if we don't get anything relatively close, you might be able to find a short there on Palantir, Sharif.
Okay. All right. Let's keep an eye out on PHATs, continuing to kind of make those higher highs and higher lows. Keeping an eye out on that, up about 50%. Still south, though, of that whole that half dollar. Eh? Oh, I didn't even see him. What's going on, brother? How was the swim? Is your voice okay?
No, he's pulling on me.
I see. Okay. Okay, Katian, man, I've just got to focus on my trades, brother. All right, so up into about $3.50 is PHAT, but it's still rejecting that area high at around 377. So keep your eye out on that. I'm setting up south of that $0.50 here for a possible beak wetter. It does have support at 33s, but sadly I did not add into that level. So keeping my eye out on that and waiting for NXTT to open up at $1.47. We'll be keeping an eye out on that. I've got really nothing else over here, though, Joseph, and I have to manage my position on WBUY.
Absolutely. Yeah, that's what the vibes it's giving over there, eh? Sippo Sunshine. I like that name, too. So, yeah, we won't repeat that, but I see what you're getting at. So, yeah, let's go DKNG. Let's break through VWAP here, a nice pullback. I told you this is going to be a key pivot for us to break through here. That's going to be that 36.55 level. And if we do have the ability to sit on top of VWAP, then pull back and then add to that position to look for the continuation of that long. Added more into both NVIDIA and TTQs, working well now off that bounce. Yeah, good look there, Gorev. One thing that we can note here as well, too, your risk profile is relatively defined. You can see that we're constructing these higher lows. That's a positive signal. So if we continue to bounce off of this, then maybe we can get a rebound. But if we sit on the backside of this channel, then maybe we get that continuation to the downside and break through some of these lows of days. So yeah, just be patient, guys. I think that's one of the most important skills. I know you see us hopping in and out, but there's definitely method behind the madness on that front. We're just looking for our setups. But some days on Friday, again, it's Friday. We've put in a solid week. So expect volume to start to kind of cool off, especially in that lunchtime hour, like what we're currently sitting in, and then later on in the day. I mean, we can get some solid imbalances, but it's Friday, a nice weekend, so people want to kind of get out early and enjoy. So yeah, we'll just be patient. Like we're sitting here in this this DKNG. We've been in since 11:30, so we've been sitting in this trade for an hour now, just letting it cook. And that's kind of what you got to do: is slow grind, slow grind, slow grind. Let's pull up the VIX actually, because the VIX is a big teller of all. Let's go VIX. We're gonna pull up the index and see what we're currently. Yeah, like okay, this is such a bullish sign, man. Okay, I gotta start collecting some serious data here on the VIX. Just because when we get these massive moves up in the VIX, it'll always just revert back to the mean. Obi was mentioning this too, and I'm like, yeah, you're so right, dude. But yeah, this is like put central here when you get to 60s. This is obviously the peak tariff fear, and then if you're buying those further dated puts, then you're sitting at probably a really nice return on that. So next volatility spike, you're gonna see it live. I'll tell you guys about it. I'm gonna look to trade some VIX, and to be honest with you, I've never bought any contracts in the VIX before, so that's gonna be a first. And I'm gonna be buying some puts, and I'm most definitely looking forward to that. But I like what's happening now. You can see that the market is starting to recover. The volatility is definitely cooled down, so that's a good bullish sign here, and those options premiums are coming significantly down, so I like that. buying options buyer market. And if we get those volatility spikes, then you can collect some premium just through volatility in itself, Sharif.
Well said, Joseph. All right, guys, Goss stopped out for the dip trade here on WBuy. It lost $20, so Goss stopped out 1990s, but kind of happy with that stop because now it's in the high 18s. So a bit of a loss there and a loss of VWAP, so we'll give back everything that we made on that one. It's a tougher look, so that's the way the cookie crumbles on that. Now back to NXTT. It's halted now again to the downside. This time to the downside. It filled the gap that it previously halted at 147. I believe it is halted at 146. High day 161, but this one's certainly in play now. Big time in play. So how do we trade this? Well, the previous area halt level was about $1.22, and it ended up opening up at about $1.27. I want to say 26, something like that, in and around that area. So we can look to those areas for areas of intraday technical support. So I'll set up something in and around there, give you some more levels on NXTT. You have the 10 exponential moving average at around 109. South of that, you obviously have the whole dollar level being psychological support. And then one more technical level here. I don't know if I'd be buying it off here. About 92 pennies, Joseph. That's where the volume weighted average price is.
Yeah, really good look there. And then what a crazy breakout. But guys, listen up. Traders funded by Trade the Pool have been cashing out big. We're talking $5,000, $15,000, $29,000, and even $36,000 on one trade. Here's how it works. You pay a one-time evaluation fee starting at $47. That's your total risk. You trade real shares, not CFDs, using up to $200,000 in company capital. You keep 70% of the profit. Do the math there, guys, on that $30,000 trade there. No margin calls, no account blowups. Scan Trade the Pool's QR code to get 10% off and start your journey now at tradethepool.com. Guys, scan that QR code,
sir,
and check it out. Only $47, and you can have some big payouts there. You see 36K. That's nice. Let's see what Adair's up to.
Keep an eye on Google here, guys. Excuse me, GeoOGL on watch after Anthropic put this court filing, and apparently, according to this filing, they were saying that the Department of Justice's proposed remedies in Google's search case risk chilling AI investment, or I guess risks kind of changing the sentiment here around investment in AI. Anthropic, I guess, not a fan of these proposed remedies for this Google case, according to this court filing. GeoOGL, I want to take a little bit here, nothing crazy, but just be aware. This is, of course, going to be on watch the Google DOJ trial. Back to you.
Thank you for that, Adara. All right, let's take this opportunity to do the news because I'm going to take a little bit of time off trading for a minute. All right, here we go. Let's start with the biggest mover. Well, not the biggest mover, one of the more important ones because crypto's doing things. So Coinbase reported yesterday, and it was not a good look for the crypto name, Joseph. You know, it's not a bad look. They're down 2.75%, so it's not all that bad. But they did kind of really disappointed. So let's talk about how they did. They missed on EPS, and it was a big miss on EPS there, guys. $1.94. Not only did they miss the street's expectations, but look at what they printed on EPS last year on the quarter. $4.40. This time they're printing $1.94. You could make the argument that quarter over quarter, it would be fundamentally different because we saw the huge crypto revenue kind of get pulled forward with that whole Trump trade after the election. But what's going on with the year over year look? I mean, I don't kind of get that. So $4.40 in EPS was they printed last year on the quarter. This time is $1.94. Revenue also missed. I mean, again, this one really confusing to me. $2.03 billion. The street was looking for a 2.12. That's still up year over year, though. So maybe the expectations were a little lofty with Q1 of this year being very strong. The street was expecting yet a strong Q2, but it's still up $1.64 billion. That's year over year, shy of endless estimates, though. Transaction revenue, the amount of transaction money that they made, $1.25 billion. Subscription revenue, I didn't even know that they had a SaaS model. I had no idea. Apparently, they're printing $700 million on the quarter from that. Trading volume did decline, as I kind of mentioned there, with a lot of the big trades being pulled forward with the Trump trade subsequent to the election. Consumer trading volume down 17% quarter over quarter. Q4, obviously the decline fueled by Q4 optimism from the election. Institutional volume, also an important gauge that we look at here, down 9% quarter to throughout about 315 billion. But April was kind of like a decent month within the overall quarter. They had about $240 million in transaction revenue, showing you that, you know, a decent post Q1 momentum, despite obviously the tariff jitters. Their guide, it was okay, $600 to $680 million in SaaS revenue, but compare that to what they made here, which was about $700 million. So you're looking for weakness at least quarter over quarter for the SaaS part of the thing. Stablecoin revenue continues to be decent here, offset by lower blockchain rewards. This kind of reflects the recent drop in crypto prices or the recent crypto weakness. And the strategic move here, this is what they're looking to do. They acquired a new company called Durabit. It's a crypto derivatives platform, Joseph, for about $2.9 billion. That's the largest crypto mergers and acquisitions deal to date. That obviously boosts their international derivative presence against and hedges against U.S. regulatory risk. And Q1, guys, saw continued growth of their derivatives market, aka Joseph's bread and butter. We're going to Adara.
Let's take a look here at VSTS. This is Vestas. They reported earnings Tuesday after the bell. But the reason I'm pointing this out here is because Betaville apparently issued a takeover note on the company. Betaville, I looked into it. It's basically a UK website just covering any stories about deal makers and deals in the industry. So that's what's happening here for VSTS. Apparently there's a rumor or talk here of a potential takeover for the company, VSTS. Nice look here near day's highs, but 3 million shares traded on the day. And there was a little bit of a volume uptick when we got this pop on this story. Back to the guys.
Great reporting as always, Adara. Good look there. That's what I'm seeing here. Great. Yeah, we can show the screen on. Vestas gains amid market takeover speculation. I'll make that a bit bigger if you guys want to read the story. You guys don't want to see these Dan Ives shirts over here. Yeah,
I do.
You do, huh? The story goes, may have attracted a new round of takeover speculation. Who cited Betaville. Uncooked alert was circulating Friday. So good look there. It's a French competitor, Ellis, in early October said it ended discussions with Vestas. So apparently these guys were the subject of a previous takeover bid there. Interesting. Look, kind of an ugly daily chart, though, if I could say so over here. We'll just show the daily chart super quick on that. It said no good, as the Katina man likes to say. That's the daily on that. So it's a bit of a tougher one there, up from 22, and now we're down to 6 3/4. That's the high of the day today. You have anything to say before
I'm going to add to your Coinbase
go for it, baby.
point there as well.
Yes,
See,
sir.
Sharif, if we can pull up my screen here, guys, so you can see that we stayed within that expected move here on Coinbase, but then we actually broke through it on to the top side through the intraday session today. So again, once again, when you're paying premium ahead of the earnings report and you stay within that via straddles or whatever you may be doing, as time goes by, you're going to lose the value of those contracts slowly on volatility decay. So if you're playing that at the money straddle or buying these contracts outright, whether it be long or puts or calls, you need to exceed that move and you want to lock in those profits immediately, because the coming days, day one earnings, day two, day three, etc., that volatility is going to start to drastically decay and you will lose value of those contracts very quickly. So there you go. Coinbase, going back to Sharif's point, from a fundamental standpoint, technical standpoint, stayed within that expected move.
Well said, Joseph. Yeah, that's really important as well to see, did it stay within. And Danielle Shea, when she was on, she would always give us a really interesting tidbit there. And she would say, if a stock remained within the expected move subsequent to earnings, usually you could get a recovery. And quite quickly. But if it didn't, if it exceeded the expected move, so for example, if it was plus or minus 10, ended up dropping 13, then you were likely going to trend to the downside thereafter, at least in the short term. So it was a really interesting thing that she mentioned there that kind of stuck with me for a hot minute there.
I like that, yeah.
All right, guys, Taiwan Semi, next on the list here. They reported, record revenue in April. Guys, and I'll submit to you, this is their best month ever in the history of the company. We'll get to that one in a second, but they did report about $10.8 billion in revenue just in April alone. That's about 350 million new Taiwanese dollars. Guys, that's a 48% bump year over year on the month. That's the highest monthly sales ever for Taiwan Semi. Doesn't matter, you're looking back 5 years, 10 years, 20. That was the highest monthly sales ever. Apparently, sales are exploding as demand for AI hardware continues to grow. Chips, servers, GPUs, mobile processors, you guys get it. AI hardware. Their infrastructure demand growth is good as well. So they previously forecasted AI-related revenue to double in 2025. We obviously know they supply the likes of NVIDIA, Apple, AMD, Qualcomm, all the big names. They're seen as essentially, obviously, you guys know, as a linchpin in the global AI supply chain. Nothing new for our, our well-versed viewers. Tariffs, though, could be a bit of a headwind. So analysts believe part of the surge in the April sales and a record month could have been as a result of the pre-tariff inventory stocking. So fears rising over the potential U.S. tariffs on non-domestic semiconductors. Despite that, Taiwan Semi has tried to kind of alleviate some of the beef with the Trump administration by pledging $165 billion in U.S. investments, but they didn't receive any guarantees of any waivers of any kind. So they're pledging the money, hoping that Donald and crew kind of see that for what it is and give them a bit of a break there. With respect to the remaining portion of 2025, their outlook kind of remains conservative. So despite the red-hot April, TSMC still guiding, though, about mid-20% sales growth for full year 2025. That's below the 44% year-over-year increase that we've kind of seen in the first 4 months of this year. So it's suggesting to you internal caution on the sustainability of this near-term or this nearer-term spike in sales that we got there. So interesting look. Pinterest as well. If you want to say anything.
Yeah, I'm good.
You're good. All right.
Yeah.
Pinterest as well, guys. Really interesting report. Do you use Pinterest?
I've never.
You
No,
don't
I've
use
never.
Pinterest.
I've never.
I've got it on the
ever.
phone, bro. But like I could tell you, maybe I open it up 3-4 times a year.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is it like a Reddit type thing? I think.
A little bit more with less text, more pictures.
Oh, Neil's
So it's like.
Oh, I thought he was coming in.
Oh, yeah, Neil, yeah. Don't upset
yeah,
Neil,
yeah,
bro. He
don't
just
wanna-
needs elbow room, baby. No, seriously, though, I like it for, like, fashion stuff.
Okay.
Like, if you want to pair a jacket and a shirt and pants together,
Yeah.
you get good ideas off there.
Off of Pinterest? Oh, okay.
Brenda was telling me his wife uses it for interior design.
I was just about to say that. I was about to say this. You get those in-house like decor kind of ideas
Bang.
and everything along
Bang.
those lines. Okay, yeah.
That's what they're using it
Yeah.
for. I mean, personally, I don't use it for
Pastry,
that.
You can do like pastry, everything.
Any
Right?
ideas
I was
and
just about to say, yeah.
And now here's the deal. So if you were using it just for that, now apparently, I don't know if you're Gen Z or millennial. What are you?
Whatever, 92.
Whatever it is, yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway, Gen Z apparently is using it to shop. So not only are they getting ideas off it, but they're pulling the trigger.
Yeah.
So let's talk a little bit about that, Joseph.
I mean, yeah, that's what we do. Sorry, I didn't show you, but I
Yeah,
mean,
go ahead,
that
brother.
was kind of, I think Selena got a lot of her ideas for the inside of it. It's like we wanted Tulum vibes. Right?
I like that.
We like that.
For the
Have you ever
spot?
been? Yeah. So
Of
yeah,
course I've
that's
been
kind of what we
to
did.
Tulum,
Yeah,
yeah.
we seen it. We got.
That's
Oh, you've
sick.
been to Tulum?
I've been Cancun, Playa del Carmen, Tulum, everywhere,
yeah,
bro.
It's
Yeah.
one of my favorite places.
Well, it's
on
all the same
planet.
area.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's like 2 hours away. I was driving too. I rented a
They
car.
just
and
got their own airport. You had to land in Cancun to go to.
And that's what I used to do, right? Because I can't sit in the back of a vehicle for long, just get super car sick. So I'm like, all right, let me rent a car here so I can drive to Tulum.
There you go. Well, that's actually smart, bro.
Yeah.
I rented a car on Cozumel, just because like the little island, but I never rented a car on the actual land itself. All right, guys, here we go. Let's talk about the revenue for Pinterest. This was a beat everywhere, guys, except on EPS. 855 million in revenue, beating 847. The EPS was a bit of a miss, 23 pennies from 26. Their EBITDA beat handily there, 172 versus a 164. The street we're looking for margins continue to expand from 19.5 to 20. The monthly active users, aka the Mao Sutong. Anybody with Chinese history knows exactly what I'm talking about there. 500, get it, Adara. 570 million monthly active users versus the 565 expected there, Katina, man. The global ARPU, average revenue per user. They're making about $1.52 per user, which may not seem like much, but when you look at the amount of monthly users they've got, it's not all that bad, right? So that's the actual Q1 2025 earnings. Let's talk about that, the outlook. Revenue guidance, $960 to $980 million, which would be a little bit higher than the current quarter, so not a bad look. The midpoint there is about 970. That's ahead of analyst expectations at 966. And all that is suggesting to you that they expect healthy ad demand going into Q2, despite the macro turbulence. So I don't want to say it's kind of recession-proof or tariff-proof, but it's performing okay in a bit of a tougher environment, needless to say. Now, it's not all sunshine and rainbows on this report. In fact, North America was an obvious weak spot for Pinterest. Look at this. US and Canada, they missed on revenue, but they easily beat in Europe. So looking to diversify globally here, and that's what this article says. Strong international monetization trends helped offset a bit of a US miss. And there are obviously, as with almost every other report we've read, tariff-related warning signs. The chief financial officer, Julia Donnelly, said some Asia-based e-commerce advertisers are pulling back spend. And we've seen this because of the end of the de minimis rule, which was the rule that allowed under $880 products to come in tariff-free from China. Meta's complained about it. Goggles has complained about it. Essentially, all the online advertisers, Snapchat included, have complained that they're not getting as many advertising dollars coming from these Chinese sellers because they're not sending as much product. And we saw that as well, reflected in the amount of shipments, the cargo shipments from China to the United States in the month of April. So it all checks. It all, what is it? What do the kids say these days? It tracks. All right, so keeping it, I don't know, bro.
Yeah,
I'm 100. Leave me alone.
Yeah.
All right, here we go. So let's talk about Affirm now. You have anything before I go on?
Continue, brother.
Okay, Affirm. So Affirm got shellacked today. And to be fair, you know, maybe there were a couple of things here that weren't that good, but honestly, it was not bad at all. Let's talk about it. EPS. They actually made money. A penny a share, baby. They're taking home millions. No, but seriously, the street was expecting a loss. They beat. Revenue was in line, $783 million, in line with expectations. Net income, $2.8 million. And that is the first positive net income for them in years. And when you compare it to how they did last year on the quarter, guys, they lost $134 million. Now they're making 2.8. So they're doing something well there. Gross merchandise value, that's what GMV stands for. $8.6 billion was the amount of gross merchandise purchased on their platform, or using their services, I should say, ahead of that 8.2. That's a 36% bump year over year. Adjusted operating margin as well increased 22% versus 21.6. And then let's look at the guide. The guide was the problem here, all right? Revenue came in, or they're guiding 815 to 845. That makes the midpoint 830, which is below the estimates of 840. So that's why you got the X there. That's a miss. Gross merchandise value guide is good as well. That was above the midpoint, and their adjusted operating margin, not a bad look. We'll take a quick pause here. We'll go to Adara for an update.
I just want to let you guys know, it's coming out a couple minutes ago, but it's not super market moving. I do think it's worth discussing, though. Wall Street Journal reporting that in addition to He Lifeng, we'll also have China's public security minister, Wang Zhuohong, accompanying He Lifeng to Switzerland to meet with Jamieson Greer and Scott Bessent of the U.S. on these trade talks. So why this is pretty significant here is it's going to be public security minister. Apparently, this individual is also a pretty close confidant of Xi. So this could be pretty interesting. Look, I'm also reading this in the Wall Street Journal report. Sounds like because we do have the public security minister coming, it could be a bit of a sign that we do have the China a little bit concerned here about the role of fentanyl, because they have the public security minister. So that could be an interesting look. Again, this is just a report from Wall Street Journal, but we're going to have the public security minister and Premier He Lifeng going to meet up with Jamieson Greer and Scott Bessent of the U.S. in Switzerland. So interesting look here, just an update on these China trade talks. No talks from Trump. And at 1 p.m., we are expecting Caroline Leavitt, White House press secretary, to hold a press conference. But the last press conference she was expected to hold didn't actually happen. So I'll let you guys know how that goes. Back to you.
Very much there, Adair. If we can pull up my screen here momentarily. Yeah, so this is what Sharif was just referring to. He's going through the fundamentals, but now let's correlate that with the technicals and expected moves here on AFIRM. You can see what he was just saying, that Daniel Shea, something that stuck with him is that when you've exceeded that expected move, you tend to have the continuation of that direction, and that's a prime example here in AFIRM. We exceeded that expected move, and then now we're continuing to move to the downside here. Now during like 46.82 is what we're currently trading at. We broke that 5-minute announcement candle to the downside. So there it is. And I'm glad that you mentioned that there, Sharif, because now that's just more data that we can add and say, hey, this has happened, looking for continuation to either direction, whether we've come within that expected move or now we've exceeded it. And you can see that displayed perfectly right here in AFRM.
Yeah, guys, I just wanted to update you on something. I was never in that W buy for that prolonged period of time. I just let Fabian know that that was incorrect. So I hope nobody was basing anything off that because I was not involved in that. And I didn't see it on the position board there. So I do apologize about that. Allow me just a second just to load up my Google Docs again. Just don't dox me. What's my guy's name? Assassino. Until we load up that bad boy. Yeah, now we're good to go. Thank you, Andre. I appreciate that. All right, so Firm will continue on here with some of the key business drivers. This is interesting to me. So they're getting into credit card business, apparently. They've got about 22 million active consumers on their platform, 2 million new in the Affirm card, guys. The gross merchandise volume spent on the Affirm card up 115% year over years, and their active card holders for that Affirm credit card doubled. Apparently, that's a major growth driver, especially if you're not paying your bill all at once, because you're going to cough up 30 some odd percent, 25 some odd percent. That's a good look for them. Now, here's the deal, and this part really caught my attention. Their zero interest APR loans are not financed by them. I was telling Brendo and Neil this today. Really interesting. It's the merchants who are subsidizing that 0%. That's news to me. So instead of offering you, say, $100 off a product, say my regular price is $500, instead of dropping that price to $400 and saying, here's a sale, buy it for $400, I'll just say, all right, here's a $500 full price, but you can subsidize it over 6 months or whatever, a year, whatever they're doing, right? So it's really interesting how they're doing that. They're able to maintain full price, but over a prolonged period. So I thought that that was quite interesting because they're not the ones having to foot the bill for the zero interest loans. Credit quality as well remains really high. They've got less than 1% of their loans actually defaulting, which is a kind of a bellwether for the overall economy. We always keep our eye on car loan delay, or what are they called? Delinquencies, right? We look for those late payments. Then we look for the 1 month late, the 2 month late, and we want to see what the status of those are to kind of gauge the strength or weakness of the economy. And so this is one of those ones that we got to keep an eye on. Default rates remain low in a very, very, I want to say, sensitive area of the economy. They're not doing a lot of credit checks, and if they are, you're not really required to have as high of a credit score with these buy now, pay laters as you are for some other services. So you think, logically, if there was going to be some weakness in the economy, it would show up here first, and that's not happening. So I figured that that was really interesting for the overall market look there. Some commentary coming out of Affirm. CFO Rob O'Hare says no signs of consumer credit stress yet. Underline that word yet. Hopefully it doesn't end up getting worse or bad, I should say. The CEO says his 0% loans equals future card customers and long-term value. I guess maybe they're endearing themselves to future customers by giving them those 0% APRs. And the lower income consumers, he says, are pulling back per card issuer data and Affirm's own trends. So interesting look there. Joseph, anything on your end before we go on?
Good luck, brother. Oh, actually, one thing. Ahead. Yeah, so I added to this DKNG position. If we break down and come into this zone, I'm just kind of free rolling right now. So if it comes back to my break even, you can see that my average has now been lifted, but I like this little dip below the volume weighted average price to see if we can get a potential pop there, guys. And one thing to note, if you're long Bitcoin at these lows, we need to crack this downtrend and sit on the backside of it in order for us to continue to climb higher. But one thing to note, you can see we're slowly starting to compress in price. So you want to look for that breakout either way. So higher lows, lower highs, et cetera. You get that price compression. You want to sit on the backside of either one of these trends and look for the direction of that. You sit on the backside of this uptrend, then you look for that short. You sit on the backside of this downtrend, you look for that continuation along there. Sure.
All right, sir. Good look. All right, let's keep going here. Lyft, guys. Interesting report out of Lyft. How are they doing on the day? Let me just have a quick gander there real quick, see if they're up or down on the day, Katina, man. It was, geez, Louise, they're up 24%.
Jeez.
Okay, why are we not trading Lyft?
Yeah,
all right, no, here it is. Lyft did real well, guys. There wasn't too many dark spots here. Let's talk about the whole report. So we'll start with the actual earnings report. Q1, easy beat there for the EPS, a penny per share positive. The street was looking for a negative 8 penny per share loss. Revenue did miss though, slightly. 145, who are they, Amazon? 1.45 billion versus a 1.47 the street was looking for. That's a miss on expectations, but it's still a 14% year over year increase. Net income, they lost, guys, on the quarter last year, $31.5 million. They're making $2.5 million now. Maybe that's why we're up 24%. Free cash flow, way higher than expectations. The street wanted 136. They printed $280 million of free cash flow, so they're swimming in that money, baby. The core business metrics, let's talk about this. Rides. We gave you guys that one for Uber yesterday. We talked about Uber mobility, Uber delivery. I don't think I actually talked about freight yesterday. I think I missed out on that one. My bad.
Whoa, Sharif.
Go,
okay, yeah,
go.
this
What
is
happened
definitely
here,
your
man?
realm. NVE.
Yeah, I see it.
Were you watching that? Yeah, you see that breakout?
320.
I've seen a lot of
halt.
people. Yeah, I've seen a lot of people in the chat. There you go. It's halted.
halt.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it did. Oh, was that a false?
No, it's
I
halted.
think it's halted. So there we go. We got a tap of 306 there.
Good look.
Yeah, so nice call out there from you guys.
right,
Unfortunately, you don't want to chase this right now. Wait for it. I mean, what a big breakout here on the daily, even Sharif. That is an absolute monster move here. You can see that displayed on the daily. Great call out from you guys. NVVE breaking out. This is Sharif's world, and I'm sure he's going to probably look to take it.
Yeah, we're gonna look at, and there's another one, Joseph, that's halted as well. It's that NXTT that's also halted. So you've got two of these big boy movers on the day that are currently halted to the upside, both of them. Now, NXTT is a former, it's a previous convict over here. It's been halted to no end, high side and low side, so nothing new for it. But NWVE, Joseph, that's a new one there. Halted, still south though of that volume weighted average, or sorry, of that high day 344. But keep your eye on this one. We're gonna look to do that. I'm just gonna finish here, Lyft, and then we're gonna get back into trading, guys. So. Let's talk about the actual metrics, their core business metrics. Rides, guys, the amount of the rides that they did issue on the quarter, 218.5 million, 16% year over year bump. That's ahead of expectations at 215. They had about 24.25 million riders on the quarter, up 11% year over year with gross bookings as well, 13% year over year bump, and again, ahead of expectations there. The 16th straight quarter of double-digit gross bookings growth. That's not a bad look, man, especially for called, Uber's ugly little cousin, so to speak. Sorry, Adair. I mean, I didn't mean to disrespect anybody over there, but that's the situation. Q2. Outlook, ride growth. They're looking for mid-teens growth. Not a bad look. Gross booking guidance, 4.41 to 4.57. That's above the midpoint of the analyst expectations, about 4.48, which obviously shows demand resilience under the base expectations. They're last but not least, guys, they're buying back shares to the tune of $750 million. That's one of the key drivers, I would say, of being up about 24% on the day. And they did announce a $200 million acquisition of a German-based taxi company called Free Now. So they're weaseling their way into the European market, which shows, that they've got, obviously, international ambitions. No one can dog them for that. So not a bad look at all for Lyft. Now let's get back to work here, baby. NWVE halted to the upside at 320. What's the top? It's already lower. 305, still above that $3 area. It's changing by the second, 305. Now it's 310. So the theoretical auction price on NWVE at around 310. This one did halt at 1248.11. So we'll expect it to open up at 48. So that would be 53. 1253.11. That's when it should open out if it is going to be a 5-minute halt. The other one that was halted is now open. Where's it at? NXXT. Let's weasel into this one. How are we going to do that? We still have that level, I want to say at around $1.46. That's been keeping us from ascending above that $1.50. Even when we got there last time, we did reject that $1.50. So do we get it above it this time? We shall find out. Let's go ahead and wait on that $1.51, and we'll set up at $1.54. What's the situation here? Is this one of the ones we add into the 10 EMA? It's not that kind of day for me today. All right, negative on the day, so I definitely won't be adding aggressively south of $1.30, Joseph. But we'll see if this one wants to clear the $1.50. What do you got?
Yeah. I'm just watching this NVVE, to be honest with you. I'm going to keep my eyes on it. I like the price of this stock. I like how it's up 180% on the day, and you can see this big time engulfing candle. So we'll be patient to see if we can get involved on that. Yeso Yusha River Bear. Sorry if I Yeshua.
Yeshua. I think that means like, doesn't it mean Jesus?
I have no idea.
Pretty sure it means Jesus in Aramaic. Yeah.
He's Katina, man. He's curious as well am I. Did Obi know who Allen Iverson was? But you said AI. There he is. He's right there. You know who Allen Iverson is? All right. See, there you go. Bang.
Hold on.
Hey. Yeah, okay, all right.
Oh.
So there we go. Yeah, see, there you go. Katina Man being very vague. He knows who Allen Iverson is. He may not know who he played.
Hold on. Well, exactly,
Yeah.
Katina Man. That's what I was going to say. Who did he play for?
Yeah. Yes. That's it. Bang.
I love
for
it,
the
bro.
Lakers.
Look, bro, if it ain't mean reversion, he doesn't want to hear about it, bro.
Yeah. If it's not about the Virgin, that's exactly who Allen Iverson played for. Is the Lakers there, guys? Good luck on that
God
one.
bless him.
Yeah.
Yeshua bless him.
Yeah. You got the sport right.
Get it home. We
it.
love you, bro.
Yeah, we love you, brother. I was betting for you. I thought you knew who it was, but stretching it that far to who he played for
Love this
might have
guy,
been a little
bro.
bit of a hot
Straight
take.
up OG.
But good look here, guys. Also, I want to point this out. My good guy, my good buddy Gorev here as well too. Just absolutely crushing it. Look at this stop loss here from my guy Gorev on his trades here on the TQs. He sent me this one. Playing this hammer candle to a T with a stop there on this trade, and then just looking to take profits all the way up here, and already has. So really good look. And I think one thing to note here for my guy Gorev is just that the stop loss exactly where it should be. So there you go. Good work there, brother. I love seeing that. Love you sending me those, and I'm being more than happy to display it because I know you're a regular in the chat, and everybody wants to know if you're actually trading. So there
Exactly.
Yeah. So there you go. NVVE, guys. I'm not gonna. Whoa. Okay. This stuff is crazy, Shreve. As you mentioned, it just took like a massive 10-cent pop like that. If you're gonna trade this, you want to definitely start significantly small. I don't want to take any form of a massive hit on this. Like I'm thinking about chasing. Look at the tape. Look at the strength within this time of sales.
Yeah, I'm in it.
And there you go. You're in it.
Yeah.
Let's go. All right. So there you go. How much did you take off? At 316, you're in it. All right. You're already 8 pennies there.
Yeah.
There we go. Let's see if we can continue this. We want to see that just like that. It dumps 10 cents.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Normal,
Yeah. And you got to hop out right there. But it did crack that pivot high. And there it is. Yeah, I'm not going to chase it just yet. Wait for another pullback. And if that volume and momentum wants to be sustained, then maybe we can base a trade off of that. But lift, Sharif, I like how you reported that. The fundamentals continuing to climb higher.
Good look with that company, man.
Yeah. Pardon me?
Good look for that company, man. Yeah.
Yeah. For
all,
Lyft,
dude.
yeah, totally here. And to be honest with you, I only use Uber, right? So that's I've never personally used Lyft, but here we go, putting in a new high a day. Let's zoom out and see what we got going on from a daily standpoint as well. Big breakout here. You can see that downtrend. So that downtrend has been cracked here, guys, and then now we're sitting on the backside of it, and then you get a solid earnings report, and you get that technical breakout as well too there on LYFT. My ad on DKNG didn't work out. That's okay. It's starting to pull back now. I mean, we're still green on the day with it. It was the better of the trades. So yeah, happy with this. Looking for that ad and the continuation of the trend to the top side, but we just didn't get it. The pullback was too deep, and I was only risking my own unrealized on that. So boom, just get stopped out at the 18s there. Just free rolling the position, looking for a little bit bigger move. But here it is earlier in the day. This is what we were trading on DKNG. Enter the position, add. Bang, 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 bang. We take them out, add, free roll that, gets stopped out, and then we just enter a whole new position. This is a new one here, and then we take it all the way to the top, and then we get stopped out like 5 or 10% there. Let's see what it dares up to.
I just want to let you guys know here, we are waiting on Press Secretary of the U.S., Caroline Leavitt, to start this press conference. This is just the MSTR chart. I go up to NASDAQ. I have eyes on it. It has not begun yet, but I will be listening to the conference. I'll let you guys know if anything market moving happens, especially ahead of these trade meetings we're expecting this weekend. So again, Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt to take the podium. Just be aware. Back to you.
Listen, yeah, I love you, man. Don't ever think otherwise. Until I tell you I don't, just know that.
Yeah, but look, you got to prove your love for him, bro, by inviting him over.
Yeah, if Ozan's in the city, man, we'll go out for a pint there. You can come see. I don't know if you've ever been to Toronto, but we'll go down the old Yonge Street there and the Bay Street corridor. Oh, one thing that I noticed is they're starting to clean up Union Station finally. What do you mean? So like right out in front of Union Station, a lot of the unfortunate homeless people and some of the drug addicts will live there. But now there's a heavy police presence. Something obviously must have happened where they're like, all right, you guys got to go. I guess this is like it's probably the country's biggest train station right there in Union. So you don't want kind of that going around. I mean, I've seen some wild stuff happen inside of Union Station, and I'm glad to see that start to get cleaned up.
I was gonna say, and like that's like not the current mayor's like priority. She's more about affordable housing, like let them kind of live a little bit instead of hounding them down. So I'm kind of surprised to hear that.
You hounding them down? I mean, hey, listen, Sharif. Again, for me personally, Union Station, you don't want it to necessarily look like a dump, and you don't want drug use around it, and that goes for me with
way too many families. And
right,
stuff
exactly,
there,
and that goes with whatever. I don't even know what the name. I'm still calling it Dundas Square. It's like this is like our Times Square, right?
Bro.
Like I would like Selena won't even go on Yonge Street. She's that terrified. I'm like, man, they're not going to do anything to you anyways. They're relatively nice, but you don't want to see that drug use.
No,
okay. Bitcoin, guys, is really breaking down. See, this is what I'm talked about. You want to look for a trade on the opposite side of each one of these trend lines. As you can see, we opened up on the backside of this uptrend line, and now we're continuing to move to the downside there. That's why I took some profits in. That's why I locked in some shit. I sold some shares. I'm still sitting on those contracts in this, but I do believe with the move that we just seen, we're going to get a little bit of a pullback, and that's being displayed here today. Still holding up relatively well, 58 and change here, so that's probably going to still hold us well above 100. Well, not well, but probably 102, 103, whatever it may be. But there we go, sitting on the backside of this trend. Profit taking Friday. I've seen a couple people in the chat mention that, and that's exactly what's been doing.
I like it, man. Yeah. Profit taking Friday sounds like a good time.
Yeah, exactly.
So why not, bro? All right, we're doing it live up here on NXT. I just can't get it right, bro. I'm so sorry about this today, guys. I've misstated this one so many times. We've got 34 ons. We just took out some at 45 there. It's holding the 10 EMA well. Here we go into 46s. Let's take out some more here. Not a bad look right now on NXT. Looking for that 50 break, and we saw 50 was a hard level to shake. Call a spade, so we'll take some at 48s. 49 showing up now. Okay, this might halt to the upside. We're going to get caught in an up halt over here on NXT. If this continues, we know that false halts always boom right above 50. Okay, so we get that print. We're still unprinted at 55s. High of the day, 61. Yet another halt parameter coming in here at 51s. Do we halt at this level, or is it going to be another false halt like your friend 46? We're about 20 pennies in the money on this one. Decent look so far. We're holding some for a move up. Your friend NX freaking T halted to the upside, but we've seen this. We've seen it halt up, halt down. So let's get ready, because anything could happen. I mean, this thing can open up at $1.25. You never really know. Now, here's the deal. We're going to keep an eye out on that level right there. Now, I know it's super small, and I do apologize. Let me see if I can do it live over here and increase the size. I'm doing it live, Katina, man. Is doing it live. All right, we're going to increase the font for my friend, the Piper over there, who's been harping at me lately to increase. Oh, that's not the one there, Joseph. That's not a bad look, though. That's not a bad look at all.
Piper said it wasn't, he had trouble seeing the candles. It wasn't the level.
Yeah, I know. I'm just blaming him for no reason.
There we go.
That's kind of what I like to do that. No, seriously, though. Header. There we go. Oh, no, that's not what we want there.
What are you trying to do here?
I'm trying to increase these bad boys here. That's my move here. Yeah, I'm trying. Katina Man, see that top? Cannot. The Katina Man has confirmed it cannot be increased.
It has been confirmed. Coming in from the Oval Office, it is confirmed.
He's weaseled his way from the Oval Office.
Yeah.
cannot be done.
It cannot be done.
Sorry, boys and girls. So
Too much winning.
Yeah, too much winning. Yeah, you should see the P&L today. We'll really talk about that. No, get it, Donald. We're winning too much. I don't want to win as much. No, I'm kidding, guys. Make want 44 again. Ozan, you're killing me, bro. I love Ozan, bro. Ozan's good vibes. Ozan. All right, guys. Here's the deal. We got a tap now, a theoretical auction price on our friend NX Double T at that $1.57. The next peak, what do we've got? 155. And we're so not a bad look so far. We'll look to do a little bit better so we can see if this one wants to keep moving up. So what I've done is I've set this up here as my default size. So I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to change all of them. Load default, apply. Okay, there we go. I hope this pleases everybody because we're doing it live for you right now. And the reason I'm increasing this, not because I can't see it. I can see it, Joseph. It's I just want to make sure they can see it, right? You know what I mean? So we're doing it over here. We're increasing all the font sizes of all these bad boys so that we can do it. You guys can see exactly what we're doing. I caught myself there, eh? All right. Keeping an eye on NVVE as well. It lost $3. It's still above that volume weighted average price. So let's keep an eye out on that. It could be an interesting dip trade candidate here. NVVE is the one I'm talking about. The one we're stuck in right now with a theoretical auction price showing 156 is NX Double T. So fantastic look for this one. It's up a light, a decent, a not too big. 387% on the day. And if you are a newer viewer, sarcasm is my love language. It's what I know. It's what I do. Joseph.
Yes, sir. All right, Sharif, it's that time, my guy. Number 91 here on the day. Yeah, 10 more than
you ready?
Castle.
Are we doing it live long or doing it live short?
We're doing it live long.
All right. 563.51.
563.51.
We're taking profits at 565.
565.
51.
51.
Did I say 61 or on the I said 51 on the first one? Okay, and then we're getting stopped out, Joseph. 562. 51.
51. Bang. Let's go. We're doing it live. Long here. What time is it? It's 1:04 to be exact. Let's see if we can get this. Did he ask us if we're live?
He is. He wants to know if we're doing it live.
He wants to know. All right.
These are the pressing questions we ask.
Yeah, I mean, you know what I mean? Dylan Patel, my guy, can you look into GME for me? Sure. We can take a look into GME. No problem. No
Keep going, I'll
problem.
send him the tickers,
Absolutely, thank you, my friend.
Problem.
Here you go. Nice, a nice pop up here in GME. Well, holding up relatively strong compared to the rest of the market. Now, let me ask you there, my friend, Mr. Dylan Patel. I think you've asked me about GME multiple times before, right? And put it in the chat because we're gonna get into this. We might get into this. I don't know.
Get him, Joseph.
What are you planning on doing with this stock, right? Like, okay, now they're doing trading cards. I think they're putting Bitcoin on the balance sheet as well too. Are you like
your friends Meta getting back into what's it called as well? Crypto. Did you hear about that?
Who?
Stable coins. Your friends at Meta.
Oh yeah.
Yes.
Well, I forget what they
had an ill-fated attempt. They're getting back in, Joseph.
They tried that. I mean, he wants to go with the WeChat all in one, right?
There you go.
So there you go. So maybe you get.
Sorry, I didn't mean to.
No, totally. So what Sharif's getting at is that he wants to. So I read about this a while ago. So if anything's wrong here, so what he wants to do, he kind of wants to make Instagram, whatever, like WeChat, where you can actually convert your currency into his own kind of cryptocurrency, whatever, and pay for things on the platform, and then that way they can actually track what you're buying better or something along those lines. So that's what Zuck wants to do. Second attempt on creating that own coin of his, but there we go on that one.
All right, NX Double T is open. Boom, Joseph, we're taking out highs. All right, sorry to interrupt.
Yeah,
all right,
there you go.
We're doing it here. 69s. You know where I'm setting. I don't want to have to repeat this ever again. All right, I'm sorry, bro. We're doing it live. We're doing it live at 69. It's taking out levels. Boom! Again into 3/4. All right, we're setting up at 75, Joseph, because 69 just didn't cut it. So we're gonna wait now at 75s. Let's see if that $0.25 of a dollar gets blown through. Right now, showing me 71s. It did pop up momentarily into 72s. There it is again at 72. Seller at 72. Joseph, can we shake him? 73. Can we get a 74? There's a big boy seller at 73. Can't shake that guy either. Maybe he gets shaken later. So we'll continue to watch if he gets shaken.
Yeah, we'll watch it. Shake and bake on that one. Dylan Patel. Okay, I'm going to be honest with you.
What are you going to say?
Yeah, I'm just going to be like, dude, on it, just
Tell him, Joe.
like there's so many. Why GameStop? Like, just elaborate. You want to swing trade GameStop? I get it. It has a low of 20. Now we're trading at 27. But just look at this price action. Do you truly want to sit through this? My answer is going to be straight up no.
Tell him.
All right. So if you're looking to swing trade that, I can't give you any sound advice because the fundamentals of the stock are garbage. The stock has not been good. I'm going to call it hot garbage straight up. And I personally listen. That craze is over. It's long over. Like just find something else, Palantir, something that is moving in a specific direction. Like, what about Palantir?
Yo, Katina Man is like, yo, watch out for Palantir there,
yeah,
my
I mean,
guy. He doesn't want too many people talking about it.
Too many people talking about it, but I mean, it is what it is. I'm gonna call it how I personally see it. I could be totally wrong. I'm not playing about this GameStop. He's obviously playing, but I'm not playing about GameStop. I wouldn't be putting a dime of my own money into this, or someone else's money. Sorry, I should say there. Sharif, if you were to give me $10,000 and say, hey. What are you going to do with this? I'd be like, I'm not going to put it into GameStop. I'm going to put it into something else, right?
No,
so honestly, that's just my opinion.
I'd put it into your crypto. If it was your money,
if it was my money,
the entire fund. You give me 10 grand right now, $10,000 goes into Bitcoin.
Or would you all at once, or would you go thou?
No, that's a good one. That's a good one right there. Depends on what time we're at. Like if we were at 75,000 or at 79 or 80, it'd be all 10.
You know what I would do if you gave me 10,000 right now? I would buy $1,000 worth of Bitcoin every time I heard that Michael Saylor was going to buy more. Bitcoin.
Oh, okay. Is that an implicit endorsement for strategy?
No, I don't like strategy at all either. To be honest with you. Yeah, I'm just going to be honest. I'm just going to be honest with you. MSTR.
I love everything about this conversation right now.
I mean, hey, listen. I mean, the stock's trading great. I don't want to own it. If I'm going to look for Bitcoin exposure, I'm going directly to the underlying.
Bang.
And I'm not going through Mr. Michael Saylor, even though you can get that.
Let's bring in Adara in here. I want to hear what she has to say. Adara, chime in a little bit over here.
She likes the
$10,000 in your hand right now, Adara. What are you punching into?
Based on current technical levels, I'm not going to say Mademoiselle Lily, though that was immediately my first guess. Honestly, I'm going to have to go Boeing. I think I'd have to go Boeing because Boeing, it looks really good on the daily. It's doing that fly, it's trying to fly to the upside on the daily chart. We talked about that 193 breakout. This was another name that I had as my pick for the Jimmy Carter, and I believe it's my best performing Jimmy Carter pick right now. So as of right now, I'm going to go Boeing, but this is basically off the top of my head. If I did a little bit more research, might have a different name right now. I'm comfortable with BA.
All right, let's go down the line here. Katina Man, 10,000.
Katina Man, you want to chime in a little bit here? 10,000 in your hand.
What are you grabbing?
Can you grab the mic, Katina Man, so we can so they can all hear you?
Yeah, and then we'll go down Neil too. See what Neil's thinking about.
I like this one.
Up there. I can't wait to hear. Yeah,
He's in. Katina Man, give us the goods.
10K.
Well,
one name. You can't diverse.
It don't matter. I mean, 10K is
10K in your hand.
Pick one stock. Okay. Right. At the current price.
That's a good
Palantir.
At the current price, Katina Man?
Yes.
Wow.
I mean, you said Bitcoin. Bitcoin's 7,000 from all-time highs.
Yeah, but that was before the rule of the punching in. I wouldn't punch in at Bitcoin right now.
So what would be yours right now?
Yeah, that's a good question.
I literally thought we were doing that.
We instituted the new rule about $10,000 right now.
Yeah.
I'd be punched. I wouldn't be Bitcoin. I'd have to take that back.
Okay. Yeah. So all seriousness, if we had to pick one name, then I would go with the S&P 500.
Okay, and that tracks with what you've been saying. You want to buy ETFs?
Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah,
that tracks.
All right. No, because I'm not sure. Like with all the tariffs and everything like that, it's one thing where I'm not. 100, let's go Tesla. We're long Tesla 297 right now. But no. I just think safe play. If we're talking about that, I would, and I have been doing.
I respect
indexes.
We're not going safe here. It's all.
If we're not going safe,
he wants to do what he wants, bro.
No, but if we're Palantir for the stock. But I mean,
there's rules here.
Look, I'm already winning that. I'm already winning that thing.
You are.
Right.
I mean, we could do another.
Right.
We could do another one. You want to do another one?
Yeah.
I mean, we're just getting dunked on. All right, Neil, what do you got, man?
What do you got there?
What do you got, Neil?
It's been on my screen the whole time. And I'm not going to change it because you guys are saying YOLO. My whole thing was, if it had to be put in right now at these prices, I got to leave it in, it's Meta. You know what I'm saying? Like, I just keep it really simple. That's the Mag 7 name that I wanted to be dip buying anyways this year. And it just broke the 50, 200. It's consolidating above both. Like, we'll just go with Meta. If I was picking in, like, I could say XLF if we're playing it a
Guys,
little bit
Mike,
safe.
no.
But no, I'll stick with Meta. But that's the key thing. It's the whole like at this moment, at this price that really gets you. Because yeah, I love Bitcoin too, but it's really easy if Bitcoin had an 8 in front of it. Then that would be hands down.
Easy. I agree 100% with that.
But that's not the question.
That's not the question. We brought in that rule after. We brought in the rule after.
If Palantir was $70, I'd put it in as well.
That's what I'm saying. Exactly.
Yeah, well, if Meta was $20, I'd be putting it in as well.
Well, I'm putting it right here
What
at
if
600.
history-
Oh, check that. Meta's down today.
So we have
$5.95.
S&P 500, Meta. What was yours, Joe?
No, did I say Bitcoin?
You said
I'm changing it.
Okay, then change
Well,
it.
yeah,
What is yours?
These levels.
Netflix.
At these levels?
Yeah, at Netflix.
And then,
like
and
it.
then we just
Okay.
need to wait for Sharif's pick.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to go Tesla.
Okay. Ooh. At these levels? No, it's
Yeah, you know it's not at those levels.
I just said the
man. We were
figure
just
was-
at 480, baby.
I'm down with that.
Oh my goodness.
No, so I just want to say, hey, run that Studio 8 thing when you get a chance.
Yeah, run the
because
Studio.
This is the whole
This is
point.
what's gonna
exactly what we're
happen
going to be
here.
able to
This
do.
is the
It's
whole
gonna be
point.
fantastic.
Let's just pause it for a second.
Yeah, yeah.
This, what you're seeing right now, may be the standard going forward. It just might be.
Will
Tell us,
be.
Katina, man.
Is.
Will be.
Aw, come
Is.
on, man. We got to leave
Will
them
be.
guessing a little.
No, we're not
bit,
trying.
baby.
We already know.
No, but we won't need the.
It's not this look.
And you won't need the 4 shot. We're not talking about the 4 shot.
Yeah.
You won't need it.
Oh no. Oh no.
there goes Neil again.
just falls apart.
Neil just
Understand why I have to
collapses.
fall
For
apart.
those of you wondering, that Neil will still be employed when that happens.
gonna melt.
You know,
This is sick. I like it.
Yeah.
you know.
Neil, where you going, bro?
Oh, he's pulling
he's
it us.
collapsed.
That's why.
I want to go back to Italy. Actually.
Apparently, I'm collapsing.
Ian
I wanna go back
Ganther,
to
I
Italy.
was
Yeah.
Bitcoin, but then I switched it to Netflix.
All right.
Yeah.
I don't get paid enough right now, so I'm going to get off this, and then you guys will be back at 2.
We appreciate you guys
Good
coming
time.
on, man.
Yeah.
Thank you guys.
Ian Ganther, I was
Joseph, I just want to cover this
Go ahead.
quickly.
Go ahead.
Oh, baby, we are caught in yet another uphold here.
Let's
Joseph
go.
Wilson.
Oh, what a face slap.
That's a good one. That's not a bad one right there.
Way to dig out.
All
there,
right.
man.
Adara, what do you think about this trade right here?
It's awesome. Congratulations. That's a next level trade, pun intended, based on that ticker. But also, I want to let you guys know, market continuing to chop. Caroline Levitt just took the podium for this press conference. I'll keep you guys posted if anything of note is said here. Again, we never really know, but it's always worth keeping an eye on just in case. Back to you.
Pick. How about that? There we go. My bad.
Yeah, let's ask.
Andre? Oh,
If you could buy any stock,
here we go. We want
What
to
are
hear
you
what
buying?
Assassino wants to buy.
and it can't be Brazilian.
Why not? What if he wants to buy Embraer?
No, listen.
Why, bro?
No, we're
Can I say
confined to
Embraer
a
because Embraer is Brazilian ticker?
What are these rules?
I don't make the rules.
Andre, come in hot.
Can't I say Embraer because Embraer is Brazilian?
Yes, Andre, that's exactly what I was saying. Embraer, the airplane company.
Yeah, that's it.
Yes, Andre.
All right. Here we go.
That's what I want to hear,
Fabian,
man.
we're
This
listening.
is live, Marcos Morales. Yes, absolutely. We're doing it freaking live, all right?
Yeah.
Guys, I just want to show this real quick.
Go ahead.
We are halted to the upside again on NX double T. I just wet the beak there at 80s. Guys, we're showing a tap of 198. Oh, baby. All right, so we'll have to wait and see. We know the theoretical auction price, AKA the tap, is a fluctuating level, but we did halt, ladies and gentlemen, at 111.09. It is 1:15. Tell you exactly the time right now. 1:15:25. So we are slated to open at 1:16:09. If it is going to be a 5-minute halt, no rule that says it has to be 5 minutes, but we get them in increments of 5. If you're new to volatility halts, they come in waves of 5 minute, 10-minute, 15-minute, and we never know what they're going to be until that level is passed, aka it doesn't open up after 5 minutes. Currently showing me the theoretical auction price, Joseph Wilson, at 195, so about 3 pennies lower than when we last reported. Let's see if we can get the beak wet there.
Yeah, good luck there, brother. Yeah, let's go in, guys. Marcus Morales, man. Yeah, are we doing it live is a great question. A great question.
We are, baby.
Yeah, absolutely. But yeah, guys, here we go. I'm not in anything right now. Nice bounce here off of Bitcoin. Driving right back towards the volume weighted average price. So there you go. Nice recovery here. We have some resistance, as you can see. Multiple touches. This pre-market support level coming into play, and throughout the intraday session, you can see that. Nice. Show him. Pull up that chart one more time.
It's going, Joseph.
Let's go.
I just took out the high of the day halt right there. I got filled at 209s. We're going to halt again, Joseph, at 209s right now. It looks like we're going to halt 208, excuse me, not 209s. 570%, guys. I've got one more out left on this monster. Let's see if this one continues to go.
Look at
what
those
a look.
outages.
It's not a bad look. Yeah, that's look. It's definitely not the same size Katina Man is taking. There's no question about that.
This isn't
But
doing it any justice. Pull up the 1 minute. What made you? I started realizing as of late you've transitioned from charting on the 5 to executing on the 5 now.
yeah, you're actually absolutely right. I don't know why I made that transition, but the black charts were always the 5.
Yeah.
So I started absorbing the information better on the black chart. I'm like, why am I going to confuse myself? Exactly.
On the lower time.
Yeah. So I've been charting exclusively on the 5 and executing on
Zoom
the
in
5.
a little bit on that one there too.
It's not a bad. Oh, what?
Yeah,
This?
Yeah. Zoom in on there. Hit that one.
Oh,
right there.
yeah. It's not a bad look there, man. We got top of day right now. Joseph, we're showing a top at 230, man. This thing is on one, Joseph. It is flying to the high side. We could get a quadruple digit winner today.
Flip it, man.
We'll see. We'll see.
Yeah,
what do you got, my man?
So, yeah, it's the same stuff, man. I'm just sitting on my hands right now. I mean, it's Friday. We've been locking in profits left, right, and center. I haven't hit this in so long. Today is one of those, man. It's an absolute money storm. Go check out my X. I posted. You could see the unrealized. You can see the realized there from my personal swing that I tell you guys about there. So go check that on X, guys. I was telling you about it for 2 weeks now. What we've done on that front, locking in some gains. I know everybody's excited, but at that point, it's time to start locking in some profits, and that's exactly what we did there, guys. So good look. How's our playmaker poll doing? I haven't looked at it just yet. We'll touch on
564.11.
There we go. So we got some more stuff that we can dig into here. I like the way Tesla's looking. One thing to know, we got this nice consolidation phase here, guys. If we crack that low, then maybe we get a little bit more downside and head towards this opening price right here. We can pull up the options chain to see if we have any high levels of open interest, because I believe that's going to be very important to see why Tesla stalled out. Oh, yes, that's exactly why I remember here now. So 305 has a lot of OI there, 27,000, 27.2 thousand open contracts right at that 305 strike price. We squeeze a little bit higher than that, but then you want to go up to 310, and then we have another 23,000 there on that front there, guys. So there you go. Nice rejection over to these levels, trading around 279.99. But the highest level of OI on this week's expiration is that 300. So the hedgies or the fund managers are back on side of those short calls. So there you go. If those expire worthless, that's going to be a positive sign, and they don't want to be caught offside. And I was referring to NVDA, those high levels of OI through the 119, 120 strike price. Let's see how those roll over to next week. We're going to document that to see if it's continuously lifted, and if it has, then we might be able to see some more topside in the overall market here, especially if NVDA decides that it wants to continue to climb. But if those large amounts of OI start to decrease and decrement on the strike price, then maybe we might find some more ceilings in those teens as well. But we want to see those lifted into the 20s, 21, 22, 23, 24, etc. So we're going to keep an eye on that. Come Monday morning, as soon as that market opens, we're gonna gauge where those high concentrations of open interest are, Sharif.
All right, guys. Great question by Cristobal there, and not Walter. Walter was asking about something else. Farm Trader. How do you spot micro pullbacks? Well, one of the small cap traders uses the 10-second chart. I personally don't do that. I know that people do it successfully. I just use a level 2. Okay, so let's go ahead and pull up the chart here, NXTT, excuse me, and then we're going to flip to the 10. All right, so when this opens up, we'll have a better look. So the 10-second chart, obviously, you're not really trying to chart anything on the 10-second chart. What you're looking for is the bottom of the selling and then the aggressive move up. That's really what the micro pullbacks are. But you can use the level 2 to spot it anyway. What do I mean by micro pullbacks? I've mentioned this before, but I think there's a lot of others that want to hear. But so when these small cap gappers are moving parabolic, they don't move just in a straight line and then end up at the high and then just chill at the high, right? They're moving up, and then there's obviously profit taking or short sellers getting involved or whatever the situation is. There's a pullback, but you're really looking for two things together. An aggressive move, like very aggressive in price. Correspondingly, you're looking at the time in sales, and you want to see just a flood of orders coming in. Most preferably, you'd like to see buy orders. Now, what I've done on my level 2 is I've color-coded them. So that's on the very left of your screen there. All those sell orders are coming in, obviously, because we're about to halt. So nobody can really get it. You got to get out, right? So what I'm looking for there on my level, on my time in sales, is green and orange. Green means people are buying at the ask. Orange means people are buying above the ask. So if I see waves of that coming in and aggressive moves to the high side, then I know we're on a breakout. That's step number one. Step number two is to wait for that pullback. But how deep? Right? You don't want to give up like $1, but what you're looking for is regular profit taking on the way up. For example, when this one was exploding from $1.80 to 200, we didn't just go up. It went into about 200 from $1.80 to $2 is what I meant to say. It didn't just go up there in a straight line. It dropped all the way back into low 190s. That's your buy. That's your buy there. Now, it's almost impossible to tell whether that's going to be a reversal or a micro pullback. The only way you really have the advantage or so what's going on?
Yeah, oh, there you go, bang.
Tesla's going crazy. Apparently, Katina Man said, let me just have a look here quickly to see what the hell is going on. Yeah, that was a volatility spike up to 298 and a quarter, and now it's back down. It's really moving here. Something's going on with TSLA. I don't have anything on my blotter, but as soon as Adara finds out, she will let us know. You got it, Adara, or no? No, she doesn't. So we're going to continue to wait on that, guys. Something just happened there with TSLA, so we'll keep an eye out on that. Sorry to kind of interrupt there. But yeah, so what I meant to say about the micro pullbacks is basically that's what you're looking for. That big, huge breakout, a little bit of a pullback, not obviously the entire move, and then you're buying it up for that move up. So you're able to identify that here when we see that kind of micro pullback and then the explosion to the high side. Adara, what's up?
So I'm not really sure if this is why, but there was just a question here about this 80% number that Trump put out today on Truth Social. Of course, this question was directed to White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt, who was holding her briefing. She said that the 80% number, and I'm slightly paraphrasing here, was a number that Trump came up with. So not a lot of explanation as to why this number happened. She's currently being asked now about why the UK and the US announced their trade deal before it had been finalized. Trump even said himself it's not yet been finalized. They're going to finalize the details in the coming weeks. But Caroline Leavitt basically said that that the deal is more or less finalized. So we'll have to wait and see on that. Though I think probably the thing that led to that volatility spike, though, and I'm seeing more comments come through because it's hard to hear everything as it's coming out. Caroline Leavitt saying here that Trump will not unilaterally bring down tariffs on China, but the 80% is just a number that he threw out there. So just to reiterate, looks like that might have been why we got that little move around here on the market, guys. Back to you.
Great there. Thank you, Adara, for that. Yeah, we all know how Donald Trump is, guys. You know, he's going to spit lines, and you're not going to... Yeah, I'm ready to go. All right, guys, we'll talk a little bit about that. In sports playing, Andre, flexibility is everything. And at ProfitX, you can see the order book just like a financial exchange. You pick your spots and you customize the odds to fit your risk. Why would you settle for a single offered price when you can see and you can set your own? Plus, our mobile interface makes it easy to play on the go. ProfitX, baby, where you call the shots anytime, anywhere. So users and viewers of Trader TV, you can use code, you guessed it, Trader TV to get our sign-up offer and get that 2% cash back up to $300. Shout out to the great folks there at ProfitX. And you guys already know, if you're a viewer of the show, the Katina and the Neil, they've been using ProfitX for a while. They've been putting on trades, bets, on that. So obviously we're now in playoff season, both for the NBA and the NHL. Oh, perfect segue.
No, you know what though?
Are they going to lose tonight, Joe?
No, listen.
Where's Patty?
Listen.
Patty's probably watching.
No, hear me out.
Yeah.
I remember Katina Man and I having this conversation, and he said to me,
what he said?
Exactly. I remember this, Katina Man. He said to me one morning we walk in, he's like, it doesn't matter what happens, the Leafs are going to lose to Florida anyway.
Oh.
I remember you saying that. Yeah. But now they're looking good, right? So, I mean, listen. You can call us bandwagoners, whatever we want. We've loved this team for a long time. The longest drought in the NHL. We're just trying to be, what's the word I'm looking for? Not like a hopeless. We're just like, okay, because we've had so many years of failing, it's almost inevitable that we're going to fail again, right? Just history repeats itself until it doesn't. And then here we go. And this is what we're looking for. I don't think I would ever have guessed that they would have been up 2-0 on Florida.
No.
So they're looking really good. If they can steal one in the Sunshine State, then we're looking really, really good on that.
I like it, bro. I like it. I like the vibe, bro. Look, the deal is that I think we take 1 or 2 in Florida. We come back.
Then the series is over.
It's over, and then we got 2 games. No, We'll have
it goes 1-1.
1-1 after after the first 2-2, 1-1-1, right? Yeah. Okay, so then I think we take one of two there, come back home 3-1. Whether or not we win it or go back there and win it ends up being either 4-1 or 4-2. I think so.
Okay,
I'm betting that.
I think it might go 6 or 7. I think maybe
6 or 7.
Yeah, it depends.
7, that's deep.
Yeah, that's scary too. I think if it goes 7, then the odds are in Florida's favor. But and again, anything can happen. If they happen to steal the first game in Florida and go up 3-0. Then I'll give Florida the next one, and then by the time we come home, I think we close it out at that point.
I didn't like giving back to Ottawa.
No.
I didn't like that. I don't want to see that again.
No, you don't want to see that.
I mean?
You don't want to see that again.
Yeah.
I mean, Florida's a significantly better team, so
they are.
I'd be surprised, right? Like anything can happen. I'm looking forward to this game tonight. It is tonight, right? Yeah.
Yes, sir.
So,
I thought they would put it on Saturday, to be honest. I'm kind of surprised about that because the biggest market, biggest hockey market, Toronto, why on Saturday night? It didn't make sense to me. Maybe because it's the Florida game?
Maybe.
And so whatever that.
Do with that form of scheduling. I know if they're, they got home ice advantage as well too. So maybe something that had.
They have home ice. They don't. We do.
No, we do. Yeah,
we do.
That's what I'm saying. We have home ice advantage. So
okay, awesome.
Get our primetime slot, but we didn't. But go Leafs, go.
Bang.
Let's get back into these markets here, guys. Oh, and UFC this week too. So go check out ProfitX. Boring Bilal is fighting. So yeah, we'll
Boring Bilal.
Yeah.
Is he actually boring?
He's mad boring. He's mad
I
boring, but he's really
thought that was his name or something.
His name is actually Remember the Name. So it's like, right? And it's like, all right.
Delusional?
He's super
Is his middle name Delusional?
Almost. That's what people call him. Seriously, he's like delusional. But I mean, he's going on his first title defense. He looked great. His striking's picked up. He's a phenomenal wrestler, and he's in great shape, but he just never...
Is he from Dagestan?
No, he's a Palestinian. He's
Palestinian? Okay. All right.
So he's Palestinian.
Guys, we're waiting for a really long halt here. It looks like it will be a 15-minute halt on your friend NXTT. So as I mentioned, the halt time, 1:16:41. It is now 1:29. So we're past 10 minutes. And as I mentioned, we get them in increments of 5. So the first we can open up, you add 15 onto 16. What do you get? 31s. All right, so we're waiting on this one. Let's see if it opens up at 15 minutes. So I'm going to pack my patience here. The theoretical auction price, in my humble submission to you guys, will continue to go down the longer we're halted. People will start putting these market on open sell orders or limit on open sell orders to get the hell out of there because they're getting a little antsy, right? All of a sudden you can't weasel out of your position. Let me just get out of here. I don't need the headache. So what I've been watching on the tap, the theoretical auction price since we've been halted was at high 60s, and now we were down at 55s. Now we're moving back up to 60. So maybe the tap starts moving up again as we get closer to that 15-minute look right now. So NXTT up 571%, halted to the upside right now at $2.08, showing me a theoretical auction price, which means the price that it will open up at, if that is to be right now, at $2.58. So that's what I'm keeping my eye there. Manuel Palma, 2 to 3 years in Dagestan. LOL. I don't know what that means, brother. Like, I mean...
is that
a running joke?
Yeah, the running joke is like if you just send your kid to
I've heard about this
for a little
before.
while, he'll come back
like
a sick wrestler, right?
People out of there are just ridiculous.
Yeah, they're different. They're built different.
What's going on?
Yeah, it's the culture.
That's what I'm figuring. It's got to be something.
It's a culture thing now that, like, I guess there's obviously Dagestani fighters before, but what Khabib had done is just like, okay, now everybody wants to be UFC champion. They're all about wrestling. And have you seen their Dagestani basketball?
What?
No, it's insane.
They foul each other like crazy?
Yo, it's literally wrestling moves. Like, if you go up for any form of layup, they can just pick you up, slam you on the ground. And like,
why don't we have that basketball anyway?
Absolutely insane, Dagestani.
All right, we are open. We're going to get out over here. Here we are. We're just going to flatten out right there, man. Nice. It was going to halt to the downside, Joseph, so got the hell out. I tried to put it for mid-50s, but there we go. It's all over on this trade. Yeah, not a bad look over here. Good look. We'll flip back to the 5 on this one. So NXTT up big, guys, 667.75%, halted down, okay? It is halted down now at 238 with the theoretical auction price showing 234. I'll submit to you, though, that there is a great likelihood that we fill the gap that appears on your screen that is between $2.08, where we halted previously to the upside, and $2.38 that we're halted right now. Most of the time, that gap will get filled, even if it is a momentary fill. I'm really talking about like a quick wick into there, and then right back up it goes. You might have a lot of buyers in that low end of the range. I've done that myself. In fact, I will do that. So I will set up an order for a dip into the mid-teens, 215, 210, 212, whatever, 217, with the ultimate out being a breach of 2 or a halt parameter triggering. I'll get the hell out of there, okay? So that's what we're going to do right now. We halted this last time, Joseph, 131.26, okay? So I'm not saying we're going to open up in 5 minutes. I have no idea. But if we are to open up, it'll be at 136.26, okay? So I'm going to be very interested in picking up something to the lower end of this gap right here. Again, the mid-teens is what I'm looking at, right? So I'm looking right now for this one. Keep my eye on it. What do you got there, Joseph?
Yeah, good luck, guys. I'm still sitting on my hands here. There was another re-entry on DKNG. I missed it here. If you can see on this 5-minute time frame, guys, just holding that trend relatively well, and then you get that indecision print, and then that nice move all the way up to the volume weighted average price. So it is what it is. We'll wait for the next trade to see if anything sets up. I was thinking about buying some TSLS, just being short Tesla from here for that move down, but we're going to be a little bit patient on that front. But I think there could be a good short there. But yeah, here we go. DraftKings continuing to just absolutely dominate here, guys. Up 3.5% on the session. So yeah, good luck here on DKNG. What are you guys looking at? You want me to go over straight up like a hockey stick, says Crystal Ball? Okay. Yeah. George Fontes, I think a little bit of a stretch there, my friend. You know what I mean? I think Tampa Bay was the lesser Florida team. Sorry, I'm just being honest, right? Being frank. You don't want me to lie to you, do you? But yeah, guys, if you want me to take a look at anything, just put it in the chat. We'll go over some names, options chain, technicals. We'll do some of that here because it is Friday. So we're just having a good time, locking in profits, just printing up money as well, too. I'm not saying anything. Lock it in, says Katina, man. He's going for a nice little gander right now as well, too, before he hops on. So shout out Katina, looking fresh and fly as always. Got the shades on. Just things that we do, man. You say, hold on, I don't know. Actually, no, I can't do it now. I'm going to put on the blazer for you guys, but yeah, the blazer. Oh, Neil's in on the blazer. Bring it up over to...
Wearing the blazer. No, I'm not wearing the blazer, but I gotta say, like, for those that don't know, like, Joe is like every single day, Joey Options just steps his thread game up, higher and higher. And Obi's pretty tight with it too, but I gotta say right now, the fashion maven over here has to be Joey Options. So big shout out to you on that one. Me, you're probably not gonna see me in a blazer, because that's not how I roll. Sometimes I put a sweater on because it's too damn cold in here, and I'm never getting on Joe for complaining about the heat or how cold it is. Because if there's one thing that's true on this studio, it is either too hot or too cold, and that's just how it is. Yeah. Unfortunately, this market is neither right now.
Ooh,
like
we're sideways.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Like there's like we're flat on the day. The Nasdaq's like slightly down. We're trending down. We haven't really had too many crazy headlines or anything like that. It's a Friday, so I think this is one where just wait for some key levels. You got to be a little bit patient with it, and when we break one way or another, that's when you can start to get going. It's been one of those Fridays, I think.
Yep.
For sure. And we'll see. You never really know. We're like one headline away from all that reversing, right?
Yeah. Fantastic stuff. Yeah, I totally agree with you on that front, Neil. It's just one of those Fridays where you see the volume just kind of start to fall off a cliff here in the latter half of the day. I mean, we had a little volatility spike, but the VIX, it's not doing too much here. So, all right, guys, let's go through some of these names that you mentioned. I can't go through all of them all the time, but someone says Max Payne on the Qs. I like that. We're going to take a look on that front for you guys to see what we got going on in today's expiration cycle. And what is Max Payne? The highest levels of open interest on the call and the put side. So we're going to scrolly-woly all the way up to that highest level. and the max pain is going to be right at 500. We're not going to get anywhere close today, so that would have been max pain on the call side. We're going to go down to the put side before we send it off to what ad are we doing here?
I got it.
Okay, you got it. Okay,
Yeah,
you got
of
it.
course.
Okay, cool. Max pain to the downside, 450. Or no, sorry, 465 there, guys. 465 and actually no, 470 and I already forgot there, 490 or something like 500, sorry, we'll call it. There we go, 460, 500, max pain call and put side there on the Qs. Sure.
Ozan, listen up, baby. New traders, listen up. First month, it's free. That's right, we're waiving the fees. You get to trade smarter, not harder, by upgrading to that elite experience where you'll be able to analyze, strategize, and then hopefully after all that, you'll capitalize on their platform that has everything. Infinite data, instant trading, lightning fast market insights, and game-changing charts. And you get to predict better with that awesome backtesting tool that they've got. It's reliable, real-time data and global market literally at your fingertips. It's all in one platform, so do not miss out. Execute your best trades now. If and only if you're ready to elevate your trading, scan that QR code or check the link in the description of the video. Shout out to the great folks there at eSignal. Tariff Trumps? What's happening here?
Trump slump.
Neil's pumped.
Trump slump.
Tariff Trump's slump TTS.
Let's go.
All right. He's dropping cash in the chat, Joseph.
Damn.
Everything comes to he who waits. And I have waited so very long for this moment. Sharif, Skeletor, say less, my friend.
By the power of Grayskull.
Bro, that's so good, man. Oh my God, I always get goosebumps every time that plays.
Get it,
Get
Trump
goosebumps?
tariff slump.
Thank you,
I
Adara.
told you guys, I don't.
We got to take off the Trump thing though for Adara because sometimes she chimes in and there's nothing, Donald's not doing
It
anything.
gets a little confusing for me too.
Say that
I
again,
think
Adara?
sometimes that Trump's talking. No, I'm joking. But
There we go.
But I do like when you show up. Hey, there we go. So Assassino, show everybody what's happening back there. It's end of an era, man. It's the end of an era, Fabian, because quite frankly, all the trading computers are gone. Shout out to Michael. That's Michael back there hey, Michael, wave to the camera. Hey, there's my guy.
Let's go.
I practice Mandarin with him. He's awesome. And there's a bridge. That's where the managers sit right there with a cowboy hat on top of those 4 monitors. But as you can see, guys, it's all going. It's the end of an era here. Randy, there's my guy. He's putting in work today, man. Randy's putting in work. So is Mark. So is Rob. Obviously, Michael's killing it as well. And that wall there, go a little bit to the right, Assassino.
Can't tell him, man. Don't we?
No, I won't tell him. I won't tell him what's going to go there, but that wall's coming down.
Ooh.
That wall's going down, down, baby.
No, straight in.
Yeah, rest in peace, computers. I see there. But it's going to be big things, guys. So obviously, I'm a little, I don't like change. I'm a very homeostasis type person. And we're about to put Fabian live. Okay, I know what you're doing, Chilean Nightmare. I have an idea.
Going BTS, no?
Oh, hey, how are you? How's the work going? Work's going, yeah, he's not mic'd up, so he knows the
Mic'd
drill.
up, you know what's
I
up.
appreciate that. Look at this guy. It's going? This guy putting in work, man. Putting in work. 3 years. That's how long I've been here. Shout out to my man, Randy. Yeah. May 7th, 2022.
Is that
First
today?
day, I sat right there on Adara's computer, then Patty's, and then there's a bunch of other people that sat on that computer as well.
Today's the 7th?
No, 2 days ago.
Oh, well, why didn't you say anything? We could have celebrated.
It's okay. Not a big deal. Here he goes. Oh, he's moving quick there. I thought someone was happy. Charlie, what's the timing look like on switching to the new setup? Charlie, brother, we're talking October-ish. There were some very optimistic timelines, put it that way.
Elon timelines.
Yeah, there were delusional timelines.
Yeah,
like end of June, Elon timelines. I didn't hear that. That's fantastic. It's exactly what it was. Definitely not there. It's going to be a step-by-step thing, man. There's a lot changing, both on the other side where that wall is right there, where the TV is. That's coming down. Can't tell you what's going to be there, but it's going to be big. Bigly, exactly. Gorev, Can't wait to see the new setup. Gorev, when you're in Toronto, we'll give you a tour, brother. You just let us know when. Hit up your boy Joseph on X. Hit me up on here. You know the drill.
Yeah, man.
Shout out to OG Gorev. On the blockchain, Joseph, your trading floor is now a production studio. Y'all made it with the YouTube game on the blockchain, spitting facts. But it's, you know how this is on the blockchain. It's just like, it's like CrossFit. It's like your EMOMs or your AMRAPs. It's never good enough. You can always do a little bit better, right? And that's the situation. You can always get that extra rep, or you can always do that little bit more at the end. So thank you for that. I honestly, I love working here, man. I'm telling you, 3 years already, and it's been super fast. Bovin, NVVE, moving again. I see it, Bovin. I still don't like that lower high. It's going to have to take out 333, Bovin, and then we can have a conversation because those lower highs are displeasing me very greatly. Yeah, that's the situation there. Brenrex, NWV, again, I see it, sir. KC France, Sharif, Joseph, we want Arun, we want Max, we want Luca, we want Tony, we want Brad, we want Miss V. He wants everybody that was in the old school.
Okay, yeah, that's.
Well, there
you go.
Look at the screen, baby. That is a Chilean nightmare right there.
He's live.
Yeah, he's live. He's doing it live. Look at that. Look at that. You're getting it live. Hey, there's your boy. There's your boy.
BTS.
I love it. Fabian, you're doing that obviously on Wi-Fi, but what app are you using in that? That's pretty cool.
I can tell you right now, that is not an iPhone.
That's not an iPhone. We know how Fabian feels about Apple, right?
There we go.
There's Mark there.
BTS.
There's the empty space right there, bro. All those computers are gone, man. That last row right there that you guys see, so that's where Brendo works. That's where Adara works right there. That's where Ramin works as well. So we've got to keep that. We got to keep that.
We lost him.
Yeah, it's okay. I think he cut it right there.
We lost you there, Fabian.
Yeah, and another stock father. Let's not forget Mark Roberts. We'll talk a little bit more about that when we get back from Adara.
So I want to let you guys know here, we do have the end of this White House press conference by Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt. She didn't say much market moving, though. As I mentioned earlier, a few comments were made about the situation with regards to Trump's post about 80% tariffs in China. She said that that's not what Trump said. It is what he posted on X, but either way, Truth Social, either way, there seems like a little bit of confusion as to Trump's intention with regards to his 80% tariff potentially on China. She basically said this was a number that he threw out there and then that he didn't say it. So we'll have to wait and see what happens there with regards to Trump's feelings on the China tariffs. That's pretty much the only market related or interesting thing that was said there today, guys. Back to you.
Thank you. All right, guys. Sharif, we're getting a real big pump up here in the market. I was just thinking about shorting some Bitcoin here with this indecision print right above the volume-weighted average price. So if we crack that, then maybe thesis is invalid. But if we kick it to the downside, then there might be a trade there for us there, guys. But I mean, we don't want to be going counter trend to the NAS right now, considering we're just tapping into the volume-weighted average price in Tesla, breaking through that resistance zone in the consolidation phase, now heading back into 299.70 on that front there, guys. So be patient. If we don't crack it's looking pretty good for a short on IBIT here. So that's what I'm going to do, Sharif. I'm going to hold my horses on this front, see if that comes into play. But if the NASDAQ continues to climb, that volume started to step in, so that can classify as a genuine breakout here. Now we just need it to be sustained and continue to move higher and higher. All right, we got another $2 from chat. Sharif, next is halted for the 4th time verdict.
Mubtasim. I know what your name means, man. It means you're smiling. Shout out to my man Mubtasim. What's your last name? I can't even see it there. I got to click on, I'm going to answer your question in a second. Mubtasim. That one I'm not as good at. Your last name's a little bit Kaushar? But I know what your first name means. So Mubtasim, here's what we're doing, brother. Remember when I talked about the gap fills on these areas where it opens up way higher than it halted? So that's a gap area. It's an intraday gap area, obviously. I'm of the opinion, I still am of the opinion, there is a very high likelihood that that gap gets filled intraday, even if it is super, super quick. And that's what we're doing right now. We're dropping down into that 2.25. I'm going to be a buyer here in the mid-teens. The halt level that we gapped or that we stayed closed for about 10 or 15 minutes at was 208. So I'd like to pick up something 11, 12, 13, 14, something like that for the gap fill. My out will be the breach of like high 190s, 198, 195, something like that, okay? Just to give it a little bit room below $2. So that's what I'm thinking right now. NXTT halted to the downside again. High a day, 255. Currently halted at 225, showing me a theoretical auction price of $2.06. Now, does that gap end up holding? It may not hold, but at least you will have an opportunity to get the print and then get out. What I mean by that is, so you'll get, this is what I've observed before, you get a wick down to fill the gap. We're already filling part of the gap right now. We haven't filled the entire gap. Halted at 225, the previous level's 08. So we already have a bit of a variance. So you might get a wick right into that mid-teen, low-teen, whatever high single-digit area, and then you get popped back up. But that's where you want to get out. That's where I would get out. I wouldn't be there holding it against the trend. The trend is down. You'll get a wick right back up. And that you got to be super quick on the keys. Either you're going to have your resting orders there for profit taking or your shortcuts or whatever you do over there, but make sure you're going to be quick with it because the gap fill may be super transient, super momentary, okay? So make sure you're careful with that. Just to apprise everybody about the situation, we halted at 142.06. The current time is 147.33. So we're looking to open up at around so this is going to be it's going to be more than a 5-minute halt then, okay? Because we're already past 5 minutes. All right, so we're going to have to wait here more than 5 minutes likely. It will be likely at least a 10 to 15-minute halt. We'll see what we get. As I've mentioned before, the longer the halts go on, the theoretical auction price continues to drop. So I'm going to pack my patience. There's about 13 minutes left on the show. I think that's plenty of time to be able to execute on this trade. I don't plan on staying in it for all that much. Shazah 14. Sharif, Netflix has Masters of the Universe cartoon. It's lit. All right, cool. I mean, I don't really watch cartoons, and I don't even know what that is, but I'm going to search it because you told me. Let's do it live here, Joseph. Bring it up on
Masters of the Universe?
I have no idea what that is. Oh, is that what is that what it is?
That's what he said.
Oh, I didn't know that. Masters of the Universe. No way. Okay, 87. Okay. Was it a cartoon? It's a because here it says it's a movie. Interesting. Okay. And there's a 2026 one as well. Okay. All right. I didn't know this. I forgot completely that they were Masters of the Universe because there was like, there's more, right? Hold on. Who are the characters in this, Joseph? Let's find out over here. So it's He-Man, She-Ra, who else? Do we have the names of the, there we go. So we got He-Man. We got She-Ra. I don't know who this UK Maltu guy is. He-Man Adventures magazine. These are magazines, Joseph. These aren't even the characters. Yeah, I'll have to look at this after, but...
You have to look at that after, yeah.
Yeah, what do you got over there?
I'm short some Bitcoin, but it might not work out as the market continues to climb higher. Nice breakout there on Tesla, missed opportunity, but you can see that we're getting some pinning type price action on NVDA. We don't want to climb any higher right now, so we're going to want to see that volume start to step in and break through some of these resistance zones in order for us to continue to move this, sustain this move, I should say. So you can see that Tesla's moving higher, the Qs are breaking higher, and then now we just have NVDA consolidating. We're slowly starting to curl over, which is a positive sign. But you can see these higher lows, which is positive, and then just this flat top. But again, to break through, we need that volume to step in. All right, Joseph, I know you are too because your long term is in IBIT. I think, you're 100% right. I'm definitely a Bitcoin bull. And I'll remain one until it tells me not. So unless everything blows up. All right, I'm going to have to hop out of this Bitcoin trade. I told you I had a tight stop on it. And I'm shorting kind of the market as it continues to climb, and I don't want to do that. I don't want to fight the trend. And I'm on a really small size anyway, still nicely green on the session, so we want to keep that. We only got about 10 minutes left here, so we don't want to ruin our Friday anyways. And I'm going to relay that to you guys as well. If you've had a good Friday, right, volume's going to start to cool off, whether you're locking in some profits on a swing or intraday, whatever it may be. Just chill out. Don't ruin it. You don't want to go into the weekend with bad vibes, especially if you're in Toronto. It's going to be good, nice sunny weekend. So maybe we'll get some rollerblading in as well on the strip. So, but yeah, guys, Tesla, nice move now above the volume weighted average price. You can see here on the 5-minute time frame that the volume is starting to pick up. So there you go, stair step higher, break through some key levels with that volume supporting the move. Now wait for this pullback. You might get the retest of this zone. And if it's going to be a good day, a trending day, then you might get a little bit of a continuation here on TSLA, Sharif.
All right, man, we're short Apple right now at 63s. I just wet the beak there into 50s, taking out a couple of beak wetters. Yeah, I'm going to continue to short this. The only reason I'm short Apple at these levels, guys, is because it got into the volume weighted average price and it rejected again. And it's done that every single time on the day today. Apple into VWAP equals rejection on the day. So we're already out of the majority of the position. Just looking to scalp here, basically, and just put on a couple of quick trades as we wind down the show. I'll submit to you, though, the money fills on Apple are likely to be a couple of shekels above VWAP. So I still have one here in the low 80s to add, because my observation of the VWAP retracements on Apple on the day there's been a wick that breaches VWAP likely just to push people out and then have it move back across the merry way. So I've only got one out left. I'll let this go against me. I'll let that 80 something trigger. Otherwise, I'll take it in the 30s. Simple as that. We're going to wait for a short on the dead one, Apple. Yeah, I don't usually trade these large caps, obviously, but I just looked over at AAPL, Joseph, and every single time, man, it moves into VWAP, Joseph. It is rejecting. Let's show the people what I'm talking about there. Where's the dead one? There it is, as dead as can be. Once, twice,
Damn.
Obi, thrice. So all the retracements into your friend Apple have been rejected. Obviously, it doesn't please me to be shorting Apple. I'm quite biased to the long side, as you may know, but that's the situation. So we'll take that and we'll just run with it, man.
Yeah,
the
absolutely.
stash is on fire, Sebastian. I don't know about that. It's kind of like a year old now, man.
Damn.
It's been a year. Right?
Yeah.
Can you believe it, Adara? It was like a little bit before my birthday, I think, last time.
I remember when I didn't even notice it at first, and then all of a sudden I realized, oh, there's a mustache, and it just appeared.
But can I say something to you? You're usually quite observant, but also when I shaved my beard, it took you a little bit of time.
Yeah.
Correct? But we didn't know each other that much at the time.
Yeah, no, I'm really bad at facial hair. I didn't even notice the beard, and Brendan was like, how did you not notice the beard? And I was like, that's fair. But yeah, I will go close the door like Jerome Powell.
Boom. Shut the door right on us.
What's
I love it.
What led to the stash, though? I'm curious.
I don't know, bro. I got bored of the beard, and it was a lot of maintenance, quite frankly.
Yeah.
And then I didn't really like the look without any facial hair. So what else is there to do? Put a goatee? I ain't putting no goatee.
No goatee.
No.
Even with the little chin.
What is that goatee called without the thing? It's called like
the handlebars there.
Yeah, there's a name for it.
Oh,
There's like,
handlebars.
What's that, Adara? There is a name, but I just can't remember what it is.
Okay, so you wouldn't go like thing with the bars here in the chin?
So. I don't know. That's so 90s, bro. Remember everyone was doing that in the early 2000s, late 90s.
Talk to your boy Jalen Hurts there.
This guy's dropping lines against Jalen, huh? Okay.
Yeah. I mean,
bro, I mean, he's a Super Bowl winner, so yeah.
You can have whatever facial hair you'd like at that point there, I guess, there, guys.
Yeah, Christopher. Yeah, they still got the bearded picture still in the chat there. Say that again. Van Dyke. Thank you, Assassino. That's the one.
This guy?
I'm telling you, Fabian. Okay, Fabian dropping the information to Assassino, and he's letting us know. Fu Manchu says Scott Tomlinson. You're a joker, dude. I like it. No, I'm pretty sure it's the Van Dyke. Carlos Senna, Sharif, have them put your Mount Rushmore image again. Blah, that AI was terrible. Oh, come on, man. Cut the production team some slack, man. Leave them alone.
Bring up Kung Fu Sharif, man. Kung Fu Sharif.
Everybody likes Kung Fu fighting. John Del Segno. Check the really bullish accumulation on Triple H on the larger time frame.
Right.
Hunter Hearst Helmsley. I didn't know he was a stock. No, I'm kidding. That was bad. Let's put Triple H. What is Triple H, by the way?
You don't know Triple H?
Who? What's it called?
It's
the
time,
game.
It's time to play the game.
Bring it in, Neil.
It's time to play the game.
It's time to play the game. All right, Adara, what's going on up there?
Asking what Triple H is, right? Did I hear that correctly? So Triple H is Howard Hughes. Why is Howard Hughes significant to the point where I'm doing a throw to provide context? Howard Hughes is a company that Bill Ackman has a really weird relationship with, to the point that there's actually a whole X post on TTV Research about it that I'm not going to pull up right now. Basically, Bill Ackman said a while ago that he believes that his group, Pershing Square, does this I guess takeover of HHH or Howard Hughes that they want to, he thinks that he'll be the next Bill Ackman, and then this combined company, sorry, not Bill Ackman, he is Bill Ackman, he'd be the next Warren Buffett, and that this company, their combined group, would be the next Berkshire. So again, kind of a wild, bold claim, but HHH is at the center of it. What's interesting too is he did this attempted takeover. He really wants to get involved in this company, but he actually left the board of said company last year. So really mixed relationship. Don't know if this is interesting to anyone, but I wanted to chime in because I did a deep dive on this previously, and I think it's kind of interesting. Back to you.
Adair, I do appreciate that. Yeah, Benton C also echoing your sentiment there. Ackman stock, Triple H. All right, well, let's look at the technicals now that we've learned a little bit about it. And let's look at Triple H, the game. We just throw in that ticker super quick there, Joseph. I'm sorry, I apologize. There we go. So I like this. It's obviously a bit more expensive. It's got a great looking chart. All the dips in the VWAP have been bought up. That would be my main observation. You get once over here, you get twice, you get OB thrice, and then so many people are looking at the same trade over here that it's being front run, not even working down into that 7 1/3, being bought up in the 7 low 40s. But alas, it still has that same level of 72 and change that it can't shake. And I'll submit to you that even though we get above 72 on a wick basis, it's been a hard road to hoe here to close above 72. One measly candle on the 5 all day has been able to shake that 72 on a closing basis, and look what happens. We're dropping. So clearly a range here with the volume weighted average price really being that support level. But again, that 72 level on a closing basis, hard to close above. Now, if you're looking short, the money fills on your short here would be in the 72 mid-teens. Right? Those are money fills, because then basically you're like taking it all the way down to VWAP. So the way I see this, you can play this the long way or the short way. Support at VWAP, resistance at 72, Joseph.
Yeah, good luck there. Yeah, let's go Tesla, says Katina, man. Continuing to climb higher now north of the volume average price. So he's still long 297.02. All right, so right at the bottom of the range there, or top of the range, I should say.
Katina,
yeah,
man.
So there you go. Continuing to climb. You're going to see him momentarily in what trades he's cooked up on the day. But let's review what we've done on the day here, guys. You can see that we traded this. There you go. This guy got.
You
that
said he's cooking. Yeah, he's cooking, bro.
Cooking,
he's
man.
barbecuing.
I'm cooking, yeah. But see, I'm not gonna get into that anyways. But
what happened? You got barbecue on the weekend?
I'm barbecue 365. It doesn't matter with the temperature out. All right, I'm a barbecue 365 guy. All right, just
killing me,
under
bro.
fire.
I love your energy, dog. The energy is ridiculous.
I'm 365, but yeah. All right, guys. Trade review. Let's pull up my screen here. So we took our IBA trade here earlier in the morning. We got stopped out, break even on that front, but then we did get this nice move to the top side. But I was hyper focused on DKNG. The Katina man was trading this as well earlier in the morning, and we have kind of similar entries. He was in a little bit lower than me, but you can see that I entered in on this 1 minute hammer. And then as soon as the thesis started to play out, we had the inability to construct a new low a day. So we add to the position, and then we slowly just boom, 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 piece it out. Then I see another potential add here scenario where we have a hammer print right at the volume weighted average price, but it wasn't the one I got stopped out just for using my free roll method. We get stopped out, breakout even right there. And then we enter once again on DKNG, nice hammer print. This is the exact one here. And then we take it all the way up to the higher day, and then I just get stopped out, break even my last little bit. We also take one more stab at it, and this one worked really well for us here. You can see we entered, and then boom, boom, boom. VWAP being the primary target, we get that last bit out, or sorry, the majority out right here. We look for that addition, but again, free roll, and then we get stopped out, break even there.
All right, we're doing it live here on Apple. Short again, 81, just wet the beak at 69. So I added on the break of VWAP. I'm just going to scalp this because, you know, this isn't my cup of tea. But we're caught long again on a halt right now. I got O2s on my friend NXTT. We're halted again to the high side at 217. 217, it's all good, everything's fine. All right, so I'm the next beak wetter. I'm canceling this beak wetter because I don't know where it's gonna go. So right now, halted again to the upside. Again, this is what I talked about, guys, filling that gap and looking for the money fill within the gap fill. And that's what we got. That's why I'm going long. We'll see how this one ends up doing. Back to AAPL over here. Don't want to hold this one for too long, quite frankly, because the market does look like it's getting a little bit stronger here, Joseph, with some of these some of these Mag 7 names really curling up into VWAP. I'm looking at the future on the side. The NQ June contract is working right up into that volume weighted average price. So let's not overstay our welcome and just get the hell out of there. As I'm seeing Amazon, Apple, Microsoft, Tesla, NVIDIA, all at the volume or above the volume weighted average price. The future just a skosh below the VWAP. The only one that's kind of weak here, Joe, the only two, excuse me, that are kind of weak, your friend Meta and your friend Google, substantially below the volume weighted average price. So a bit of a tougher look there, Joe. So here we are. We're showing the theoretical auction price. We got O2s on, Joseph.
Damn.
And now it's showing me a 187 tap. So the market giveth and it taketh away.
Oh, does
if
it
this
ever.
opens up here, we're going to be in some trouble, Joseph, as it's going to break down to the downside. We will find out how that cookie crumbles maybe on Monday, because it's to overtime now, baby.
Yeah.
Send them off.
Bang. All right, to what my guy Normal Special in the chat said, it's hard, must be hard being somebody else. So there it is, the quote of the day. There's one thing that you can do better than anybody else, and that is be yourself.
Oh.
There you go.
Have a great weekend, guys.
Can't argue with that quote whatsoever. What do you have to wait till Monday for? I'm trying to figure out what we'll see the resolution for on Monday. I thought it was like a small cap runner. I mean, we can track any stock. What? Yeah, so I'm saying like, we can literally track any stock live right now. I don't know the symbol you're talking about, or I'd have it up right now. But obviously, it's going higher. So go market. I don't know. You tell me the symbol, Shreve. The NXTT, so we'll have a look at that one this afternoon. Right now, the market's battling, the NASDAQ's battling with VWAP, and it's battling with green. Because we just went up 0.01%, don't jinx it, without breaking the volume-weighted average price. So a breakout here, and then going into these the weekend's U.S.-China negotiations, that's what I'm trying to spit out there, would end on some strength. So obviously, we have a somewhat downward trending day, but you know, it's not everything that's this week. And ultimately, like Tesla's above VWAP and up 5%. I'm actually trying to get back into HIMS, but in the opposite direction of what I was doing this morning. I am in Pouncer long. It did eventually get to that 115 level that we were talking about this morning, but it took it a while to get down to there. If HIMS breaks out the top, I go from a short this morning to breaking out a long, but I'm buying dips in that bad boy. So we're at VWAP right now. Let's see if the market can push through. Exactly flat on the day are the cues.
Zone. Okay. Messaging Joseph. Yeah, guys, I mean, look, just because we're not on the air doesn't mean I don't stop trading. We talk about that. Traders got to trade, right? We talking about this all afternoon, man. So we did buy there, then we went for our walk and got out. We should have taken $1 there, but we bought that there. Then we came back and it was just like, I like 297, man. 297, 297, 297, 297. Boom, to the upside right there with Tesla. So that name's still rocking and rolling, not as great as it was in the morning to the upside, but now Tesla, we'll see if we can have a nice little afternoon run. We actually made all of our money there, but we made some decent amounts here as well, just buying and selling and buying. And, I mean, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I saw Sharif trading similar with a bunch of outs there on one of his trades. And that's what we were basically doing. 298 wasn't breaking. I mean, we played that range like a fiddle, man. It was gorgeous. And then eventually it broke higher. We took out VWAP and then we took out 301. So, yeah, you know, put your hands up in the air and wave them like you just don't care. We're still short on Google and we're still long on NV. I mean, look at NVIDIA. I didn't even realize it looked this good, to be honest with you. There's that dip buy into 115. Again, as it was written, we had that written down. We're not letting that go. Nice move there up to 116.50 and change. So there it is, man. It's been another one of them days, and it's only now 2 hours away from Friday official starting up after market close. We'll have the recap show. You guys will all chill with me and Adara and I. We'll have Scott Tileman on from Trade the Pool. We'll see what he's up to. And yeah, we're just going to have a great time. Is it Steve? Did I say Scott? Steve, I believe it is. What did I say? I think it's
Steve, did you say Scott? You know what? Whatever. It made me say Scott too.
Yeah. Okay.
You know when you're not even thinking.
It is Steve.
No, it is Steve.
I don't know. That's why I was like, did I say Scott or you said Scott or something?
No, and I made sure I cleared it up with him.
Scott.
Great stuff.
Tesla now trying to fall back in a
Legendary
little bit,
movie.
but it is now looking pretty good with the Nasdaq, as Neil just said, trying to get back to Greensville here.
Just very quickly.
Yeah, well, I mean, we have lots of time.
Tesla you said, see, it's crazy, like Tesla on the brain, because you just said it and I looked up and was watching Tesla. This is Palantir, which lost VWAP, held, and the funny thing is I'm waiting for it to break the trend, and then I'm buying the dip into the trend line looking for a trend break on Tesla. I just did it again. On Palantir, you can see the symbol. This is why I have it up big here, because I'll keep saying like the wrong thing because I'm looking at Tesla at VWAP. But if we break this trend line on PLTR, I want to be long. So I'll play it off the 15 level, play it off the 16 level, play it off VWAP, kind of all the obvious places that you try to look for a long. But every single time it fails on the same trend. Whenever this breaks, that's what I want to be there for. So I'm going to have this one up, and if it never breaks this afternoon, then I'm only playing the even dollar level for like consolidation longs. Like let it hold a level and then try to go long on the consolidation. So that's what I'm watching, and I mentioned HIMS as well. We'll try to get back into. We'll see. Like I think HIMS still has a chance to break it out, even though, and I'm talking either way. Like break out the top on the wedge or break the trend down. Like it's the kind of thing where if it breaks the trend down, there's a lot of room to go on a Friday, and we'd be losing that 50 level. But for now, it's holding. We'll try to buy some of those dips, and we'll keep an eye on that NXTT for you there. Next technology holding. As it heads 150%. Yeah, that was a good dip back into the dollar level right there after multiple halts. That would have been something. Is that when you got in at the dollar? This one? Oh, under $1. Nice. 130 million shares for this bad boy and about, I don't know, let's call it 10 halts. I'm just going to guess.
All right, I think we're ready to go. Shreve's over there at the debt.
Well, Randy just said Rivian's having a week, so how about we acknowledge that Rivian is absolutely having a day. It's having a last 2 days, really, because the start of the week was actually pretty bad for Rivian. But let's go. It still has a chance to break out. Remember this morning? We're like, can you get past this high from February, like the February top? Well, it's got a chance to do that. It's hanging on to VWAP. It failed it miserably this morning. But it's kind of, this is going sideways. Like normally, like when on a day where Rivian's up 5%, there'd be a trade this afternoon. But I'm eyeballing Palantir and HIMS at this current moment. NVIDIA wants above VWAP. That's looking pretty good. Ooh, I might buy into this one again.
Yeah, we're in NVIDIA right now as well. $1.70 in the money on NVIDIA, $2.20 in the money short on Google, and $3.50 in the money on Tesla. All right, I think we're ready now.
Yes,
all right, Sharif, let's go.
Welcome, everyone, to the Afternoon Rundown, the show where you decide what we talk about every afternoon. It's Friday, baby, but that doesn't mean the boys are not locked and loaded and ready to look at the tickers as decided by you. But the only way to get your tickers up there is to join Joseph and I on the midday show and get into the chat and vote for your favorite tickers every day. But you got to be a subscriber in order to vote and engage with us in the chat. So make sure you're liking, subscribing, and please share. Here is a look at the all four major averages. Very flat today, guys, with the NQ barely in positive territory, just went negative as I spoke. Likewise with the ES, just marginally in the lower. We're talking about 0.1% here. Likewise, again, with the Russell 2000 just down 0.15, and the Dow, the worst of the bunch here, down 0.25%, but essentially a flat day for all four major averages. Tesla, the best performing easily here of the Mag 7 names on the day, up 5.33%. No real major headline, guys, and they continue to rise despite this article's statement here of product setbacks and policy risk, guys. Could it be China on the weekend?
Maybe. We don't know we're getting.
Nothing gonna happen with China.
We don't know we're gonna
that
get.
might be the reason why.
Look, whether it's the reason or not, I think, we were talking about the short sellers that have been in control of this stock in front of the 90 level. Well, they lost control. It kept bouncing off to 220. It ended up being a much better buy off 220 than anticipated. And now you're squeezing it out because the death cross traders, if they weren't out before, they're starting to cover now because we're going to close above the 200 period moving average, just knock on wood. I don't think it's very likely that we lose the 200 period moving average today, but that's at 293, 292.70 or something like that. But yeah, you're starting to get some higher lows. I wasn't even on my plan of action to trade. So I took it because it was a 300 break. And this point I was like, well, if the 300 break happens, we'll take the 300 break. And because it wasn't part of the trade plan, it's now finally making a series of higher lows. I think if you hold on to VWAP, you're good to go. If you lose it, 293 to 95 is the dip spot. I just think there's going to be a defense of the 200 period for this. It gets bought back up, and next week would be more short covering if you get a close where it is right now. It wouldn't even have to get back to the highs. It's clearly a bit of a squeeze stock today.
Yeah, almost exact same talk. I mean, I didn't have Tesla on my radar right now, and it is 6x my next stock, right? I mean, it's just like, I basically just let this thing chill. And then once I was determined, and we talked about this right around 9:45, when it started to rip to the high side, just start right away. We were like, okay, 300's coming in, and I just wanted to get long before 300. So it fell back in, and I was like, this looks like a level to me. So we bought 297, 298s and got it all out there for $3 or $4, I guess $3. And then it broke through 300. Then we just held strong, man, and averaged into this trade. And then we had our full boat, and it was like Noah's Ark. We unloaded it up here, though, and then around 306, 307. We have like 4 or 5 outs up there. Then when it fell back in, we got more out, 304, 305, and then back up here to 306. Then more outs right there. Then, like, so we tried, this is right before we left you guys. Then we tried the long again at that same level of 99. Didn't work there, got it back, it worked. Bought some more there, got out there. So little rough patches into here where we gave a little bit back, but really nothing. And then we sat down here for real and started to trade this thing again off of a predetermined level of 297. I wasn't even using this 296.50 area. I was going to be stopping out once we broke like 297, basically 75, 296.75. And then boom. So now Tesla working out. And yeah, I mean, like what Neil said, you're starting to break up higher now on the daily. Good longs down there. Glad we still have this Tesla. I mean, I think I bought some at 320 or 330 on the way down, and then again at like 270 or 280, like somewhere in there. But like we were, dead when it went down. Not dead, but we were suffering when it went down there into the 220s or 230s. But again, maybe more companies will report horrible quarters, and then we can get this huge bump up of over 40% or whatever it was, from 200 up to $300 right there. So 220 to 300 on a quarter that, I mean, you can go back and check our watch list. We were like, man, that was a bad quarter.
Everybody was saying.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. The numbers don't lie. And anyways, Tesla continues to work out. And I think that's, again, with Doge and with all this kind of talk, if Elon can get back to business here, we know what Tesla's capable of. It's much more than a car company. But we don't need to keep talking about the same stuff over and over again. So, yeah, man, Tesla wins. And then you're about to see, all right, you go talk about the story about Google, and then we'll talk about, it's the number one idea there for me today. And we're going to go find out what the story is, and we'll talk about it. Oversold? No. I think there's a lot more to go on the downside.
Fair enough, Sean. There's really not much to say today about a story, just a little bit more weakness from that Apple story that we got midweek about them possibly, not using Apple anymore as being the default search engine as a result of Safari's drop in Google usage there. So we'll have to keep an eye out on that. There is this headline today: Google deploys on-device Gemini to fight online scams. Apparently, this new use of AI is blocking millions of fraud pages in real time. Not a bad use for AI, though, boys.
No, so look, man, I sold some in my own personal account during lunch. I starting to get out of some Google, and today it's the number one trade idea on the stick. We didn't have it in our watches. We just talked about some tech names, but it's obviously a big story because we just saw a couple days ago what Sharif was just talking about there with Apple and Google, and just the whole, anyways, we wrote down 155 short. We're short 155. It's at 152. Our best fill is 152.30. This is going to be another huge P&L name for us today. It's Google. But look, you think Google's bad now? Wait till OpenAI launches their browser, okay? I feel great about getting out today of Google. And I didn't get out of everything. I got out of probably a third of what I have on Google, and we'll just wait to see. I think there's some more downside pressure coming in the market, like Monday when the Nasdaq's down 3%. Maybe we'll buy some Google at that point, but for right now, I don't want anything to do with this name. I think there's been a seismic change in their business, and whenever that happens, I don't want anything to do with it. Like, I would much rather buy Apple or some of these other depressed names. In my opinion, I looked down, I was still up 80% or something on Google in my account. And it doesn't matter, it's where it's come from, right? If I was up 80 now, we were up 150 or whatever at $200. It's about time to get out. So I just, underneath the 50-period moving average, I want to be short. I don't want to be short Google, but I just don't want to be long it as much anymore. So I feel bad not getting out up here, but it's always better to maybe regroup a little bit. So that's what I'm doing with Google, and we can deploy the cash somewhere else. I mean, it's just sitting in cash now. So whatever.
I put half in already into. So last week,
rather get out of
the day you were gone, I was like, and I even said it at 10. It was like 10:30 or something. I was like, oh, Google, I don't like it. I should get out of it. I'm going to do it when we finish the show. And then I didn't pull the trigger, and then more bad news happens. When you want to do something in the long term, you should just do it. And I like it. When everyone came in the middle of the show, they're like, oh, what do you want to buy right now? Like, I had Meta up the entire time before they answered the question, because to me, that's where the Google money is going to. And it's just, like, it's not about, to me, it wasn't about wanting the cash. Like, I didn't want to sell for cash. It's just that I want it out into something that I like a little bit better right now. And I like it better right now. And that's going to be a long-term thing. When I say it, I mean Meta. But what's really disturbing potentially for Alphabet here is, like, while the market has looked pretty good off this bounce, it's how weak its bounce has been from the lows. And if you pull it up on the weekly, you start to lose some of these levels, like underneath 150. We close underneath 150. Were we breaking the 200 period on a weekly chart on Alphabet? Like, at that point, how much does the valuation even matter when you start bleeding through levels like that? You know, sometimes things become like a bit of a value trap. And it comes down to, if you want to still own it, you can always own it in the index, because I'll always have exposure to it, and there's nothing I can do about that. But I just like Meta better. For this afternoon, outside of the regular names that we sort of discuss here, which I think NVIDIA's already on there, Tesla's already on there for big cap tech, and Google. Apple, they're looking distinctly weak. You've got this nice little double top thing going on at 199. Maybe the 200 level comes back into play again, as we literally are losing VWAP as we speak. Okay, so there is a little uptrend, and we're losing it off 199. I want to be short Apple so long as it's holding underneath about 199 and a quarter. But this would be the chance to get into it as we speak, maybe around the volume-weighted average price. So that's the one I think I'll be trading, Apple. And let's talk about an earnings miss, for Affirm.
Yeah, Neil, I mean, there was some parts that were bad, but wow, 12.75% bad, guys, on a guidance miss here. So the report beat on the top and bottom line. There were some really good parts there about the credit cards as well as some other things, but it was the Q3 guidance that really disappointed, guys. So we are down, as I mentioned, 12.75%.
Yeah, ugly day for Affirm.
Came back a little bit at least.
Well, it's not at the lows.
Oh, now it's back down. Okay. I thought it was bounced there, but the last 10 minutes.
You want to fail?
Sure.
I'll show you a fail.
Google.
So I had Hims as a short. Not that it's been bad. I flipped eventually. Hims just kept making higher lows. I had this for a breakdown trade, and this is the all day long slight trend, right? That's holding. And eventually I'm like, well, if it's doing that, instead of trying to short, just go short the curls. Just go long on the trend line into the high. So I did that eventually. That exact same pattern, if you did it on Affirm today, where it just puts in a few higher lows and then breaks the trend, that was just it was a crapper. I mean, down to 46. It's double digits to the downside. And when you look at this on the daily, yikes. This is the thing you're concerned about. Well, the reason why it's a fail, because we were talking about the 50 period, what's the 200 period on the daily. If you break it out on Tesla, you you go for the long break above. Well, Affirm was the exact opposite of that. And all you had to do was break that one down. I'd be a little bit concerned that you're going to see, if there's any more weakness in the economy, you'll probably see 40 on this next week. for Affirm. Give it the old 3-day rule. Maybe if you're thinking about buying this, like dip buying this, but it just seems like you failed what was big support at the 200 period, and you lose 46, and there's not much standing in the way to the downside. So this is a company that has never had to deal with, like, we don't know what Affirm looks like in like a regular, non-COVID recessionary environment. We don't know. Like, do people use it more because of what it is, or are they in a world of hurt? And I think there's probably some money coming out, not wanting to find out.
We just talked about buy now, pay never. I don't like the business. I mean, I know that, Klarna, they shelved their IPO. I'm just not in love with the business. I don't really know what else to say. Like, breaking back below the 50-period moving average here, it's not like an investable name for me. They had some huge moves when they made the deals with Amazon, and I think they still have that deal with Apple and all this kind of stuff. I just, when you're not going to make money and you're going to miss like that, I don't know, more downside coming for Affirm. But it's a great move. Like, this is one of those names where if the market absolutely collapses again, it's like Robinhood. Like, it has so much upside once the market gets going again for some strange reason. So I don't know. I can't really wrap my head around this business. There must be much, much more to it than what I think. But yeah, for right now, Affirm is never really on my radar. I think, though, just as a trade, every stock is on my radar for trade. I mean, I think we try to prove that a little bit every day here. But like that pre-market high right there, like when you have a stock that makes this move and it's already red, if you can get back up to that, which it does right there at 9:30, like that $51 mark is a huge short. And then it should have been shorted right there again. That's close enough to that level of $50.55. So yeah, I feel like a huge missed opportunity for anybody that's actively trading Affirm today if you're not short these levels. Also to dip buy is something hard to do on this, but it looks like 46.50 or so has been the bottom there. But for me, this is the opportunity, and we could talk about it with Coinbase. I haven't even looked at that chart today, really. I'll see if it has the same sort of a pattern, but right into there, pre-market highs and breaking. That's the trigger, right? That's your trigger spot, in my opinion. So, all right, that's.
Before we move on, you mentioned Robinhood. I just wanted to pull that one up for a quick little second. Actually, always start with the highest time frame first. Okay, so Robinhood, great stock off the 200, all that good stuff. And there is the prior high going back into March. We've just topping tailed that candle right here with a reversal on Hood. And this is, look at the consolidation as it attempts to hold the 54. So prior day close, afternoon support, 54 is holding on for dear life, while we've just had that topping tail candle at resistance on the daily. So this is another one. I like Robinhood. I'm not putting them in the Affirm category at all. It's just more, if you lose 54 on Hood, I think you're running into a little bit of trouble, and it could be a bit of a down week for them. But yeah, it's actually worth watching today, because I think if you break that downward trend that you saw in the 15-minute, Hood could be a nice little relief rally to end the day.
All right, guys, Coinbase next. And this one, the chart looks like it's been all over the map. We sold off on the earnings miss yesterday. We popped up this morning to start the morning, and now we're negative again. Down 2.11%. It was a Q1 miss, and the guide was also a little questionable, but that's not where they want you to focus. They want you to look at the SEC win that they got under their belt, as well as the upcoming Bitcoin reserve that Donald Trump put in via EO, boys.
So, again, Coinbase, like only being down 2% isn't that bad, but you would think that with crypto absolutely ripping, I mean, all the altcoins.
Yeah, that is pretty
on Coinbase, they have like all the altcoins pretty much. I don't know if they have some of Michael Noss's favorite ones on there or not, but they definitely have most of them. So with crypto trading now finally starting to, not now finally, but I feel like whenever I see big moves in the underlying assets, it's going to mean that there's more trading happening. We do know that Coinbase is a big custodial spot there for a lot of these ETFs where they're housing and buying coins. So that should be okay. So if we sort of talk about the patterns that we had seen earlier on, so this is the pre-market right down into here, right? So today, I mean, once we opened up, that's 850, so here's 930 right into here. So it does dump, and then we take out that pre-market low. So if you were to buy into there, you would have probably been stopped out because it goes down to 201. It's very, very hard to check out because I stopped the charting at 430. I think our charts completely turn off at 430, I think, anyways. So right down into there, 199, that was a good hold. So we never really got down there until we did. And then right into there, that was the trade for me. You know, to try to pick that up and watch it run to the high side, that was probably a pretty tough trade. I would say that because it was a bad report, you might have been looking short here around 210, and then therefore 214 stops me out if that happens. So kind of glad we didn't look at that. For me, the only missed opportunity right down there is right here. So, you know, part of trading is looking back and saying, what have I done? And I mean, I do that every day, and this is no other example. This is another example, but stock has to be on your radar. And honestly, I didn't look at Coinbase today. I've 4 or 5 other names, which is probably more than I usually trade, but that was a great level. I mean, again, when you're looking at support and resistance, look at where we got in the melee and look at the pre-market levels. Today, the pre-market levels on Coinbase wouldn't have given you anything, so it was this one. And again, I think you probably were defending 200. So this is a winning stock today if you're trading off levels, especially if you left it alone early. Because if you go long 200, there's no way your stop is anywhere above this level. And it holds it. So for $1 worth of a hold, you have $4 back. That sounds like a trade that I'd be interested in. So Coinbase, congrats if you're looking at it. I feel like it was a good trade there off the 200 level because you wouldn't have got stopped out.
There was a clean breakout on Coinbase, but the timing of it kind of stunk. All morning, every single time Tesla got to 300, 299, 299 and a half, immediately like all attention went to Tesla, which is just kind of how it is. So there's coin, there is that breakout on the daily that we had mentioned, and you'll see, it's like, look, broke the prior high above that level. It goes all the way like $1.50 almost plus in the money. And if I punch into a breakout trade, I'll at least always have a stop that's protecting me. But I had no fills on the way out. It's just a one and done. And in that moment, what it is, I was on a Tesla level 2. Tesla was imminently going to break, in my opinion. Tesla didn't break at that moment. It broke a little bit later. And you actually abjectly end up failing that level. So Sean said, like, unless you were reversing that level, which I was never intending to, or going long off the 200, that's pretty much it. Regardless of the report, it's holding the consolidation. So, you know, you shouldn't be any doom and gloom about this stock. It's holding the 50. Give it the old 3-day rule. And if it holds that 50-period moving average after these earnings, as long as crypto doesn't dump, I mean, Bitcoin doesn't dump, then I think you're still good to go. It's a big trend break, and you're just taking the stairs to the upside. And if you don't fall down a step after earnings, that's always a good sign, in my opinion.
Earlier this week, we got news that the Trump administration was rolling back the previous Biden-era AI anti-diffusion rules, which should have certainly helped NVIDIA. It hasn't really been that way, though, boys. And today we got this story that NVIDIA looking at modifying, that China-specific AI chip, the H20, even further so that it meets the new criteria under the Trump administration, guys. So NVIDIA here trading down 0.2%.
Right. So, I mean, NVIDIA, again, we talk about, you know, the note, and I mean, it's reason why I put out, you know, the sticky note every single day. It's because it's something that I follow. And I'm here to make, oh, by the way, look at U of T. I mean, it was such a gorgeous day, not a cloud in the sky. Oh. Shout out to U of T.
It is a good
right there. Absolutely fantastic. But there it is right here, man. It's NVIDIA. This is the wrong list. That must have been from yesterday. But anyways, NVIDIA there, 115 for the bottom. Yeah, it came into 115. Neil and I sort of looked at this and was looking at 116, and then I was like, you know what?
You okay?
I think 115. All right, I think 115 is okay for a potential long right there. So we took that, and we are still in it right now. 116.70 or so. Was our best out there at VWAP. So, yeah, I mean, I really like this stock. This has been, I might be confused here because the last couple days we were long one. I'm just writing down area longs now especially for a stock like NVIDIA. Like we were long 112 into 113. And then yesterday we were talking about this 115, 116 area as well. And that was the dead bottom. So I think today was just another one of those days where, we just waited. There's 115 and that's where I'm long. So yeah, man, all good into that level right there. 115 to 116 for NVIDIA. Looks like it's going to hold. We had that huge move where I didn't YOLO, but we kind of did, where that news came out and we just ran this to the upside. That let me know right there that if there's going to be any news about the chips or anything about China, that NVIDIA is going to be the one. So I'm going to keep going long and not short until I hear some negative news. I almost switched over and traded AMD today. I wrote down AMD. Oh yeah, that's what it was. So it is on the list because I was looking at that. I was like, why can't I find it? It's because it's right here. It's AMD and NVIDIA. So I wasn't sure. I just said chips are in play all week. Watch the chips. So that's all that it was. It was something pretty simple. AMD off 100 to 101 or NVIDIA to 115. So, the levels were there. We took the trade. I'm done sitting here and guessing. I'll let the Spidey sense get me into trades like Tesla, and I'll let my brain do the rest of the work as far as NVIDIA goes. But yeah, there it is, man. It's P&L number 2 today. It's NVIDIA. Well, it's P&L number 3. Tesla, Google, NVIDIA.
Yeah, Tesla's hard to beat today. I think if you traded any of the longs on Tesla, it's probably going to be your number one. NVIDIA 115 was the top of my list for the same reason. It's just a prior resistance level. I know the 116 yesterday, that's because there was a pullback in the aftermarket on that gap up day where the 116 support was. So I'm pretty sure that's what you were talking about. And that's why it was 16 yesterday, 15 today. That said, I did trade it early when it was trending higher. It did a nice breakout pattern, early on NVIDIA, and then I played it off of VWAP, but then when it broke the trend, it was just insane when it broke the trend. This is like a perfect example of why you trade with stops. I had it a couple of times, 15, and then play it back into VWAP. When it bounces on a trend line like this, one of the things I like to do is, and I talked about, it was like a max thing. Other people have said it before. It's not just a max thing. Where if you're going to trail out on that trend line, then if it holds it, add in, and then leave the stop in there. It rejected VWAP, so when it broke that trend line, I got out. So that last add was it's flattish. Then you're getting the rest of it at VWAP, but this one you're getting it flat. And then I bought a higher low off 16, and I have been waiting for it to break the volume weighted average price at this point on NVIDIA. Get out and about above 117 or retest one of the even dollars, and neither of those things have happened. During this time, Palantir, you have this habit of saying PLTR. You should only say that when it's easier than saying the company. Palantir is easy enough to say. Palantir has broken the trend from the entirety of the day outside of this little open dip. So I think it's a long into the volume weighted average price on PLTR. In fact, I want to be buying dips into it as well. So PLTR, Palantir, broke trend finally. We'll see how far it can go. Havana Woody, I hope Havana Woody, we're asking a little bit about ETH in the chat. Just to clarify, everything I put in there about, I'm selling my ETH. So if you tell me, when you talk about 2,800 is good sell areas and all that, to me, I'm getting out all the way up. I don't even want to be in it anymore. So I'm relatively bearish on it. So if you ask me questions about crypto, I'll tell you how much Bitcoin I want to keep holding on to and never sell, but pretty much anything else I'm selling on the way up. Although I did get into some XRP from the ETH that I sold. Half into Bitcoin, other half into XRP. They make it nice and easy for you to transfer when you're in your Coinbase account.
Yeah, man. I mean, that's
sit on there and on the train. It's weird. I make I think almost all of my transactions on Coinbase are when I'm on the train commuting. I'd say 90%.
I mean, that's the beauty of it. A Robinhood, a Coinbase, they've really made, trading for the masses and so easy. I mean, the app game, everybody, especially the new generation. I mean, there's so many of you probably watching us right now that are just yeah, man, I trade everything off of an app, and I do too. I mean, I open up my phone and I don't even log in on the browser anymore. I just log in on the app and do absolutely all of my trading just on my phone. And obviously other than what I do right here. All right, so just a quick look at something else here. My largest position right now in my TFSA account is JP Morgan, and it's down there at 230. So I'm pretty good at it, right? Pretty good on this right now. I'm not good at trade. I'm not good at investing, but we held this because like when we had bought it, we had actually bought it right there. Then it makes this move up here, basically where it is right now. Like this is how bad I am. I'm not even learning from my past mistakes. And then it comes all the way back down, and nothing I could do about that. I mean, some of these moves, I mean, I guess I could have got out. There's something I could have done. But that's, you know, the downside play in tariffs and all that stuff, and Liberation Day and whatever. I don't even know if we're still calling it that. But all the way to the downside there. And now you're just kind of getting back to some of these levels. So as we talk a little bit more about swing trades and long-term stuff, yeah, I'm still not out. Like, I really think we could get going on this name above the 50 period and this and that. But this is a really serious one for me. So maybe we need to get out a little bit, but that's like the last kind of stuff that I've been buying.
Is that up? I want to see.
So that's JP Morgan. Yeah, all the banks.
No, I just want to see how XLF is doing in comparison without having to pull.
I know. I think it's probably close to the same.
I hope so.
Right there. So, all right.
Load, PC load letter.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, 230. So let's just say here. Let's go back to JP Morgan. So
I'm only because I'm in XLF and I want to make sure it's not lagging.
All right. So March 13th. What was XLF on March 13th?
March is here, this one. That's 47.40.
47. Okay. So then where is it now?
59.
47. So $12 on 47. So that's probably better because this is 227 to 253. Maybe XLF is performing just a little.
No, it looks exactly the same to me.
Okay. Yeah. Well, anyways,
I'm eyeballing and saying, but it should be the same. I was more concerned if the ETF was underperforming at that moment.
All right. The market's coming back in. I'm thinking. I mean, Google is really lighting it up. Google's coming right back into the low of the day, and we're light on all of these positions right now. So you know, we've been getting out. Maybe this right here might be the one that we do next. Trying to get out. Like we just got out. We got out at VWAP. We got out above VWAP there. Thought it was going to go. Didn't. You know, was thinking about breaking through 117. I mean, we're long at 115. Right, and so now I don't want to just get out of everything because the market's going through its ebbs and flows like it always seems to do, especially here in the afternoon heading in for a big week and a big earnings week that we've just had. You know, we had the Fed this week. Like it was a busy week. We have Fed speak now all week and into next week as well. You know, we've obviously had something that's going to affect the stock market greatly, a new pope. Come through, right? So, you know, the stock market probably has nothing to do with that. But yeah, so I'm just going to wait now and see if we do have a downside push here in the market because NVIDIA, we'll get out of half of what we have left if we take 160. Well, it's almost here right now. You know what? I'm just going to get out at 60s. All right. Did we just get that, Phil? Yes, we did. Okay. So I got out of a quarter of what I have left right there. All right. My stop on this trade was a 115 break. You know, we put this trade on, we talked about it. So give ourselves 30 cents worth of risk to be in the money 200, you know, pretty or 100, 260. No, sorry, that's Google's 260. Now, you know, 140 cents. Pretty good relationship there. So a nice move up. We were panicking when we got it because it was like, oh. And that's what I always do, man. Put on a bigger position. Get some out early to protect that 30 cents and then let the rest ride. And it's really been working out for us, or for me. So nice trade right there on Google. But on NVIDIA. The other name that I saw my guy trading over there was Joe, and that was DraftKings. So we already had this move today, and this was another one of those sticky note names. 36 we wrote down, and 36 we got, and 37.50 we got, and then it was boom, boom, boom. We reloaded a little bit live on air for you guys at 10:30. That went up before it fell down, and since then it's kind of been doing nothing. So I'm going to leave DraftKings alone and start to look at a name like a Palantir or something like that that's going to run a little bit more. Plus, now that we're into maybe a slower period, I think we should look for.
I thought you were going to say Power Hour. I'm like, it's not
yet,
Power Hour.
No,
yet.
I was going to say like names that are running. Like we had that NNV, whatever that stock was, GPUS, Webull could be another name here into the afternoon. Plus, my eyes will be over here looking at, you know, the chat to see if you guys want to do anything. I mean, I'm thinking short in the TQs.
Micron is kicking in. So.
You know, by the way, yesterday's TQQ trade. Was it yesterday or maybe it was even the day before? I can't. It was yesterday. We had this whole move to the point where I got out in the after hours. Okay, so like yesterday we were short the TQs right here Remember, we got stopped out and then boom goes a dynamite to the downside. So like I said, man, trader's going to trade. And if that sets up again, I'm going to do it again. And it's pretty close. But we got to get back up to here, 59 something, like 20s. I don't know. I'll make a decision when we get up there. But somewhere around there, 59.15, 59.10. If we could get up there on the NASDAQ, so we need to bump just a little bit, then I'm going to short again. So we'll wait to see. This was a ballsy short because we were already above everything. I just had the feeling that we were going to the downside there, and we did, like watching different stocks. The opinions that I make just aren't like based on the chart. Like I look at the chart, fine, that's great. You could see charting doesn't work. I mean, you could see all these things around us all the time. You know, I can call up lots of traders on here. There's reasons why trading is not a science. It's much more of an art than a science, right? Because it's all looking back. You can look at a chart and be like, that was nice, right? But generally speaking, in my 23 years, I really haven't seen a successful trader using charts. Like most of the traders that have graduated behind us have been on something either at the end of the day, some sort of an imbalance thing, trying to find their niche in the market. And I know that's true of myself as well. And it's taken me a minute now to get back into the groove of trading for you guys live on the show, because charting is obviously a key. You need to have it. Like you can't, I'm not saying charting is not important. It's very important, but you need to be able to risk manage, have balls enough to use share size, and understand your trading strategies, you know, because share sizing is like, that for me is the number one thing. And I think it's true for everything, even no matter what kind of style you're trading, right? If you use more shares on successful strategies, then that's great. You can make tons of money. But you got to get to that strategy first, and then you got to know when to punch out. All the traders that make the biggest money around here also lose the biggest money, because when you make those trades, sometimes they go against you, and that's part of it, right? No matter what kind of style you're trading, it's about risk.
I don't know that it's all styles. There are some styles where there are a few styles that's not true to a certain extent. I can tell you right now, like when I was trading penny stocks, and when we first started out in the first 2 years, before we opened our own floor, it was about 1.5 years on the trading floor. I pretty much never would have losses that are as big as the winning days I had. Almost never. Like every once in a while, you would just get really, really stuck. But it was a type of strategy where overall it was more of like a consistent. And the day that it's really bad, you might get really stuck that day, but your average, so if I looked at like a 3-month period, I might have one really, really bad day.
Right.
And then a normal losing day would be half of what an average winning day would be.
What I'm saying is your really bad day is what I'm saying is much worse than.
Oh yeah, because on that it's really rare. But the whole idea. Right. So think of it this way: imagine stocks where you're going to have a relatively more reasonable range. Like it's not Tesla. Like you can more predict the type of range it's going to have. So the day that it doesn't have that range, think of it this way. You're just trying to figure how far you're getting bent over on that day.
Yeah, exactly.
But most days, your loot losses are small and you can control them. By the way, Hims is himsing again right now, where it's just, there hasn't been a red candle in forever on this thing, and it's absolutely broken out at this point. So Palantir, I'll get to Palantir in a second. We did grab that dip buy, but it went like 15 cents in the money, and now it's back to flat. Apple's at flat right now, but Hims is really going. So we're talking about like things that are moving. Hims is absolutely moving. It just went green on the day. I should show you the higher time frame because it does have this wild double top from yesterday at like 54.5. And if you zoom it in a little bit more, where was it? Like right in here, where we are right now is exactly where it curled and then bounced in the afternoon, like 51.65. So you're at a pretty decent inflection point. And a pull back into prior high is always a good one. If we get all the way back into the trend line, that's a long for sure. But I think the pull back into the prior high around 51 makes some sense. Like Hims on an absolute tear, not really seeing anything else. There's a small capper moving. I already forget the name of the one Sharif was talking about. It was N something TT. It wasn't moving the last time I pulled it up, but Hims certainly is. So Palantir, we did grab it on that trend break. It doesn't seem like, it's not going parabolic off that trend break. And we've said this before. If you have an all day long trend, when you break that trend, it's like I want it to go right away. Like it should, like and especially on a name like Palantir, Like you break that trend line, where is the algo buying? Where is the rip your face off, squeeze everybody to all you know what? And it's not really happening on PLTR. So kind of going to scalp some out here in front of 25. Easy on the reloading unless it holds some of these higher lows, because you also have this from the bottom, right? Like if it can hold on to these lows from the bottom, then we can add back into it. Otherwise, tight stop on PLTR, unfortunately. Like, but that's the thing. Palantir is the kind of stock where if a breakout is big or a trend break is big, like in here, it's just gonna flush or it's just gonna rip. And when it's not happening, no more reloads, tighten the stop up, and move over to HIMS, which is absolutely moving. No questions asked. I just don't think I'm not chasing this move up here on a Friday in a weak market. I think that's a recipe for disaster. Because if HIMS drops, it could drop 1%, no problem. So you wait for that bigger drop, then try to catch a bid. Or I do anyway, I mean.
Yeah, the market today, TTD. Oh, yeah. By the way, we did get... where was it here? We got some fan funding, and I ignored it. I didn't ignore it, but I saw it, and we didn't get to talk to about it. All right, I'm not sure who I learned this from, but buying, so what's up to 2 NY cent here? Buying the dip on a healthy pullback on a strong stock has been gold buying for me. 100% agreed. That's exactly the play that we did on Tesla, and that's the one that made all the money today for sure. And then also the other way around, too, with Google, right? That's the way we made the money on Google as well. Was sell a weak stock on a move up. So just the other way around. So very good to NY cent. And obviously, once you get your strategy, that's great. So I really appreciate that. So that's a good move here. And then here we go, says Bob Dad Dog, almost like Dada Dog. First bottle of whiskey has now been opened. So that's good. So if you are drinking whiskey, I mean, maybe this might be a good time to lower your share size, but who knows? It's almost noon here. Okay, so where are you at? Noon. So if it's almost noon, you must be on the West Coast because it's 3 o'clock here on the East Coast, so that would make sense. So almost noon, so that's good. Hey man, anytime, as my wife would say, is wine o'clock. So congratulations on that one. Open that whiskey bottle ASAP. Let the weekend begin. Who else has plans? Yeah, well, I mean, Mother's Day plans, obviously. I'm at the hockey game tonight with my parents, my family. It's the girls' playoff. It's Toronto Scepters. It's like the PWHL. It's like Professional Women's Hockey League. So we're going to that tonight. That should be a hell of a lot of fun. And then tomorrow I'm at that wrestling event, which should be fun. Yeah, we have baseball. Yeah, we have a league game again tomorrow, Saturday, and then Sunday. Kids have CrossFit in the morning. Yeah, and then Baxter's coming over. He's going to do a big brunch for that's awesome. Marissa, so hopefully I don't have to do anything. I just told him I'd have the place all cleaned up for him.
Debs, or?
Well, I'm seeing her tonight, and then hopefully on Sunday. But
that's Sean's mom, obviously.
Sunday night we have, so stupid, man. High Park has the last tryouts for the girls' rep team, which I coach, is 5:30 on Sunday, Mother's Day. But we're going to try to get that over with.
I always have beef when there's sports activities or kids' sports activities or just anything in general that gets... Don't do it on Mother's Day. Nobody's going to want to be there around dinner time. It's just...
I think Mother's Day, I think you get away with it because it's dinner time.
You think so? Okay.
Well, I think a lot of Mother's Day stuff is like afternoon stuff, enjoying going for walks and just I don't know.
We usually...
What are you doing? Is Rebecca back yet? Or?
Yeah, she's back. She's back from Anaheim. She got back early yesterday. But no, we usually do the brunch thing at home, but I like to go to my parents or they'll come over for dinner so we can do both sides of it. Because if Aaron doesn't get to see Grammy on that day, obviously I want to see my mom too, but she always wants to see
forget about
Grammy.
It's not about us.
They don't care. Look, my mom, I love my mom and she loves me. But the second my daughter was born,
that's good to hear. Yeah.
I just mattered. You just mattered a little bit, and it's the greatest thing in the world. It's
I'm like, hey, you want to go to your grandparents' house, man?
Even just seeing your parents with them it's so awesome.
I just told my kids you just have to have kids, so I can be a grandparent. That's not yet. Baxter's 23 years old. That guy tells me that there's a kid coming. There's gonna be some smacking around happening up in there.
Baxter's he's a grown ass man. I'm just saying, he's 23 now.
He ain't having no damn kid.
He's always been responsible.
Well, yeah.
I will say that.
Yeah.
He's always been very.
He sat down here and built an algo in 5 days, and then all of a sudden blew up his account. So yeah.
Even when he was. No, I'm talking
that was
about.
pretty responsible.
No, but I remember we would do like remember the guys' dinners we'd go to, and there was one.
Oh, yeah.
One
Yeah,
for
he's good.
the one we brought families there, and I remember Marissa had Baron, and Baron was like a baby, and so Baxter comes, and while we're all like wanting to dine, like the baby starts crying, Baxter just gets up and he's walking the baby around. I don't remember how old he was. I guess he would have been 10.
Well, Baron was a baby. Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
Maybe
yeah,
10,
Baron's
12.
13. Yeah.
And so we're at the we're at a restaurant, nice restaurant, and he's he just.
What am I bringing these kids to a nice restaurants for? What the hell's my problem?
Oh no, no! It was Cheese's Hotel. It was still a nice restaurant,
maybe-
but it
oh,
wasn't
okay.
like
Yeah. I get it.
yeah. Yeah,
How the
it's
times
still
fly,
nice.
man.
Don't get me
The times
wrong.
Go by real quick.
No, but I thought it was, and that he was
Yeah, he's a good. He's aight.
he's good people.
He's aight.
He's good people. Let's put it that way.
Pay me back my money, son.
Money.
No, just playing around. No, I mean, I
everything
lend that
is-
guy money all the time.
No, well, that's the thing.
It's like, it's like you have these kids now and they're small and they just eat you out of house and home and that's great. And then they finally leave and you're like, oh, great, they've left now. But then when they come back, they just do grocery shopping in your cupboards anyways. And then you just get random notes like, I overspent this month, blah, 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 flow me a couple hunch. It's like, all right. I mean, that's why I sit here every day and do this. So, but yeah, no, it's good times. And yeah, I hope everybody out there, whether or not you're drinking whiskey or not, enjoy Mother's Day weekend. I mean, it's probably one of the better ones around here. We High Park just had cherry blossoms. That was insane, having a look at all those. And that was a lot of fun. So again, and the weather. I mean, this is one of my favorite times of the year because the weather is turning and just getting to be so nice outside. So, all right, the NASDAQ's coming back up to the top. I said we were going to look for a short if we got near VWAP, and it looks like it might be getting up there soon. So we're going to start looking. Ooh, Evander Woody has 4K ETF on the mind, ETH. That'd be nice.
Yeah, well, that's the thing we were mentioning there. And look, if you want to get those best odds, everybody, the top tier odds, or just whatever Sean says for the Leafs, then you got to go to ProfitX. This is going to give you peer-to-peer picking, OpenAI access for automation, cost-efficient trading of your plays all in one place. You're trading your favorite sports, and that action is unbelievably, it's efficient, it's easy to do, we've used it before. You make offers, match plays, you can manage risk in and out during the event if it happens to be a tournament or the playoffs, and you're going to be able to exchange your picks in and out. It's just like trading everybody. It's a smarter and faster way to play with some of the most competitive odds. Some of the most. I have not seen better odds. Maybe there are, but I have not seen them. Use the code TRADERTV and get the 2% cash back sign-up offer up to $300. Shout them out. We'll try to figure something out for the Leafs. I think it makes.
I'm going to look at it right now.
Yeah, I'll let you. I haven't looked at it today. I wanted to just pick them because I'm a homer for the money line, but then the over/under.
You always do.
No, I'm a homer.
We had the over, so we had the money line the first night, then we had the over.
I'm a homer.
So we're 2 for 2.
I'm not very good betting on my
what about
team.
the NBA?
Because I basically always want to just pick my team to win. I don't even care about this. I don't do the spread nonsense. If I'm betting on the Jays, I'm just going to bet them to win. And or I'm going to bet like my favorite player to hit a home run or just some utter nonsense that you're throwing your money away and just to enjoy the game.
I mean, that's the only reason I bet. Like when I'm talking about betting, it'll be I'll throw down like $20 or like on the series, like a couple $100, something like that. Like it's kind of just like, as Neil mentioned there, to have a little bit of fun.
Yeah.
But we'll do some looks at that. Okay, let's just get back to the market just real quick right now. Are there any names? Yeah, so TQQ is going. Yeah, I know. So we should have been short. I was saying like if we get up to this level, we could short it again, and I would say we'd have a look there. I said 59 change. We got to 50. I mean, we could still come back up, so I'm going to wait for that anyways. VWAP right there. I'm going to try it. I'm going to try the short into the close. So that's a 59, our ultimate out. I'll just use up here. I mean, if we break 59.40, so this is what I'm kind of doing right now. So I'm looking over. I don't like to trade my net per se, but I do like to not take unreasonable risk and like give the whole day back on one idea, right? When we've had those trades. So I'm not just going to like layer into this. There's no real reason for me to think that this market's going to absolutely collapse. But if we can top up the day, there's nothing wrong with that. And I'm not going to take a trade that I don't like. So this trade I like, sloping down right there, the 200 period. We've held it, so that's a little bit of a problem. But we're not going to get up there unless we hold this. So hopefully we can come back in. I'm going to start the offering right here at 20. Try to take two units. So if normally I'm in, 2 or 3 units, it'll be a little bit of a lighter position there. I'll take two units here and see about getting stopped out around 59.40. So I'm going to sit right now at 59.20. Not even that little wick high. That's only 13s. We're going to go up here into this level, maybe 17s or 18s. We'll sit there. We'll see if we can get a fill. Then we'll take another one at VWAP, which is not that far away from there, which is 25. And I'm just parsing these trades. And then if they work, they work. If they don't, the stop is there. We get out and that's enough, right? So we did get stopped out of our Tesla while this was all happening, and it was a couple minutes ago. It came crashing in, right? We got out there when it broke the 200 period, then got out there for no loss, but also no profit on our last probably 10 or 15% of that trade. I mean, look at all the outs that we have on the way up. So that was good. I wish we would have had more at 301. But again, when you're buying, like this is some of that ratio that we're talking about and why you would need to use some charting is that like when you're getting long here at 297 and getting out at 301, that's $4. Like no matter really how many shares you hold all the way back, as long as it's not, 60 or 70% of your position, something like that, then you're doing pretty good let's get those orders out. Then you're doing pretty good on those levels. So yeah, Tesla falling back in. I still think this looks like a long to me, actually. But if we're thinking short, what about a break right there of 296? I could do that against 298, you see? So that's like, you see? That could be a trade right there that I'm going to look at actually. Yeah. This is actually maybe better than the TQQs for the short, to be honest with you. Yeah, so I'm kind of stuck in my ways right now to think about what we want to do. But we'll watch them both and see if that TQQ trade will come in for us. We're already red on this stock today, actually. We went long early right here and lost when we put it on. It was on our note, on our sticky note, 59. We had lost on that one. I think we'll try it again. We'll try it again.
So like the only thing, I mean, I'm at Palantir, but I told you, like it wasn't that mean reversion just not happening right away. We're in Apple, it just reversed. This broke the trend line and then held the prior high. So there's the trend line break. It kind of did a bottoming tail candle off VWAP, and then you hold the line. Once it confirmed that our resistance is good, which is like 199, it's this one here, it's like, 199.25. So there's sellers where you want there to be sellers. So jump in at 99 a couple times, but it's bouncing off of VWAP. So take some out at VWAP. If it breaks down, respect the fact that it got bought up underneath VWAP on the last wick and try to get some liquidity out in that next 50 cents. But this is Palantir still. Broke the trend, and look at the consolidation. It's literally doing nothing on Palantir. So yeah, that's doing nothing is not gonna cut it. HIMS is still, I don't have an adjective for it. I'm not gonna say himsing again, but it's a ridiculously steep trend line. The pullback into the prior high has flat out not materialized because it continues to go. Looks like it's one of the stronger ones here this afternoon. I'm still waiting for like that bigger pullback to try to jump into the long. I see Christmas saying GME time, and every now and then.
Really?
Well, every now and then when GME gets brought up on this show, it's actually doing something. And it's got a pretty solid little bull flag on it right now. It didn't really do much in the afternoon with its strong day yesterday. Like there were no fresh highs made, so it just kind of consolidated and looked okay and not great. But the GME, if it breaks, like it has to do more than this here today. But when I look at this on the daily chart, like you could have something here if it gets above like 28.5, 29. Because it's rejected this so many times. It's making higher lows off that great support at 20 to 21 bucks. And it's trending higher. So like it could do something next week. Just remember, every time it's gone to 29, it's been faded pretty heavily. But yeah, I'd put that on the watch list for next week or on your watch list. And then also remember that they're in the Bitcoin game now. So, Bitcoin goes to the all-time high. How's that a bad thing for GME? Although, you know what? I have no idea if have they already bought? You know what? I don't know.
It was on there like
they said they were going
call.
Right, but like I don't know any details of how like actual ownership of Bitcoin. Like I couldn't tell you how much they own and at
if
what
Sharif
price.
was here, he'd just ask ChatGPT. So I'm going to ask you right now.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have it open right now. But
did GME buy any
Because if they haven't bought
lately
and we're at the highs, then they get no benefit of that, obviously.
I don't know. I mean, yeah, it would have been in their prospectus or whatever there of that last filing. I don't know if they have to have some sort of a new filing or what, but they did release that. Yeah, you're right. So people in the chat probably will help us look for that. So I did put a stop in, a short in here on Tesla if we do break. So 296 break, we're in. That's it. I'm going to go short. And we'll probably play off the 50-period moving average. So if it does break, we're going to watch this pink line downside, okay? I'm not going to short it until we break that level. So I'm playing the breakout. And this is the thing, like, I'm just showing, like, I'm playing everything, man. We played 300 break long. We also dip bought. Like, this is what I'm talking about having different strategies, having, you know, that winning mentality into your playbook. Like, you have to think of something may happen and what's going to be the plan of action when it does, right? It's like we dip bought this thinking that, hey, we're going to 300. We finally got some consolidation. So we went long here with this kind of a stop and then it blasted up. We also did say that once 300 broke, we were expecting it to come back in a little bit. It did that, bang. We bought the dip again when it came back in against us, right? And so then the move started to happen. So for me, if it does break that, I don't necessarily expect it to just automatically collapse like the NASDAQ did yesterday. I wouldn't be surprised if we do come back up and look at a 297 area again. So that's why you're going to have to share size accordingly, that if you are taking this 296 break, get ready for it to come back to 297. So it could come back $1 and then I'm hoping to flush, right? But you can see this 50-period moving average is coming down pretty quickly here. So I'm hoping that it either has a move soon or what? Because if the 50 period's down here when this happens, then I'm not sure because we could break it back to the upside. I'm trying to use that as support. So in this case, it would be resistance back up. So anyways, that's what I'm looking for there in Tesla. All right, we talked about Affirm a little bit. Let's look at Lyft. So Lyft was another big stock on our minds today. It had a dip by right now. We just had that move actually. And again, have to be on your radar, right? Like there's the 50 period right there off the open. That's good because we're not really that close to the 200, but the 200 was coming into play right there again. So I was thinking about that little dip by opportunity back to the 50 period. So we'll see if Lyft wants to work, but Lyft's at the high of the day. So again, man, a big shout out to those of you that were in this name earlier on that believed in it. Meanwhile, what, Uber's probably falling down?
No, meanwhile, Uber's having a terrible day.
Yeah. Is it?
Well, okay, terrible is not the right word.
The NASDAQ is down, Uber's up.
Incredibly, well, I'd say a disappointing day because Uber is holding the lows, but it's doing absolutely nothing with it. Like this, it's just like algo control on Uber the last couple of days, unfortunately. So look, Lyft is, let's be real. I think a lot of what's happening with Lyft has to do with where the stock is relative to where Uber is. Uber just failed a 52-week high. So that's why it's weak right now. And I don't think it's because Lyft is better than Uber. It's great that they made a profit, but it has a big short float. It had a big short float for a reason, and maybe you retest some of those highs. But I'm not going to get tricked into following that one because every time it gets to like 1920, they just sell, 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 sell. And nobody is selling hymns. It's just not happening, and it just continues to go higher and higher and higher. Yeah, getting a bigger dip is starting to get a little bit more unlikely in HIMS at this particular point. And Apple reloaded off that same high. This is like 199 quarter or so, but this time it's not getting back into VWAP. So it's actually trending back into that prior high. We just reloaded it. If it breaks out that top, we got to jump out of this bad boy. HIMS looks like it's the one that's going at this moment that I can see the most. Uber is just taking a much needed chill pill. Scott, I 100% agree with you. I'm doing nothing with Uber in my long term. I'm not selling in front of highs. I'm not buying it here. I just think it's a hold. If I was going to do something after earnings, I would certainly wait until next week.
All right. Well, new position.
Heyo.
Wake up, America. All right, so we're in TQs now. So this is that short that we had sort of wanted to get. So Now we'll wait, man. If we get 25s, we get 25s. And that is that trade. Did I just get filled on something else right there? No, it's still the same. Okay, all right, just an update quickly. We did take out some Google there, as it looks like the market was trying to get back upside. So I just have one small piece left. If we do break out through 153, we're out of this one. Taking out the 200 period, see you later. We've done really well on this position, but we got most of them out. First of all, a lot of the outs are right here at the pre-market low for $1. That's for sure. And then as we collapsed in, we still did have, obviously, a decent chunk and was able just to let it fall, man. And that's what we're doing when the market comes back in. We're going to let it do that. So nice move down in there for Google. And then now just covering at these same spots. If we do take a 153, I mean, my stop order on this, we didn't really even have one because it just got going immediately and never went against us. So I'm going to put the stop order for the first time now. And that's going to be a 153.01 break. Out. So we just put that order in, and then now if the tank happens, then it's downside. Looks like Tesla is still going upside, so we may not have to worry about that break right now of 295. That's not coming into play. The TQs, that position's already ready to go. If we do fall back into 59, like just looking to see where we might want to get a piece out, we say this, man, we always want to get something out, even if our ultimate target is down into here, 58, like down into this area here. 58.70 would be, a good area. And remember what we did yesterday, right? We had to withstand that's this morning. We had to withstand a little bit of chop, and we actually got stopped out initially when that level broke yesterday. And then we had to get it again, and then it fell once we got that other top. So that could happen to us now if we do take that out, but that's why I'm kind of giving it up here. That would be a clean break of VWAP. So I'm going to average this in, at 25. So we're getting close to that average right now, which is that top. That's VWAP and then downside. So, we'll sort of put our money where our mouth is and go short a little bit right there on the TQs and hope that it winds up working out for us. But yeah, that's going to be that trade. And then out of some Google there, and really that's about it, man. I mean, not much else is, tickling the old fancy right here. Just trying to wait to see if anything was going on in the market. It looks like the market's going higher. So I'm just going to sort of mess around with the TQs. Right now, Tesla's going back. I might just cancel that short sell now in Tesla. I mean, it has a lot of work to do. Now Tesla, oops, I'm not even on Tesla. Okay, by the way, the TQs are coming back in a little bit. I said I'd get something out if we come back in. All right, we'll get out at 10%. But there goes Tesla. Look at that, nice move up. So we get stopped out there, it's fine. And then right there, a nice move coming back in to the upside now for Tesla. I'm not shorting it. So yeah, we've already picked our poison now by shorting the TQQs. And we'll wait. So we're waiting for 59.05. I just put 10% there.
Yeah, well, we just broke the resistance level on Apple, so I jumped out of it. My stop was in place. So even if it does come back in, it's going to have to do something distinct underneath VWAP because it looks like we're just holding this upward trend line. And actually, yeah, see, BSO just said the same thing, where I'm not reloading this on a... Sometimes if I get wicked out on a level, I'll jump right back into it, but the Apple trend line breakout. So it's breaking out of the downward trend. That's the other way of looking. Whoops. I don't want to lose the chat there, so I'm just going to get that back. No, the Apple trend line break is another thing that's going on here. So if you do this, there it is. Just something along these lines. Like, see the obvious downward trend, bottoming tail candle. Since that moment, like I wanted to play the reversion back into here, but since that moment, you've really been trending to the upside. So there's only so much that I want to fight it. Because I'm not saying you'll have like a HIMS moment, still a New York stock. But sometimes when either you respect or break a trend, you start to see acceleration at this time of day. HIMS has already done it, really just chopping around inside what I think is a resistance level, all the reason why I don't want to be long. This is where it was at the close before that dump at the end of the day. It was yesterday, the dump in the futures, wasn't it? Because
yeah, that's what I said. Had that move. Yeah.
Okay, but that's why I'm saying this level in HIMS where it's trying to break away from. This is when the market took that last dump, and there was consolidation here. So it needs to break out of this little malaise, and then you can run into that high. But I'm not going to reload. I'm not going to reload over in that Apple trade just because it's looking like it's incredibly strong.
Tesla.
Where is Tesla?
Yeah, 299. Nice little upside move there for Tesla. Okay, so we're in this name right now. So we'll see if the futures do this or not. Remember where our out is going to be is 40s. So yeah, it's going to, sometimes we're just in stock just because, but this trade I don't mind. Well, we're never in just because, but for this trade here, it wouldn't also not surprise me. I mean, the NASDAQ turns green just now on that VWAP break. So to short momentum could be a problem, which is why I'm talking about, okay, here it goes, the amount of units that we're using and things like that. It looks like it's going to be a nice little upside move there since we had broken through VWAP. Typically, if you're going to short against VWAP, you'd like for it to come up to it, dance around, and then eventually start to go back to the downside. This is not really dancing at all. It just took it out like it wasn't even there. So again, this is what I'm talking about when I'm talking about charting. Like, it's just a line on a chart. So now I have to say to myself, like, how much pain do we really need here? Because this little line of mine isn't working right now. So it's going to go to the upside. We will wind up giving some back, obviously, here as we break higher. But, you know, to each their own. This is going to be a losing trade. We've already lost, it looks like it anyways. We've already lost there trying to trade this. And it's funny that I now write down short when initially we were long 59 to 59.50 here on the TQs on our note. So we have changed up our mind just a little bit. Our average price right now, 21s. So we're looking to take about a 25-cent hit on the breakthrough 40s. And yeah, it would suck, but you know, we've had these trades on before and giving back a little bit, I guess, of what we made yesterday during the same time frame. But it's only 310. So we'll have to, and I'm just not going to give this more room.
You know what's awake?
GME?
No. AMD.
Oh, AMD.
Like I was looking over, like I always have 4 charts up whenever you see me look to the upside. And one of them all day long has been this kind of, like, this is NVIDIA. This is NVIDIA doing nothing while the market's breaking. I'm like, well, what's in the chip space that we can look at? And then I saw in the chat, AMD's going, and it looks pretty good. Like if this can, like it just broke out that local high and has been holding trend. This seems like something you can at least join. You got 103 even, which plays out there. Alex L.
38.
Tell me that's true. SMR and Oklo are going again. All right, so I'm going to just sort of figure out what I want to do here. I want to be long 103 in AMD, but yeah, I need well, I shouldn't say I need. I want SMR to do something. Right. That's why when anybody puts that name in there, and I'll get to the chart in a quick little second, I just want to get a dip buy on AMD, and then throw a stop underneath the prior support level, and then we can look at Oklo, and I mean, SMR is the one I care about because that's the one I'm in. What's it doing? High a day, please. High a day. Oh, there's news? Obviously there's news here. Well, yeah, I mean, something's happening here.
Is there?
No, well, look, that's the biggest volume spike of the day, and I didn't hear anything.
Up 60 cents?
Up 60 cents. But it's percentage-wise, it's not a huge move. Maybe it's something else is moving more here and bigger tape. Oklo's got much. Here we go. Now I hear it.
They're just talking about Oklo.
Yeah, all I hear is spiking to the highs, but clearly OKLO's got the bigger move here. Trump administration report, and then they don't say what. So potential.
Oh, speeding up construction of nuclear plants.
Didn't we already hear that earlier in the week?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. We okay, so I took a little bit more there at 40 on the TQs. We just covered some at 30s. So if you're wondering what's up with that, yeah, I was just like, okay, we're just dancing around here. So we'll try. I only put on another like 25%. So my average price didn't change that much. So we just covered a little bit there at 30. Let's wait to see about this story. And Adara has it at the desk.
So whether or not this is actually new, I think either way, the fact that it's circulating now on social media could be the reason this is running. But the headline itself is New York Times reporting that the Trump admin is considering executive orders to speed up the construction of nuclear power plants. I also want to mention Oklo, especially getting a ton of social media attention. A lot of people talking about a flag breakout, including such figures as Kunal Desai, who is he's a public figure here on Trading X or Trading Social Media. I know he was on our podcast at one point, but he just posted about Oklo a minute ago, so lots of people are looking at OKLO right now, in addition to this headline about apparently executive orders aimed at speeding up the construction of nuclear power plants, as reported by the New York Times, circulating right now. I'm going to keep looking into this, but this New York Times article looks brand new. It's from 8 minutes ago, so back to you.
Okay, I'd swear there was a similar headline earlier in the week, and look, they're obviously fantastic. They're fantastic-looking charts on the daily if you're looking for a potential consolidation breakout. But like looking at SMR, and again, I'm looking at SMR first because I'm in it. 18 looks like a good break. Oklo is doing something very similar, but they're all inside the range. I'm almost inclined to want to fade this because I don't think this is anything new if you're not breaking any new highs. So, like, yeah, I think this is a let it make a run back into these highs and look for a fade. Kate's is the real question.
The TQs are in the money. We just covered some more here at 23s. We'll see if we can get a little bit lower. Now, there it is. There's the 20, Phil. Okay, we're getting excited now. So we're also bidding 15s. Bring it down. Hopefully this will start to happen now. It's a trade we just put on. I told you that we were going to do this. So we wind up having a little bit more than 2 units. We have about 2.5 units right now. And fine by me now that it's working. I mean, we were a little bit stressed up there, but I can't keep saying traders are going to trade and we don't. And I don't really respect some of the levels that I put down. So, all right, we're going to do that and we're going to watch out. Look, it could still blow up. I just got out at 30% on this move down to basically flat this trade. It's not like it's a huge trade. We were short at 27s there after the reload, right? I mean, we talked about that. So even if you didn't get any out, we're just flat on this trade right now. But we did cover a little bit, making a little bit of profit, but nothing to write home about. Let's see if we do get that move lower. The 50-period moving average is right here at 07s. So we'll see if we can get a little bit of love down there first. I'm waiting at 59.15s to hopefully we'll just get a little bit of a move there. Take our 13 cents because right now we are going to get stopped out on a 45 or so break. So we're still there. We're waiting for that to happen. If it does, bad. But if we do get that move down, you know, we're just trying to stack up a little bit here today and we could go reverse stacks if we get stopped out. So I wanted to make sure that we are able to take some profit here as this continues to move around the market. And you just see that movement even on an SMR, on just a New York Times report that
it's already back down.
Right, exactly. So yeah, and that's
you had to short it on the way up.
Yeah, just to what Neil was talking about there, it's already coming. I wasn't even looking at it, but there it is, pulling back down again. So this market's going to be very jittery here, especially as we are in the hour of power. But I'm fine with going short, man. We just talked about that. So if it comes in for me the rest of the day, then great. We'll do that. We're at 15s right now. I want to see get 18s. Okay, get a little bit lower here. I just want to, are we just resisting this 20 marker right now? Okay, I'm going to put some out at 19 then. Get me. We're bidding ARCA right now. Okay, there it is. Yes, sir. Okay, get me those 15s right now. All right, man, this is another spinning name right now here for the TQ. So hopefully it spins around a little bit and then drills itself lower. It just resisted. So that was a good out there at 19. We're just sort of massaging this trade. Would like for it to really come back in, but I don't know. This is that wick right there just got held by VWAP. So we are a little bit worried about that. We're just hearing that Lyft shares now still going. Rivian apparently going as well. Tesla trying to take down 3 bills again at some point. I feel like that's where VWAP is. So we'll see if we can take $300 and end the day north of that. I mean, obviously, if the futures are going to rip up, we'll wind up losing on that trade. I don't know if we will or not, but hopefully Tesla, for those of you that are long, I'm still looking at that 297 area right down here that we've supported. So good trade so far. You're $1.50 in the money if you've took that. We did take it, but not this last time. So congratulations so far here. But yeah, we're just going to focus right now. We're back on the TQs at 20s again to see if we could just take this 8-9 cents and then leave like 70% of the trade on for hopefully a downside move. But that's my only position right now. As NVIDIA, we've sort of worked our way around that one. Google, we just took a piece out. We have like 2% left. So if that comes back down there, we'll cover it. But right now, my focus is just right here on the futures.
Yeah, exactly. And my focus is going to be on the HIMS, which is now trend breaking. So it did a long upward trend. It never really gave that pullback initially on the breakout that I would have liked, but it just closed underneath the trend line. VWAP's at 50.40, which is like $1.25 away. So it's got lots of room to the volume weighted average price. As a matter of fact, I'd respect that 51 a little bit more than that line in the chart because that was the supply zone, and supply zones to me on stocks are going to matter a little bit more. I don't want to chase it too far. I'd like a price in the 70s if we can even get it, and I'm just going to leave it in. We can always get picked up. Yeah, SMR, that reversal was too fast. Like at the point at which you're like, oh, that doesn't seem like it should be making it run, it had already pulled back rather significantly. And now all of a sudden you can't get it here. I can't pronounce that name, but I'm glad you're short HIMS right now. Oznilki Roke? Maybe that's what it is, great short HIMS. Yeah, I'm trying to get the trend break, but at this point, you're seeing it just glide away. I never want to chase it too far. Generally speaking, like there's a bar that closes, underneath the trend line, and there's the break of that prior bar. And that's where I sort of draw the line is in terms of the entry that I'm going to want, especially if I think the move is to 51, not necessarily. If I think it's to VWAP, then you can chase it as far as you want because VWAP's so far away. But I think it's to the $51 level, so I want to make sure I get it 60s or 70s for sure. You're right, Tesla does seem to be going a little bit higher here as HIMS comes back to the downside. It hasn't closed this bar. I could still get picked up. I don't want to completely give away. I'm just going to leave the orders in there, see if we get them. But this is what I meant about SMR. Like by the time you're like, oh, do I have locates? Are we going to short this? Where am I shorting it? And we've already given up 70% of the move on SMR. Right back in. Might be a bounce play off VWAP. That's always a play worth looking at because 17 was the supply zone. But with only 40 minutes to go, everyone's saying go back and look at Palantir. Oh, yeah. We're adding into this one. And then, but the long was really at 15. It's like NVIDIA, right? Like there's a big difference when you wait for the right level. The long was at 15. Like I'd be more angry that I trailed out of the 15 long than trailing out of the 16 long. Trailing out of the 16 long and what I thought was going to be a little bit of a weak afternoon, I can live with. But trailing out of the 15 long at 115.70 is the one that's no good. Or taking the VWAP long, like that was the worst one. Because I got into it at VWAP and I didn't even have my stop order in yet when it broke. Like I got it. The next candle happened, and then it broke right underneath, and I'm like manually punching out for like it's not like that move there is about like 40 cents, but there's a difference between 25 and 40. And if you do that every single time, it adds up. But yeah, now all of a sudden Palantir wants to go for sure. Mayank, well, usually I'll see the super chats, but I did not notice it. Is there another one? I can always double check for you. Fan funding, appreciate you, Mayank. It's all good. But I see the one. Sean already addressed that one. So the first bottle of whiskey we already talked about, and then do we see super chats? Yeah, we absolutely do. So let's go. No, we always see the super chats out there, Mayank, to the best of our ability.
Okay, so what's up, David? Here we go. 20 cents in the money. So good little trade here happening for us on the NASDAQ, and again. You know, I'm just sitting here trying to give trade ideas and tell you guys what I'm taking. So if you're going to take it with me, great. I mean, if you've been taking trades with me this week, it's been a good one. That is for sure. But yeah, nice little move here. Now I'm going to wait for 59.05 for the low. I mean, I don't know. I'm told you that my sort of target was down into here, the 200 period, which was 80s. And then ultimately, if we got something, our best I think we could get maybe would be in and around here. And I'm only saying that because it's a Friday and I'm not sure what's going to, okay, based on that, I'm going to get a 5% more right here at 10s if we could get it because I don't want it to bounce off those lows and I miss that again. So we already got a great fill. My best fill on this trade has been 10s actually. Well, did we just get that? Yeah, we just got it again. Okay, so 10s twice. We got our 15s and there it goes. Like I just hope that you know, one guy, Charles, we know him, he told me when I was teaching all the kids, he's like, you know, often those who teach can't do, you know? And I remember, and I want to thank Sebastian, everybody in the chat there for talking about how, you know, articulate and how I talked about what the strategy was going to be there. And then we actually did it. So ever since I heard that, and this was probably like 15 years ago plus, it's always stuck in my head that I wanted to try to, you know, change that. And what we're showing you live right now is exactly that, is trying to explain the trade and then also like look at anything you guys have, right? Which is what the super chats, which Neil was talking about, is so important. Like, you know, we need to see that and then hopefully be able to help you guys and then show you, you know, what is possible in this. So, you know, I really do take that to heart. So that's going to be a good one. I'm out of half now, by the way, of this TQQ move, waiting for lows. But now I don't want to turn and this is another thing here, everyone can maybe do their own thing here, but I was actually debating stopping out maybe now if we take this high. But, you know, I'm just kind of giving back money that we've already sort of made here today if that were to go down. So I'm not like super worried about anything right here. I mean, it's been a good day. We're almost at the highest spot we've been at all day for myself. So it's been a good one. And if these TQs continue to fall down, then good for that. But I don't know. We're just relaxing and chilling out here. Oh, David, I said you sent a super chat and I didn't read it.
Yeah.
Okay, so your Weight Watchers, which is WW International, puts her way in the money. There you go, man. We talked about the minute that lost $1, you probably want to go short again. So I don't even know the price of them, but the question you're asking, and if I'm going to, again, put on the teacher hat here, it's up. This has nothing to do with, I don't know how we could ever really answer this. Should I just exercise them at this point to take profits? I don't know enough about this company to know like what exactly bankruptcy means for them. Are there other suitors out there that may come in and take them out? And then all of a sudden you're screwed because maybe the stock gets listed and gets back up above that $1. So I always think that when a company is in sort of bankruptcy mode there, what's up, David? Here's the question I'm answering. I think you should take profits, and I'm not even sure what strike you're at or what you're doing, but I don't know. If it goes down to pink sheets, that's going to be another story. I think they'll execute automatically if that happens.
I also don't think one was a lot.
We just got out
pretty much never see you never see something go to like zero. They just when a company goes bankrupt, when was the last time we actually saw you get it all the way, like it actually go down to zero? Like, the fact that it's even at 37 cents, like that's great. I don't know how many times we've seen this before. Like by the time it's like, well, what are you looking for? It's going to get delisted at some point, and sometimes there's like this late rally.
I'd say you want to get out before it gets delisted.
That's what I'm saying. Usually you want to get out before. I know one time there was I want to say his name, but there was a dude we know who had like a big short on something, and then it went to the OTC and did some like crazy rally. And you don't want that. And I don't think necessarily it could go to zero, I suppose. But like, what else are you looking for? Went from $1 to 37 cents.
Yeah.
I don't. It's a difficult one. You can't. You know when everyone
it's kind of crazy looking at charts because like a story could come out on Monday that completely changes that whole thing.
And then they just announced a bankruptcy. Like this week.
I mean, some people in the chat were saying the same thing as us, basically. Like, don't let it get delisted. Don't be too greedy. I mean, the other thing too is that if you only have, like, sometimes if you only have one out, like maybe you only have one contract, then you're saying, okay, it's not like I can hold the rest of them. So that would be another piece of the advice is we don't know how many you have. Like, if you want to get out of 2/3 of it, then I think that's fine. But I don't know. Thanks for the question, David. And I think that
appreciate it.
I've I rode Fisker to zero and not gotten out and. Probably, I don't even know what's up with those shares. So, all right, I am getting out though on back to real trading, of course. There it is, and shout out to Real Trading, who we're trading with. Good name. We're getting more out. So right there, we got a great fill at the 50-period moving average, right? So now we're just going to wait to see if it falls back in. But I did get some more outs right here at 17s. So a few more outs at 17, putting in our pocket 13 to 15 cents. Now we'll see if we can make that move lower. My next bid now is at 59.05. And for that, it's 15% of what I have left. And then we'll wait to see if we can get a lower move. But I am out now of 60% of this trade in total. So, even if it rips up to the top side, it'll roughly be a flat trade now. So, that's about it. I mean, look, everyone wants, I can look at Palantir, I think, especially over the last little while, it's definitely been a top money-making stock. And we already rode that today, and it was bad early. I have a quick, oh, wow. All right, Palantir. I haven't gotten out of any of this.
Could it get green?
But there we lost it within the first 5 minutes. I took a shot here thinking it would hold 118. It didn't. So when it didn't, we got out, which is a pretty good thing because it went down about another $1.50 there on the downside. Look, man, the futures aren't doing anything right now.
No, not. And there's not much which is going crazy. I see Rigetti, someone saying
we should have just gone to Q.
I did get into, I got into that HIMS trade, so it's slowly sliding down, but it's not, it was accelerating pretty quickly. When it broke the trend, there was the heavier candle. Since then, it pulled back, allowed us to jump in, and we're going to play it to 51, not to view opposite of that before. This is not a mean reversion to the volume-weighted average price, in my opinion. I think it's a little bit too far for it. And then AMD, some people call it advanced money destroyer. I actually don't. Yeah, you know what? I like that. Someone had a really good name for it. There was another really good name for it. But that being said, I kind of feel like some of the worst is in for AMD. Right? I'm pretty sure they're in low 20s. I have to double check after earnings because the last time I looked, it was low 20s forward PE. So it's got to be either low 20s. I don't know if it would have dropped any further than that. But it's really holding that 50 period. I keep thinking the time is near to take a swing in AMD, but I want to be really patient with it because it's been so bad. Like, it's been such a long downward trend, and look at the bottoming tail on this. You know what the real issue is? I guarantee you, the time it's a clean breakout and a clean trend reverse on AMD, it's going to be because of deal new or like a deal getting made, and you won't be able to get in it. That's my gut reaction on AMD. But for now, we're just sort of playing the dip. We allowed it to dip back in. I wanted it to hold on to this 102.80 level, try to play back into this double top. It was accelerating on decent volume before, but I also just zoomed it out. And I remember what I came to. We were looking for shorts earlier, and I was saying, yeah, there was that big short yesterday at the end of the day. Yeah. And so we zoomed out a little bit, and this is where AMD was. Those are big events, and with a price that you're at that it rejects, if that holds as a key price level, like forget about a line in a chart. This was at 103.35 when everything fell apart yesterday. Where did AMD fall apart today? 103 1/3, and it did it twice to get to the low of the day. Where is it trying to break out right now? Essentially into that level. So I almost should have zoomed that out because I was just looking at hey, nice upward trend. It's accelerating. Let's buy into the dip. And I didn't zoom out, and you're running into a huge supply zone. So I think this is a scalp into the high more than anything else if you can get it on advanced micro devices. HIMS is different because I just sort of feel like HIMS, it did the trend break, trend up, and this is so far away from that double top yesterday that you break this trend, you can get to 51. And for now, it's looking okay. Rivian Millionaire says UNH have 52-week lows. It's been at 52-week lows every day this week on UNH. I still don't think you're okay to buy that one.
Which just means it's going lower, I guess.
I think you got to be patient with UNH.
Oh shit.
There'll be a moment.
Money. Here we go. Finally starting to get to the downside right now. I mean, here go the futures. We've talked about this position. You can see, we're just chilling right now. We get our 05s there. And I actually took something at the 50 period again. I took something there at, what was this price? 11s. And then our 05s just came just banging in right now. So there it goes. Okay. All right. Well, now I don't even have a bid down here. You might as well just put it here. The futures have not been doing anything. But again, thank you everybody for coming back. I mean, if you're here for the trades, then I think it's been a good one right there. Neil's in 2. I'm in these 3. But I just want to tell everybody, this is from, I might as well just get out of NVIDIA because I don't want people to think that I'm actually in this trade. So I'm in it, but it doesn't even matter as it breaks there. Oh, our stop was going to hit anyways. I just punched out right there. Google's fine only because it's with me right now on the market. So that's from the morning. This is going to be an all-day trade, right? This is from 9:35 right now, and Google printing up a storm right now to the downside. But the futures are all of a sudden getting right back into where I'm going to buy some 98s there. There it is. Yes, sir. We did this yesterday. We're doing it again today. So here we go, man. Nice little break on the futures. We set this up perfectly. We set this trade up when it was a half hour before the trade even happened. So patient. It's nice to see when it works out. The only sad thing is right now we only have about a quarter left. So perfect, though. It just went exactly where we went. We told you we had about 45 or 55% left. It just came right into the 200 period. So we emptied out the clip. And, now we only have about that 25% left. So, yeah, man, topping up our day near the high of the day where we have 0 LFT. But remember, we're going to have some kind of an LFT because we wound up getting stopped out right there, even though it wasn't much of a hit. It just lost from the top. Like, we could have got out a little bit better than where we were. So right now, all right, nice little move back. All right, well, I'll take out 5% of what we have now. I'll just punch the 11s and get some more out right there. Getting lighter and lighter on this one, man. Hey, this will pay for the flowers on Mother's Day and whatever else we need to do. So here we go. Hopefully this makes that move, and we'll see where we go from here. But yeah, good way to end the week for sure. It's been a busy week. The NASDAQ is in a bull market. We've already talked about that. It's more than 20% from its lows. Look, there goes the TQs. Like, this is why when levels are hit, you got to cover. I'm going to cover again a little bit more right now at 20. Like that little bump up, right? We don't need to be here if there's going to be some kind of a news story. So here we go. We'll bid some 20s. Hopefully we fall back in and be able to get that. If not, we'll stop out. And you know what? I'm not even going to stop out. I'm going to stop out right here. right where we are, so we don't even have a loss on this last little bit. My stop is already at 46. I'm not going to change it. If it goes back up there and we wind up losing 10 cents on our last 20%, so be it. There you go. We just got filled at 20, so now we have 20% left. And yeah, a market just going up and down. Good out there on those on the 20 period, on the 200 period moving average. But yeah, the market's just doing its thing right now. I didn't look at the imbalances yet. I don't. What is this? The third Friday? No, this is the second Friday. So we have to wait for next week before maybe we get some major imbalances. And because it's May, we'll get the other one. We'll get the Russell, I think, first, right? And then okay.
There is one name that has a rather large sell imbalance.
Is there? I'm going to get some more out here at 10.
And I only chuckled because it's BlackBerry.
Oh, okay.
But there might be something going on with BlackBerry. I'll double. It's 7.6 million to sell right now on BlackBerry, which. Seeing as it's only done 13 million shares, that's pretty big, but it's not moving. But if there's an index action, like what index would it even be in? Maybe it's in like I don't know. I'm not gonna speculate. I'll double check to see if there's anything going on with this bad boy, because 7.6 million to sell kind of matters. Look, I just took some more out on HIMS. It's not really falling apart. AMD, as I said before, it kind of held on to the support level, but this is where we couldn't get through before. I'm going to make sure we scalp some out in front of that high. Just heard Intel in my ear. Is Intel moving?
Intel's been on something here in the last little bit.
Whoa, hey, what's going on with Intel? Why is
Intel's been going?
Why is it breaking high of day right now?
It's been doing that for a minute, man. So I don't know what's going on.
That's on my e-signal chart. Oh yeah, Intel is. I didn't even look at Intel once today. Intel is breaking out on the daily. I think it's almost go time, man. You had that Microsoft with the Foundry, and they've been talking about getting online with NVIDIA for some time now, and it starts to line up clients. That's going to matter for them. And it's at the point now where things are so bad, things had gotten so bad that everyone just gave up selling it, and it doesn't really dump the way it did before, unless there's a new news story. I'm not really sure why it's going here, but yeah, good look. Whoever mentioned that Intel was going. And why it is up 2% is beyond me, but this has been rallying heavy. That's kind of how it goes. Like, to me, AMD's, whatever. I mean, I can say all I want that AMD is better than Intel, but right now it's not. Like, AMD looked like it was starting to accelerate on vol. Look, buy the dip in that one, and now it's going absolutely sideways. Airy Pages, this is a no, easily. I saw this, I'm like, I gotta answer this. Thoughts on increasing your sleep to 9 hours per night moving forward? That is the easiest no you could possibly imagine. The last time every now and then I might get like one day over a weekend where I get 9 hours because my wife gets up with my daughter, and sometimes I'll just get to sleep in, especially since my injury. But no, I'm happy when I get my 6. Family life is just, that's what it's all about. So 9 hours would be great. When I was like an athlete at university, absolutely, that you sleep that much because you can, but 9 hours? Who the heck is getting 9 hours of sleep? That's what I want to know. Like, yeah, 9 hours would be fantastic if you can get it. Sleep is very important, recovery, especially if you're training for something. It's great for your, it's good for mental health as well, but optimizing sleep is about as good as I can get. Like, I try to get as much like REM and deep sleep as possible. That's why I wear a Whoop. Mostly so I can have the right behaviors to get quality sleep for my 6 or 6.5 that I do get. So obviously you're going, not Charlie Taff, it's not just people without kids. Like there's lots of people are incredibly busy that don't have kids. Almost all the adults I know, kids or no kids, they're not sleeping 9 hours, man. That's just, it would be great. 6 or 7 is fantastic. Casey France, it's a Whoop. Like think of it like a Fitbit that's not a watch. Like it only monitors like health stuff. So then it's like an app on my phone, and that's pretty much all it does, right? So I use it because I've historically, I've always been a very, very, very bad sleeper. Like I had trouble sleeping. I've always had trouble sleeping through the night, and getting quality deep sleep and that kind of a thing. So since I got this, it's helped me tremendously. It's helped me refine my working out. Like I find I get so much more out of my workouts because I know which days I should push and which days I shouldn't based on my recovery. I believe we're going to the desk with Adara.
This part of the show is brought to you by our friends at eSignal. Traders, listen up. First month free. That's right, we're waiving fees. Trade smarter, not harder. Upgrade to Elite. Analyze, strategize, capitalize. Our platform, it's everything. Infinite data, instant trading, lightning fast market insights, game-changing charts predicted with back-testing, reliable real-time data, global markets at your fingertips, on one platform. Don't miss out. Execute your best trades now. Ready to elevate your trading? Scan the QR code or check the link in the description. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Adara. I just thought anyone into BlackBerry? Probably not. There was something supposed to be happening. Shopify? There might be something on Shopify, but there is nothing on BlackBerry. And for anyone that's asking, we'll show this, but we have 10 minutes until the imbalances actually hit. But the reason we showed it and mentioned it, there's nothing else of interest, and 7.6 million it's a lot of shares for a stock that might have 20,000 or 200,000 on the bid maybe, and 13 million on the day. That's half the day. But you can see when you're not reacting to the imbalance, there's more or less nothing to see. Intel is still blasted. It's still going. If there's no news, how is this not going to be a fade? That's the first thing I think about. If there's nothing happening, then I should be fading this. AMD has stopped going. Thankfully, HIMS is sliding down. So while AMD is out of the money, 14 pennies or so is a $100 stock, HIMS is about the same in the money on a stock which is half the price, which is good. But I want that continuation play. I want it dropping down in to the 51 to 51 quarter area. That's what's going to matter a heck of a lot more. If there's anything else moving, I just see Intel flying higher and keep waiting to see why it's going. It's an algo move. I agree with you. That's an algo buying. It's not even crazy. It's not even ridiculous volume here. It's why it seems like it's fugazi. It's good volume, but it's not following through either. When I see dropping in vol like this, then I almost want to take a shot at the reversion on Intel. So you know what? Look at that volume. Topping volume, lower volume, lower volume. I'm going to try and get in. You're risking 5 cents here on Intel. If I can get it at 37 or 36.5, then I just risk it into the high and risk it for the biscuit, like they say. So Intel, I don't see any reason why it's doing this. So I'm going to take a shot at it. I already have my stop in, so if I get filled, there we go. It just came through 37, so I got filled at 37 when it went through the level. Yeah, so I'm going to take it here. If it does a stair step down, I can try adding to it on the way to the downside. If it does another bottoming tail candle, I'll throw a bid in front of the 25 level. Just to make sure. If it does a huge move down, we're going to get it down there. But hopefully this one will work because AMD, that broke our support level. So we bought the dip to try to play it into the high, broke support, we're out. Thankfully, we found ourselves into a short for sure. Oh, here's a good question. Here's a good one. By the way, anybody, if you want to engage with us, ask questions of the chat, ask questions of us, anybody. It's a subscribers only chat. So you have to be a sub. So make sure you hit the like, make sure you hit the subscribe, and there's all kinds of stuff. You can engage with a great community. Bears versus Bulls, fantastic. Adara posts news here as well. But if you buy shares over your original average cost and sell the same amount of shares later that day, will you end up selling your lower cost shares or higher cost shares first? So I can tell you what happens here. It is first in, first out, price irrelevant. So it doesn't matter whether you average up or average down, whatever you buy first, you sell first is how it works for us. So if I average down in a trade, then as I get out, my price gets better. If I average up in a trade, meaning I buy and then I buy higher, then my average price is going to get worse as I cover. And I can only tell you how things work here. I see Tesla's making a run, just trying to get to VWAP, and Adara's got some news for us. So thanks for the shout out on Intel. It's a mover.
No news, but I just want to let you guys know we do already have our TTV research calendar for next week and for Monday already up. It looks pretty light, as you can tell here on the economic data side of things with just one Fed speech. But I want to mention and emphasize we do have tons of interesting earnings after the close on Monday. Monday.com, of course, reporting on Monday, as it tends to do, but that's in the morning after the close. We get Archer Aviation, we get Hertz, we get Rigetti, we get ASTS, we get NewScale, SMR, and we get Blink Charging. So this is basically a who's who, a heavy hitters list of some of these small cap gappers and retail favorites. Hertz especially has been on watch as of late, so this could be a pretty big night after the close on Monday. Check out this whole list and our weekly calendar on X at TTV Research. I will be with Sean on the Market Recap Show at 4 p.m. Join us there as well. Back to you.
Hey, what's up, everybody? Yeah, I'm back. Thank you, Adara, for all of that. Yeah, we're going to go over a bunch of stuff. We should have Steve Tileman coming through from Trade the Pool as well. Big Steve in the building. All right, so I don't know if you've shown the imbalance location. Oh, we did. We showed BlackBerry.
It's literally BlackBerry.
Not much going on over there. I wanted to look back on DraftKings before we headed out. I just took some more out on this TQQ trade. Now the futures are almost doing nothing again as we're starting to barcode one more time. That's why you got to take the dips, you got to take the rips and play them accordingly. First important thing is find a bias one way or the other. And on DraftKings today, I was biased long and it worked out great until it didn't. And this is when I was sort of going on these rants, about risk management and share size management and all that kind of stuff. And then, we were talking about, both of us were talking about making sure that, you do have those stop orders and whatnot. So like right there on DraftKings, the minute we broke through 36 again, I didn't even want to play with this bottom wick to that bottom there of 35.70 or so. But, boom, boom, we were able to get out there once it broke through 36. I did give it 10 cents on that break because we took about 10 cents there. And sometimes the math is just that simple. So I wanted to go over that again, just to explain to you that you can always take winners on stock and you can always take losers, but it's how you manage the trade once you're in it that really does matter. So going into, Oxy, why is that flashing on my screen? So we did see SMR dancing around there.
Oh, that's cool.
Okay, Occidental and nothing, I guess. I'm not even sure why that would have just showed up right there, but Occidental, not much, up 1.75%. Was oil dancing today? Because CLM, let me go to the M contract here just to see what's going on. That is
Not enough to make XLE better.
June. Yeah, this is light sweet crude, so that's what we don't want the micros. Oh, 61, okay. The last time we looked over here at oil, we were talking about a much different price. It was $58 a couple days ago. So a nice little bump up there in the last little bit on oil. And I think, again, if China can get resolved a little bit here over the weekend, more production in China means more demand for oil because, again, those factories are going to get fired back up again, and you can buy all your Temu stuff for 85% off. And look, that's Sharif's new favorite word. You know what it is over the last month and a half?
Weasel? No, that's old.
That's been his favorite word for a minute.
Oh, give me as quick as you like.
Yeah, that's more saying it's one word, de minimis.
Huh? Oh.
He always talks about that. He says that $800 thing. So,
I should.
Yeah, that's a good word. Thank you, Sharif, for bringing that to our attention over and over again. But look what just happened in the queues right now. It's another little bit of a money trade right there. As we take out another 40 cents there, as we break back down below 59. Let's just hold this. We don't have nothing to lose at this point. Let's see what the futures want to do here into the end of the day. But yeah, as China comes back on board, we should see oil start to dance around a little bit again. So hopefully that comes through. And then I know you're tired maybe of me speaking, but I want to, Neil just spoke for a minute there. Well, I was back. I actually ran into the lawyer. But there it is, nice downside move. No, everything's fine. He was just saying what's up to me. We said Happy Mother's Day and so on and so forth. And then he was like, yo, what's going on? No, he didn't say anything to me about that. There's a nice move down, 306, 307, 308. He was actually checking out the Studio 8 renovations.
Everyone's all curious about it.
Yeah, right now they're hyping around. We got to kick Obi out of that spot, but I don't know how much longer he's going to be over there. Okay, Obi, take it easy, my guy. There he goes. Yeah, no, we already showed you guys where Obi is, and those of you that are wondering, he used to wave right behind us, but now, I don't know if we can show Fabian. There it is, perfect, there we go, look at that. All of now, yeah, I said what's up to him already. All of the drinking has started already.
I know.
All of those tables now gone, and we have those beautiful chairs hanging around right there.
You might want to wave, boys.
There it is.
No, they can't even tell.
No, that's fine. You can see they're busy trading, obviously. Yeah, that's what's going on right now. I'm just sitting here spinning some cash.
They're trading with their brains, with their mind. It's like
yeah, it's all good. So
they're using the force.
Here we go. Let's just wait to see what happens.
You can tell it's Friday, obviously. One of our former traders.
Obi has a great spot. Obi has the best spot. Like that would be where I'd want to be. He's locked in a corner over there.
It's pretty sweet in that corner. I have to admit, I've always
money's going somewhere.
I've always preferred that to trade in the corner as well.
There he is. Hey, Obi, wave. He's got him. So we're right there. Like there's Ramin editing.
Got 8 monitors over there. 8 monitors? You don't need 8 monitors, bro.
He does. He needs.
You don't need 8 monitors.
He needs 12.
You don't need 8 monitors.
Right, he's diversifying his losses, he said. Well, he needs one for Pokemon Go. He needs one for whatever else he's doing over there.
He's not doing Pokemon.
Right there. No, I've seen this man play some games. There's nothing wrong with that. I mean, in the middle of the day, man, I mean, look, we go for walks. We do our own thing. I do think that there is a spot for, I just don't want him to take up the bandwidth. You know what I mean?
Well, that was.
But we're actually on a different line, actually. Anyway,
it's fine now, but like back in the day when things weren't as fast,
people want to know is Max expected Obi today?
It's poker night. It's poker night tonight. So a bunch of traders are rolling back through the floor because
Max just shows up in his Lambo. I got to find out the color of his Lambo. We have it at that teal. What is that? Teal?
He's a suit man now. Yeah. He always comes through.
I like the rims there.
Comes
I like
back
the
all
rims
dapper.
there, Max. I like the rims.
Well, look. First of all, if you're gonna roll in the Lambo, you better step your game.
Yeah, I mean that was good.
They gotta be.
Nice touch there, Max. If you had a Lambo, what color would it be?
For me?
Yeah.
If I had first of all, I would never have a Lambo. I'll just get
obviously,
that.
but
I'll get that out of the way. No, like even if I had the money, I would never do it.
Okay.
That's a great question.
Thank you.
I'd probably go for, when I was a kid, I had 2 posters in my room that were not sports. One of them was a red Lamborghini, believe it or not.
Okay,
So that's my answer is a red Lamborghini. And I had a model of a red Lamborghini that when my dad moved to Florida with Nortel, it got lost, and I have no idea. I'm so mad because I loved it. But
I get black.
That's what I'd go with. I'd go with red.
Black. Straight black, just a little undercover.
Straight black, homie.
Oh, chilling out. Yeah, I don't want to get yellow or orange or anything like that. What would you guys
orange?
Put what you guys? Well, I was actually walking today. I saw this sick yellow Lamborghini. I looked like a brand new. It was awesome out on the street. And I was like a little flashy there, but that was really nice. Just on Bay Street there, really, really sick one. I actually think it was.
Sorry.
Awesome. Yeah, no. And I saw, I don't know what the SUV is, but like that would be probably a lot of money for sure. But I saw like a grayish one. I didn't think that was. I feel like if you're gonna get a Lambo, yeah, you probably gotta. Maybe you do
go
want to flash
loud.
it, or you have.
By the way, the imbalances just hit, and BlackBerry's actually 8 million to the sell side. Intel's a buy, so yeah, we're in at 37, and I can punch out 38. So I'm just gonna go ahead and do that. Nvidia's a buy of 1.4 million. Oh, that's the wrong wolf. Yeah, that's not the right wolf. That's the other wolf. 1.1 to buy. So it's Nvidia. Intel to the buy side, 11 million on Black. It's actually growing this sell imbalance on BB. And WW is a sell of 1.8 million. As I said, they're going bankrupt. You know what? That stock might not even be here on Monday. WW. You just never know. Maybe it is, maybe it isn't. But looks like that was something on BlackBerry. You could have just maybe sat in that on the big sell imbalance. I didn't see anything indicating it was coming out of an index. That is hefty. That's almost the entire day's worth of volume, and larger than what it was indicating it was going to come out as. It was indicated 8 million, and it's come out as 11 million to the sell side. So I just manually punched out of Intel when I saw that buy. Like, whatever, like it's basically where we got in. You don't need to fight it at that point. So, it kind of came down, gave us a fill at 30, and then bounced higher. We'll punch out flat. No, that's fill. BlackBerry's not 17 million. It is 10.7. I said 11, but 10.7 million to the sell side. And nothing is paired. The paired volume is 600K. So like the whole thing is just a big sell imbalance. If this holds at 355, that big, this is worth taking, I think. But I mean, it'll probably pair off unless there's an actual index action. Check again.
Yeah, again, looking to see most of those rebalances or most of those indexes or those imbalances, will take flight near the end of the day. And if they're still there near the end, is sort of when you want to say attack, and you go and try to make a play on the remaining shares that are left. So Tesla does, obviously it's late in the day, so to worry about it is not going to be the right thing to do. But right there, right at VWAP, 299.50, like, we talk about lines on chart and everything, like that stops right at VWAP and then drops back and stops right at the 50-period moving average, right? But this is why it's not always in glue here because, or in stone. Like it breaks it there. So if you're trying to play that, sometimes you got to wait to see what kind of action it happens. I do like that pullback back into the 50. So I actually think that now we probably, again, not going to be enough time to do this, but the strategy for me would be back there into the 50-period moving average. Now we retest and now we break. So I would say I would take Not going to do it, but this is a good trade here to break this and continue to go now because we've just bounced off of past support levels of the 200 and the 50. So to me, with all those e-signal trading and all that kind of stuff when we're talking about charts, now I think we do take that and break it. So, I mean, just as we say it, it just ripped up $1, whatever it was, but there it goes. Like I was talking about that down here. Oh, well, I guess we should have took it, but now I think the break happens 299.50 there. I'm just clearing out of everything. We just had a couple more outs right now on the TQs as it came down in. Unfortunately, we didn't get that epic collapse here, but we add to our net, so that's always good. If I cover this right now, we'll virtually be at the highest spot we've been at all day, so that's always a blessing here at 3:55. Happy Mother's Day.
Absolutely, and shout out to anybody who's been following Trade the Pool, because traders funded by Trade the Pool have been cashing out big. Talking 5,300, 15,200, 36K, even $29,940 on one trade. And here's how it works. You pay a one-time evaluation fee starting at $47, and that's your total risk. That's it. Trade real shares, not CFDs, using up to $200,000 in company capital and keeping 70% of the profits, no margin calls, no account blow-ups. Scan the QR code you see in front of you. I don't want to say below, but it's right in front of you, everybody. And you can get 10% off to start your journey. Shout out to Trade the Pool. Link also in the description. So 355 just hit, and for now it's still here. We just updated. It's still 11 million to the sell side on BlackBerry. By the way, next week on the third Friday, Shop is a big one. Shopify. Oh. So next Friday, it's Shopify. 99% sure. But anyways, next week Shopify, but not expecting anything on BlackBerry. It has stayed. It has not paired off. So we expect, it was coming out looking like it was going to be 8. It's still 11 million. The next key time, I think usually about 358, you might see it pair off again or something happen, but I'm not seeing any pairing action on BlackBerry. Just continuing to head to the downside. No pain. It's always sad when I see the stock go down because, you know, it was like such a great Canadian success story for so long, and it's still is a story. I mean, it was a great story. Yeah. But it's how things ended up.
And we have nice things over here.
Well, most of it too is, so I went to the University of Waterloo, which is where RIM was founded. So I had friends that I went to school with that, you know, after the graduation, they went to work at BlackBerry. They were doing really well. And it's like one by one. This is how so I've been doing half a dozen people, half of them in my program, economics, and some were in computers, that went to BlackBerry. You knew it was bad when all of a sudden it's like one person leaves and then another person leaves. Right. And then by the time it was down to the last person I knew that was there, and when you would talk to them about the company, you knew. You knew. It was one of those, no one had to say anything, you didn't want to own shares. That's the best way to think about it. Because it was the lack of, they just weren't innovating and they weren't keeping up with what was going on. And internally, people started leaving because they wanted to be somewhere where things were happening and it was more fresh. So unfortunately, that didn't happen for BlackBerry. It did just make a bit of a bounce when this happened. It just pared down to 4 million just now at 57. So there it is. That's why you don't chase it. If it had held at 58, maybe you take a short there. But pared down to 4 million now. Robert Breedlove, if this is true, come on. Rumor on the street is NVIDIA's eyeballing Lucid. Why? Why would they be? I can't think of a good reason why that makes any sense. Why would NVIDIA want an EV name?
NVIDIA's not getting involved in Lucid because it is Saudi Arabia.
It's the Saudis.
They're not getting involved in that.
No, but
maybe. Well, okay, so I could say that maybe they're interested in making a deal to get some of their chips into the new automobile, but I don't.
But not NVIDIA.
Well, wait a minute. Ford, Rivian has a deal with Amazon. That's more for delivery.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know.
I think we could figure out a better pairing for them.
Well, here, let me just put it this way. I'll tell you if it's true.
But they could buy anything they want.
I'll just tell you if it's true or not.
It would be going ham.
Okay, so here's Lucid.
It would be going ham.
Here's the volume on Lucid. I'm gonna go with not true. But maybe,
not.
who knows? Who knows? I mean, that's the whole thing, right? I mean, that's why they're rumors, right? Not facts. So we'll wait to see. But there it is, man. It is a slapper to end the day right there on the futures. I mean, honestly, it's not a huge trade, but it's a good enough one for me with only 2 minutes left now. We're just starting to cover. I do have lower bids, but I'm just going to cancel it all. There's no point. Let's just bid out right now. We'll bid out at 59 flat. We're on ARCA, our favorite one. The futures do not necessarily go into the gates of hell, but they do go somewhere. I see my favorite over there, Ramin's now she's got the sweater, she's got the blanket and all of that. I do like that move as it is freezing. And Joey Chills is back in the building now. But what a nice day it is outside.
With the blazer. It's not that Joe. Okay, so first of all, I love Joe.
This guy's
Joe
too
is
much.
good people.
This guy's too much.
It's not that nice in the shade. How is it a nice day outside, but it's not nice in the shade?
No, it's not.
I'm just. But if
it's gorgeous outside. It doesn't. It's like. It's not. Do you know what temperature it is? Do you know the temperature? Yes, 15 degrees and sunny is. Okay, so
I can't argue with
he
that.
wants 25 plus. So basically,
I
he's
prefer
happy with
that.
the weather 2 months a year here.
No, at most. I prefer that too, but I'll be happy with what we get right now. Like it's a nice day
Joey
outside,
Chestnut
man.
over there. All right, 30 seconds left. All right, man.
Patio season. That's right, Darwin. Patio
you just
season
worry about
is
quantum,
back,
okay,
Darwin.
my
That's
guy
what I'm
over
talking about. You gotta be kidding me.
You wait for QBTS, my guy.
Love it, Joe.
All right, 15 seconds left.
I don't have to hit a button. I love this. I love
know.
the
I want this at the
automated
opening bell. Is it? Oh, it is at the opening bell. We've already.
No,
it's
I
not.
still have to hit. I hit the button on the open every single time. I love this.
Weak sauce.
Let's do it, Adara, right about now.
Yeah, good enough. Right there. I guess I can cancel. We did cover the rest of our TQQ trade. All right. Again, look, man, it's been obviously a great day. I got to go over there and start to do the recap show, which I should probably already be over there. So, all right.
No, you're good to go.
Happy Mother's Day to you and yours.
Make sure you happy Mother's Day to Marissa. Make sure you pass on to Debs as well.
Yes, I'll pass it on to
So, look, man, I tell the story every single time. Like, Sean's parents are fantastic, and they were great to all of us in high school. So, we'll get that out of the way. Well, you're cool too, but your parents are awesome. George, a little scary. Something just, it was at the end of the day, and I wanted to, Tesla, that's what it was. I wanted to go over what things that happened at the end of the day. Tesla ends up closing underneath that $300 level, but still up 5%. Super strong mover all day long. The market, maybe not so much. We end up, the NASDAQ ends up just barely red on the session, so not the best look for the NASDAQ. Still don't really know why Intel was strong at the end of the day. Probably, it actually closes at the high of the day. It was good to get out of that one flat. That's what it's all about there. But we have to give a big shout out to our entire team here. It's not just, you guys see, we just showed you guys, Ramin working in the corner, but Fabian and Andre doing a fantastic job making us look and sound good. We always talk about Bears versus Bulls, but maybe not enough. The best moderator in the business. It's a fun chat, but he keeps it live and he keeps it moderated well, so that everyone in the community gets a great experience. Got to give a big shout out, of course, to the Midday Boys. To Joe and to Sharif, always making sure, A, you stay entertained, and B, you get the goods, small cappers, options, everything that's moving. I think it's fantastic, and we appreciate them so much. And a big shout out, of course, to all the viewers out there. But you know what? It's not over yet. Why? Because you still have the market recap, baby. We've got Steve Talman coming through. That's always fantastic. I had the pleasure of getting to be on with him, and he's a great guest. You guys are going to love it. There's Adara. There's the Katina Man. There's Sean. Sharif says Katina Man. There's Sean. There's going to be Steve Talman. Lots to review, whether it's the futures, whether it's Tesla, which is an absolute runner here today, whether it's the chips, whether it's the quantum names. It's all ready for you. Just sit back, relax, and head to the market recap.
All right, everybody, we are ready to rock and roll from one desk to another. Thank you, Neil, for that throw. And we're ready now for the next half hour. Thank you for staying with us. I just have gold up right here. I wanted to see a nice little late day move there in the GDX, getting back up there to the upside. But hey, it started off a little exciting. We had a flurry of truths early on. And we heard something about 80% on China. We weren't sure if that was 80% of the 150 or whatever it was.
It got even better. I don't know if you heard what Caroline Levitt had to say about that. Oh my gosh. Okay, so her first comment was, it's just something he threw out there.
Because the spy's doing.
Yeah. Okay, sure, great. that's confusing. And then she actually said Trump never said that. And I'm like, but he did post it on Truth. So I guess that's true. He didn't say it, but he did post it. So I don't really know what's happening there, but we do know that someone posted from Donald Trump's Truth Social account something about 80% tariffs, but quote unquote, or paraphrase, it'll be up to Scott B. And he did say Scott B. That I'm not paraphrasing. He did call his Treasury Secretary.
Was it Scotty B or was it just Scott B?
It was just Scott B. I think we started saying Scotty as a joke because either way it's still very casual, but yeah.
So Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent, what we are referring to right there, and Caroline Leavitt, of course, the White House
press secretary.
Press secretary. I was going to say White House secretary, press secretary there. But yeah, we did have a very healthy amount of earnings to talk about today as well, which sort of kicked off the day with Lyft. We had Mara, which is Marathon Digital, they reported as well today. Looking over, we had DraftKings and Coinbase all reporting. And then we had the big dog barking a little bit here today. And what I mean by that is Bitcoin 1032 is where we're sitting at right now. Man, that was a great break. I mean, we can look at charts, but there's a big candle right there. We had Michael on earlier today talking about that break, and we had a little base from basically 90 to 94, 95. Once that was broken, now it's nothing but upside love now for BTC as we come back in on that name. 103 change right now for Bitcoin. So that's been a real great day. Coinbase, where did we wind up on that here later? So at near the lows, right? So Coinbase down 3.5%. Not a huge move considering what we were looking for. But I like the name. Coinbase getting beat up a little bit there today. Did have that move into the 200 period, closing near the end of the day. Let me check on Marathon Digital, Oppo, right? So one downside, Marathon goes opposite and goes up, closing near the highs of the day. So, hey man, if you're going to choose a name, maybe they like some of these miners, right? So Marathon, another name. You know what name we've sort of not talked about for a minute is Riot. So Riot blockchain, another one of those. Then we also have Hut 8. Another one of those blockchain names there that we can look at here as a mining name. More into altcoins. We had some great runs today in the altcoins. Cardano, 7 or 8%. XRP, which we're long at $2 now, up to 230 and change. So a lot of things happening, but you know, a mixed day overall. The Nasdaq really had a hard time this afternoon getting going. It had a hard time all day. The market actually closes. Sure, we did have that move down. We opened up today, then we float back down. Look where we are right now, 0.01. So the Nasdaq, although we've had a great run as of late, I want to go to this and show you the daily chart, all the way back up to the 200 period moving average. I actually surprised myself today by calling this a bull market, but I think the math holds. The Nasdaq goes down there to 4. I mean, if we're going to talk about it, we have to talk about that low, 402. So in order to get a bull market, we need to be at 480, right? Because you need 20% on to 402. And right there, we closed today at 488. So to me, we are bullish right now in this market as we continue to go higher. Adair, I wanted to ask you about Eli Lilly. Did I miss a story on this? Because this has been heading to the downside off of earnings. Was it just bad earnings? Because
honestly, it was more the guidance. The earnings are pretty solid. Today, all I'm seeing is apparently they're expanding their collaboration with Purdue University through a $250 million investment. Eli Lilly and one of my other picks for the Carter Day,
whatever that was,
they both got Merck.
Okay.
I did not. One of my picks was not Merck, but yeah, I think some of these health names are struggling right now.
Okay, yeah.
I do want to mention HE earnings here. The cousin of Hims. No, I'm joking. I just thought it was a good pun.
Hawaiian.
But yeah, Hawaiian Electric. Though I guess again the ticker kind of similar to Hims there. The earnings in line. 23 cents per share. Sales, 744.07 million. That is down on a year-over-year basis, Sean, from 792.01 million last year. So, oof for this situation here with HE.
Yeah, I mean, no real movement here after hours on Hawaiian Electric. I mean, volume pretty light. Today, 1.85 million, which is pretty good. A market cap of just 1.8 billion on Hawaiian Electric. Look, this weekend could be an exciting one, right? We had FXI on our mind. Like, if there is going to be some talk with China or anything to do with that, look at the movement that we've had to the downside here on FXI. I mean, it all day could not catch a bid. I mean, we just kept on going to the downside. Of course, this is the large cap ETF here in China. We'll flip over to a daily chart and look at this again. Nice move off that bottom, of course, but everything as this is, again, back into tariff land. But now we go back up there to the upside. Let's just see. I just feel like there's there's a lot of back and forth. Is it Scott Bessent's job to get this figured out? Is it Donald Trump's job? Who exactly? And I know they're all flying over there. There's a Switzerland. We're going to get this all figured out. Hopefully we hear more news over the weekend. For me, I'm a little nervous. I just think that if we come out flat after this weekend, where does the market open up on Monday? Because a lot of this is forward looking. And if we think that China is, on the docket to be sort of talked about, and then we come back with limited talks, where do we go? Alibaba, I think, is a short in and around this area, as well as it almost looks identical to FXI. You've had a great bottom there from the 200 up to the 50. We're going to look short on that. But the day is not over just with that. Gold, again, we talked about this earlier. I think it can hold this $300 level and break highs. I'm not adding to my gold position until we break above that 317 level there on GLD. But the story on the tech land, Adara, you and I know this stock very, very well. We talk about it all the time. Netflix. Netflix continues to push higher. Today flat, but up to 1.4K. I'm not sure there's a better, bigger name right now than Netflix on a chart. Half a trillion, in market cap right now and looking to expand higher. I still like this name. I think this is a split candidate. We'll see what happens with Netflix coming out. Tariff land in Sunnyvale Park in Nova Scotia. Hey, shout out to everybody. Shout out to David there in the chat. Do you know what that's a reference to? Trailer Park
I'm
Boys.
guessing Trailer Park Boys.
Yeah,
I've never got into Trailer Park Boys. My sister loves Trailer Park Boys, so shout out to Melody. But yeah, I mean, I know there are a lot of people who really, I know Joe is probably the one pressing that button. He really likes it. All the guys on the floor like it. I'm not a comedy person, to be fair, so I just never
Then you
really
probably
got
might
into
find
it.
that one, a little
Yeah,
bit.
but I mean.
I rewatched that show a bunch, and it's still fun. Like, I've seen every episode maybe 5 times.
Wow.
But now that I'm getting a little more mature, don't at me, I'm probably not. There's just the language in there. It's next level.
I've heard. My sister listens to like the podcast too. They do a podcast.
They do a podcast? That would be funny.
And I don't know if it's still on, but she used to listen like when that was still on.
I might download that podcast.
Yeah, she would listen. Like they do it all in character, the 3 main guys. So yeah, apparently that's pretty fun.
All right, so talking about a little bit about Canada, we did have a nice recovery on Shopify. Shopify downside pretty big on their earnings. Nice little recovery though, closing in and around the 200 period moving average. So that was another name that had reported this week as well, a name that we're looking at, Shopify. We did have over the last little bit, Pinterest had a nice report, and that's starting to try to gap a little bit higher as well. Pinterest today up 4.7%. We did have Lyft with a nice move today as well, as there we go. Lyft, good number there. I'd have to review what those numbers were exactly, and then give me 1 second, and we'll talk about what those Lyft numbers were. There's nothing reporting here tonight. We just talked about Hawaiian Electric there, but they gapped up, which was really nice. A $750 million buyback coming for Lyft, so that obviously, pardon the puns, but lifting the stock, that's so stupid. And then we also had earnings of 1 cent, which was nice to get on the green side of that report, Adara. They were looking at minus 1 cent. So nice to see Lyft on the positive side. Gross bookings upside as well, but their sales of 1.45 missed the 147, but they guide a little forward and it goes upside there, just 27%.
Yeah, just
today, Adara, for Lyft. So I like this name, and I think whenever you have an island trade, you wait to see, and what I mean by that, it's just up here on an island all by itself, but that's a huge candle, so maybe a pullback into 15 warranted, and then we start to go upside there. I like it when a company finally turns profit, so congratulations to Lyft and their shareholders today. A big day for them. Not sure if we have any IPOs coming up anytime soon.
I'll take a look.
But Affirm, I thought maybe with Klarna getting shelved earlier on this year, maybe Affirm, one of the only names right now with that buy now, pay later. I mean, there's a PayPal that does something similar to that. You could, deals with Apple with Affirm, and also Best Buy, I believe, unless they're Klarna. Also, you do have Amazon. So Affirm, though, today, guiding and coming out a little bit lower. Not a great move there for Affirm. Affirm today gapping down. They posted 1 cent a share earnings, but they were expected loss of 3 cents. So they actually turned green as well. Sales beating, but the guidance raised the sales guidance as well. But that comes to the downside here. So I'm not exactly sure what they were thinking here with Affirm. Their numbers were better than expected, but they still go down there 14%, right into some nice levels. So Affirm, a nice downside push. It looks like the marijuana names getting hit downside again. We always talk about this on the show. If you're looking at some of these cannabis plays, I feel like anytime we get to the high side there, the move... That was high side cannabis.
Yeah.
Kind of lame. But there's the move down. You know what name that we haven't looked at in a while? MindMed. Again, they're getting to that shroom business again, coming through. But yeah, they just reported as well. And MindMed back down to $6.15. Again, a name that's relatively short float adjacent there. I think it was over 30% short float. Let me check what we have written down right here. Short float there is 15%. We have written down on trade ideas for the short float there in MindMed, but a name, the psychedelic name, they may want to get involved in there in case it does wind up going down. Thank you so much, Sebastian, and everybody else here as we hold fort today and we wait for Steve. I do see him in the green room. We're going to call on Steve Talman in just a couple seconds. Tesla.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, wow. Talk about some energy and excitement today on the show with Tesla. Was not on the radar early, okay? But Neil and I Neil said, we're not gonna get to $300 today. I looked at him and was like, huh? And then all of a sudden, we got to 300, and oh boy, did we ever get to 300. That took out 307 today before turning around at that exact level and fading basically all day. We did get a little bump up there near the end of the day, but at the, we still wound up closing at that 298 level. But we traded it numerous times. We actually had this trade today. Tesla on relatively no news. And today makes the move higher. Again, could be a play against China. We did also see some nice moves up in the EV space in general. Look at Rivian today, another 4%. Rivian has looked real smart to be buying something off the 200 and off the, is that for me, Fabian? Okay, and off the 50-period moving average as well down there for Rivian. So some of these companies, and then I don't know, you probably didn't find any truth to this. Someone probably trying to pump the tires, but someone said at the end of the day, maybe Lucid and NVIDIA, maybe some sort of a collab.
I highly doubt it. Not see anything. No, they just announced some incentives on their Air sedan lineup. Okay. That's it, though.
So Lucid again, we'll see, but again, another 7 or 8%. If you're going to take a shot on any of these names, I mean, I'm not sure Lucid's the right one, but we do have a nice pick up there, down in and around $2 there for Lucid, now trending higher into 250 and a little bit more than that. XBI, yuck. This is an ETF that I like. Maybe I'll talk to Steve about this. Some of the biotech plays right now. We've seen Eli Lilly get hit to the downside, and now we're going a little bit lower now on XBI, as that is looking like it's a bit of trouble here underneath the 50 period and going lower. Part of that problem, again, as what do they say? It's MAHA. You heard of that?
Oh, yeah, Make America Healthy Again?
Right, Make America.
There's an update with that, too, yeah.
Ooh, yeah, isn't there a new member of that?
There's a new Surgeon General.
Right.
Yeah, that's
female,
all
right?
it is.
Casey
something?
Yeah,
Casey Means. Yeah, not at all market related, but you guys know I love doing deep dives, so I've kind of looked into the situation.
Yeah, no, I've heard about that as well. So again, affecting, Moderna right now at crazy lows, mRNA right here on the weekly. You're all the way back now as if COVID hasn't even started yet. This is when Moderna was a hot fire name. Down, yep, we're going to go to Steve in just 1 second, Fabian. But Moderna getting crushed. Look at this on the weekly. Wow. Thank you so much. I'll just do a super chat, and then I'm going to go over to Steve because he is ready right now. Amazing show and amazing team. And yeah, we'll never forget Bears versus Bulls. So thank you to Normal Special right there again for your $10 super chat. We say bang to that. And my hat is always tipped to Mr. Bears versus Bulls. I'm not sure. Let me know there, Bears, B&B. How long? I feel like he's been here like 3 years, maybe.
I think he said he's watched for forever.
Yeah, no. Yeah. And again, I want to thank him for reaching out and helping us with the chat, because when we have over 12,000 people watching, as we do every day around 10 o'clock, our chat kind of goes nuts. So a big shout out to this
4 years modding, he said.
How long?
4 years.
4 years.
Yeah,
wow.
Thank you so much to Bears vs. Bulls for everything you do. As someone who I didn't even have any trading experience when I came here, you're really good at making everyone feel welcomed in this awesome community.
Yeah. A big part of our team, and never forgotten, that's for sure. All right, it's Trader Talk. We're going to bring him on. Let's go. All right, Steve, how are you doing on this fine Friday? What's the weather like where you are?
Oh, it is beautiful. It's beautiful out. It's been a fun day trading. I've been enjoying being out in the sun in between trades. It's been a good day. How you doing?
Great, absolutely fantastic. It all started off today with quite the move in Tesla. Do you have, I've sort of been banging my head against the table here today. We've been looking for some news stories with Tesla and everything. Was it that we just took, you and I talk about this all the time. The 200 period moving average is roughly here. I have it marked down in and around 292, 290, whatever, give or take 290 low. But what a move we had here. If you look at this just from a 2-minute chart, we just blew up off the open. Were you able to catch any of this or anything circulating in your, in your world about Tesla these days? Because that was pretty nuts. Now closes up 5%.
Yeah, it's an impressive move. It's on my radar. I did not catch this move, but it's starting to look very appealing to me for a swing trade. Like you mentioned, that key 200-day moving average, my eyes are always there. Oh, nice, perfect.
We got it up.
It's a little cluttered. As you can see, this plan didn't quite pan out, so we'll delete that. We have the 200-day here. This red line is a major 50% fib as well. So whenever you have a break back above the equilibrium of a range, you usually get a nice expansion. So I'm going to be looking for a 350-ish zone to kind of transact next.
Right, so that was going to be my next question is that you said that's maybe setting up for a swing trade. So are we in that now, or we're waiting for it to take 350 and then maybe we go long? Are you looking long or are you looking short? We didn't really even discuss what we would do at that 350 mark. Uh-oh. He looks fantastic, but it looks like we are going to be frozen right now. So, Steve, if you can hear me, we'll try to get him back. So he just did cut off. So, all right. Again, we talked about this on the show, and I was sort of saying I wasn't trying to throw shade at charting or anything like that, especially when we have a bunch of technical analysis always on, CMTs and so on and so forth. But you got to have ideas like that because you can't just take every single break on every chart every time VWAP is broken, right? You need to add a little bit of art to your trade. So it does look like Steve is back. As soon as I get the thumbs up from Fabian, we'll go back over. So let's bring him back on there. So what we were talking about there, and thanks for hanging with us, our apologies. What would we do at that 350 level? When can we start to execute? Because I know there's a lot of traders that are currently watching right now that like to play with options and are thinking to themselves, okay, we're starting the new week off. We're starting this new month of May here. A lot of people say, sell in May and go away. Are we even trading this month? It's been a little bit crazy with all these tariffs. So give me a trade idea for Tesla, maybe for the next time I see you next Friday, if something's going to execute from now to then.
Absolutely. So I think that basically we have it primed for a setup, but as you're saying, it's the start of the new week. I really like to think of the weekly candle kind of playing out in advance.
Okay.
So if it's a bullish week and we're looking for expansion up, then I would expect Monday or Tuesday to dip back and at least retest this 200-day moving average, maybe retest this little imbalance at 285 to 290. And if we show strength there, I think it'd be a great time to get a little position in options, or you can always do the TSLA for the leveraged shares. So I will be looking for a little back test and then a reclaim of the 200-day moving average or support off that 200 early in the week. And then I'll be looking to get long to that 350 area.
Hi, Steve. Thank you for being here with us this Friday afternoon. Next week, a lot of the earnings that we do have some classics like Walmart, Alibaba, but we also have a lot of these retail favorites, these names that do have larger short floats and move in a pretty volatile way that are reporting like Hertz, ASTS, or Astis as we call it here, ACHR. What are your thoughts on these type of names? And I guess Hertz in particular, given the Bill Ackman news recently, do you have any levels that you like on this one?
Oh man, you asked me in particular about the one out of the three I don't know as much about, but I can take a look really quickly. While I take a look, I just want to talk about the other two. ACHR, I think, is a really strong name and a really strong sector. I think this is setting up in a long-term handle out of this cup pattern. So I think that the autonomous drone, what would you consider it? Defense names that are more tech focused, like ACHR is very cool. KTOS is another one that's just doing incredibly strong and also breaking out of one of these big cup and handle patterns. So I really like these names. They're high beta, so you get the big move like you're talking about, but they have a little bit more meat to the bones in terms of their fundamentals, I think. And let's take a look at, what's the ticker for Hertz there? HTZ?
Yeah.
There it is. Okay, so that's a strong move. I see I have some lines here. So we have Bill Ackman getting involved. It's always something to watch when you have a big participant entering a market like this. So what I'm watching is this weekly 9 EMA right there. I think that that's a pretty key level. It could maybe dip a little bit lower to test this swing high previously, but it seems to me like it's probably setting up for a climb. So what I would do is I would check volume profiles, and I would use that to kind of gauge where the next level of support is. So we traded from this shelf up to this shelf, and we have the big shelf up here. So this is our long-term target, right? If we get a solid catch in this zone, basically we have a surge up, and now it's kind of still entering back into this golden pocket range of this major range. I think it could be setting up to move to 16 if this does pan out with the Ackman bullish sentiment.
So, Steve, we don't talk often about volume profile. I was just actually watching another screen because I mean, I love all that talk, and we don't talk about it enough on the show. Can I bother you for a couple minutes just to have a look at that? Do you look at the volume profile only on daily charts? Do you prefer it on weekly, monthly? And just maybe even using Hertz, or if you have another example of any stock, how can we use that maybe to get into some swing trades? Or I don't even know if you use it on daily charts or minute charts or what, but maybe can you do a quick little 1 or 2 minutes there on volume profile and maybe how you use it to benefit some of your style of trade?
Yeah, absolutely. So it's something that I use a lot. I'm a big volume trader. So you have the volume like we're usually used to on the time axis down here. But I think it's really important to remember the volume coming in at different price levels too. So that's where the volume profile is super useful. So essentially, it's showing us where there's a lot of orders traded. So this is an example that I'm in right now, JMIA, Jumia Technologies. They're kind of like an African Amazon type play. So retail commerce, that thing, in an emerging market, which anybody who's familiar with my appearances know I'm big on emerging markets. So I saw this volume shelf developing right here at 250. And I thought it was putting in kind of maybe a little inverted head and shoulders or something. So I took a starter position at 245, and it's working really well. And what I think is doing on the volume profile side is it's found support on this shelf right here. And now I believe it's surging up to meet this shelf here.
Right.
So for volume profiles, you have these levels of congestion or heavy trading, and you have levels of low liquidity, which are these air pockets in between. So price loves to confirm on one and then push up to the next big node, if that kind of makes sense.
No, that makes perfect sense. And we're not letting you go by any stretch of the imagination right here, but I want to make sure this Steve Tileman here from Trade the Pool, an analyst. Where can most of these viewers find you? We have over 3,000 watching right now. I know you run your own streams as well, but I just want to give a plug to things that you're doing moving forward, maybe this weekend, and where they can find you.
Oh, well, I appreciate that. You can always find me on Twitter at Justy Trades, JUSTY Trades. That's my Twitter handle. There you can find my Discord community as well. Perfect. In the bio, I suppose. That's where I'm trading every day. We have a really great community there. I'm also very active in Trade the Pool's Discord server. They have another great community there, and we get into a lot of granular, nitty-gritty day trade stuff, but we also talk about the big picture as well.
Okay, perfect.
One last thing, really quick. I do a webinar every week. So every Friday, about 5 minutes after I'm off of here, so 3:40, I will be on there talking about Wyckoff cycles, and how to trade those. And I'm really glad we were talking about volume profile because that's what's up next Friday. So catch that next week.
I'm going to have to tune in. That's perfect. So I'm not done with you yet, though, Steve. I'm not letting you get away right now, but thank you for all those promotions. And I'm actually seeing in the chat right now, there are some traders, DJ2AM, talking about your Discord. So shout out to that, talking about how legit it was. So thank you again for coming on and spending some time with our viewers here today again. All right, we talked about Bitcoin a little bit, 103. I mean, wow, what a move up for Bitcoin, what a move up for Ethereum. I know you and I have talked now a couple weeks, maybe a handful of weeks here. What is your opinion on the space right now in crypto? We had Marathon Digital report today that had to move up along with Coinbase. How are you playing this sector, if at all? Do you like any of these equities? Do you like individual coins at this level? What are you thinking about in this recent bull run here in the crypto market?
Absolutely. So thank you for bringing this up. I get to take a little bit of a victory lap here. I've been a big Bitcoin bull since 8,500 there. I saw the beautiful consolidation out of a downtrend after a key double bottom off the major 50% fib. So for me, this is a fat pitch, an ideal trade where I size up because there's just so much confluence in support there. So I've been long since there. I've been playing with MicroStrategy, so MSTR. This one has been a screamer, and we got in here. It had earnings, and that coincided with the key 400 level I was looking. So I took half of my position off there. I'm riding half to the moon, as they say. And I'd just like to really quickly show you why I chose that instrument. Right. So what I'm pulling up here is where is it?
What is that? What are you looking for?
There it is. Okay, it's a ratio chart of MicroStrategy compared to Bitcoin.
Right.
Okay, here we go. So this is showing whenever you have the first half of a symbol in a ratio chart, that's the one that it's gauging the strength of. So this is the chart of MicroStrategy's relative strength to Bitcoin. And as you can see, it's got this huge base and it's breaking out of this handle here. So I believe we are in for a regime of outperformance by MicroStrategy compared to Bitcoin. So that's why it's my instrument of choice.
We often talk about that on the show, and I was saying to one of our traders, Joe, I was like, why are you not just in MSTR if you like Bitcoin so much? But I actually like that strategy there of getting some out before earnings. That, to me, is the only real risk, is something's disclosed about strategy, which is MSTR, and then all of a sudden your strategy of pairing against Bitcoin completely changes. We did have that one short seller report, but I don't think it did have an effect, but obviously we have bounced back from those levels as well. Okay, only 2 more minutes. One more question, and that is, we've had some analysts on here before, like a Brian Shannon, that kind of stays away from Chinese equities because, again, he just thinks there's too much risk there. The government, you don't know what sort of strings are going to get pulled. Like, I remember when they were trading with some of those education names and they were private, then all of a sudden they're just like, oh, no, they're going to go public or something like that, and they just tank like 90%. I think TAL or something was one of those stocks. But what do you think about some of those plays now in China? We've had a really great move back off of, and we can come over here to my chart actually quickly for FXI, Fabian. There's you and I's favorite indicator, I think, like anyways, this 200 period on a daily. We really came in, we tested it. Sure, we dipped below by about 2 or 3%, but now we're right back up into the 50 period moving average. Are you one of these guys that is okay with trading Chinese names? And if so, where do you think we go from here?
Okay, absolutely. So first off, shout outs to Brian Shannon. He's one of the GOATs.
Love that guy.
I gotta put that out there before I might fade him a little bit on this, because I think his concerns are valid. I think technical traders in particular are wary of potential geopolitical headwinds. It just opens up a whole new can of worms in terms of variables there. That being said, I personally believe, and this has been my thesis all year long, that we are shifting to some degree away from a unipolar geopolitical global economy into a multipolar one, and alliances will need to be forged between China and other nations. This isn't about my personal feelings of whether it's good or bad. It's just the trend I'm seeing. So I think that China has absolute massive headroom up if we can start to see some resolution, which it does seem to be like we are on track for. So for me personally, I'm a big bull in FXI. I think BABA is the best way to play the theme overall, but there are some other names that really interest me.
Sure.
So to kind of bring it all full circle, because we started this talking about some defense names that are outperforming, like ACHR or KTOS. I think EHang is a very interesting company. They do
helicopter.
They're one of the biggest in the scene for transport drones, essentially like kind of like Ubers in the sky, essentially. They have really cool tech. They have a lot of government contracts and a lot of kind of backing by the CCP. So I think that they have a lot of room to go up. It's a pretty chart too. I think that this is going to be one of the ways I'm playing the theme going forward.
Would you ever get into one of those little helicopters there? I mean, we've had some videos of it. It looks too risky to me, those little helicopters. Would you get in one of those?
You see me shaking my head. I'll invest in it, but I don't know if I'll be up there quite yet.
Same for sure. All right, Steve, again, happy Mother's Day to you and yours again. Thank you so much for joining us on this show. Again, Justy Trades, they can go find you there, hit the Discord, trade the pool. Again, you're involved with them. So thank you so much for that and a great weekend. Do you want to leave our viewers with anything before I let you go?
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. So hop on over to Trade the Pool's live channel on YouTube, and you'll catch my webinar there. And I'll leave you with one trade idea for the week.
Perfect.
EWZ, the Brazilian ETF. I think it's primed to go.
Perfect. We like that. We actually had some talk about some Brazilian names today, Embra Air and whatnot as well. So EWZ, another one of those emerging markets right there. So we know what you're all about. Thank you so much, Steve. Have a fantastic weekend. And we'll catch you next Friday where I'm going to ask you about EWZ again. Okay. So thank you, Steve. Have a good one. I hope everyone joins you on the stream. Thank you. That's Steve.
Thank you. Take care.
All right, that's it, man. That's Trader Talk. I mean, we love that guest. What an amazing guy there, Steve Tileman. Go make sure you do check him out. We want to thank everyone for the support in the chat again one more time. So we're going to write that down, EWZ. Well, you have a great memory, I don't. So we'll remember that for next week when we do talk to Steve about that. So again, thank you so much once again to everybody. This has been your Profit X recap show. So thank you to everybody for watching. Look, it's been a fantastic week, but Sunday is Mother's Day.
Oh, it is.
All right, so my question for you is, all right, this is brunch. What do you think your mother's favorite item in a brunch would be before we dab up here?
She's celiac, so it's so hard. Half my family celiac. Oh my God, I don't have a good answer for this.
What a stupid question. All right, French toast. All right, there we go. Hey, we love French toast as well. French toast is a great one. All right, so there you go. French toast. We want to say a big shout out to everybody that's watching us live, no matter where you are. Have a happy Mother's Day from everybody here at Trader TV Live. Thank you to Fabian. Thank you to Ramin. Thank you for Adara, Neil, Joe, Sharif, Bears vs. Bulls, Brendo. We're doing it live every single day. Make sure you join us back here at 8:30. This energy don't stop despite it being 4:30 on a Friday. We're getting ready to go home. Happy Mother's Day to my mother, but I'm seeing you tonight and hopefully on Sunday as well. So for everybody out there, this is Adara. I am Sean, and we will see you bright and early back here on Monday at Trader TV Live. Ciao.
See you.
I pity the fool that doesn't hit the like and subscribe button.